Chapter 13 of With Frederick the Great. A Story of the 7 Years' War by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Oldman. Chapter 13. Hochkirch. The village of Hochkirch stood on a hilltop with an extensive view for miles round on all sides, save on the south where the hills rose one above another. Among these hills was one called the Devil's Hill, where the primitive county people believed that the devil and his witches held high festival once a year. Frederick's right wing, which was commanded by Keith, lay in Hochkirch. Beyond the village he had 4 battalions, and a battery of 20 guns on the next height to Hochkirch. From this point to the Devil's Hill extended a thick wood, in which a strong body of Croats were lurking. Frederick, with the centre, extended 4 miles to the left of Hochkirch. Ritzow, who had been restored to his command, had 10 or 12,000 men lying in or behind Wissenberg, 4 miles away. Frederick's force, with that of Keith, amounted to 28,000 men, and Ritzau's command was too far away to be considered as available. Daun's force, lying within a mile of Hochkirch, amounted to 90,000 men. Well might Keith say that the Austrians deserved to be hanged, if they did not attack. Frederick himself was somewhat uneasy, and would have moved away on the Friday night had he not been waiting for the arrival of a convoy of provisions from Bautzen. Still, he relied upon Daun's inactivity. This time, however, his reliance was falsified. All Daun's generals were of the opinion that it would be disgraceful were they to stand on the defensive against an army practically less than a third of their force, and their expostulations at length roused Daun into activity. Once decided, his dispositions were, as usual, excellent. His plan was an able one. He himself, with 30,000 men, was to start as soon as it was dark on Friday evening, sweep round to the south, follow the base of the Devil's Mountain, and then through the hollows and thick wood till he was close to the force on the right of Hochkirch, and was to fall suddenly on them at 5 o'clock on Saturday morning. The orders were that, as soon as Hochkirch was taken, the rest of the army, 60,000 strong, were to march against Frederick, both in front and on his left, and so completely smashed and crumpled him up. Frederick had no premonition of the storm that was gathering. On Thursday and Friday the Austrians were engaged, as usual, in felling trees, forming abattis, throwing up earthworks, and in all ways strengthening their position. Everything seemed to show that Daun was still bent upon standing upon the defensive only. As the lurking Croats and Pandours had, every night, crept up through the brushwood and hollows, and skirmished with the Prussian outposts away on the right, scattered firing was not heeded much in Hochkirch. Fergus had just got up, in the little room he shared with Lindsay in the marshal's quarters, a mile north of Hochkirch, and was putting on his boots when, a few minutes past 5, the sound of firing was heard. "There are the Croats as usual," he said. "What a restless fellow you are, Drummond. You have been up, at this unearthly hour, each morning since we got here. It won't be light for another 2 hours yet. I doubt whether it will be light then. It looked to me as if it were a thick fog. You were right about my early hours, and I admit I have been restless. It is not a pleasant idea that, but a mile away, there is an army big enough to eat us up, and nothing whatever to prevent their pouncing upon us at any moment, except 2 or 3 batteries. The marshal was saying last night he should regard it as the most fortunate escape he ever had, if we drew off safely tonight without being attacked. The firing is heavier than usual. There go a couple of guns. Those 2 advanced pieces are sending a round or 2 of case shot into the bushes, I suppose," Lindsay said drowsily. Fergus completed his dressing and went downstairs and out into the night. Here he could hear much better than in the room above, which had but one loophole for air and light, and that was almost stopped up with a wisp of straw. He could now plainly hear volley firing, and a continual crackle of musketry. He ran upstairs again. "You had better get your things on at once, Lindsay. It is a more serious affair than usual. I shall take it upon myself to wake the marshal." He went to Keith's door, knocked and opened it. "Who is there? What is it?" the marshal asked. "It is I, Drummond, sir. There is heavy firing going on to the right, much heavier than it has been any other night." "What o'clock is it?" "About 10 minutes past 5, sir. There is a thick mist, and it is pitch dark. Shall I go over and inquire what is going on?" "Yes, do. I expect that those rascally Croats have been reinforced, and are trying to find out whether we are still in our positions." "I will be back as soon as I can, sir." Fergus ran round to the low range of sheds in which their horses were stabled. "Karl, are you there?" he shouted. "Yes, major," a voice said, close at hand. "I am listening to all that firing." "Saddle up at once. You may as well ride with me. I am going to see what it is all about." A lantern was burning in the shed, and by its light Fergus and the orderly rapidly saddled the horses. "You had better light 2 more lanterns, Karl. Leave the one on the wall burning. We will take the others. We shall want them, for one cannot see a horse's length away, and if we had not the sound of firing to guide us, we should soon lose our way altogether." The light enabled them to go at a fairly fast trot, but they trusted rather to their horses than to their own eyes. The roar and rattle of the firing increased in volume every minute. "That is more than an affair with the Croats, Karl." "A good deal more, major. It looks as if the Austrians were beating up our quarters in earnest." "It does indeed." When they reached Hochkirch, they found the troops there astir. The cavalry trumpets were sounding to horse, and the clamour round the village told that the troops in camps there were getting under arms. "Do you know what is going on to the right, sir?" Fergus asked a field officer, who was in the act of mounting. "Marshal Keith has sent me to inquire." "Not in the least, but as far as I can tell by the sound, they must be attacking us in force, and they seem to be working round in rear of our battery there." "The sound is certainly coming this way. Then I will go on to the battery," Fergus said. He had ridden but a little way farther when he was convinced that the officer was right. The crash of musketry volleys rose continuously, but although the boom of guns was mingled with it, there was nothing like the continuous fire that might have been expected from a 20-gun battery. Suddenly from his right a crackle of firing broke out, and then heavy volleys. The bullets sung overhead. "They are attacking us in the rear, sir." "Sure enough," Karl said. "I'm afraid they have captured our big battery, Karl," Fergus said as he turned his horse. It was but a few hundred yards back to the village, but just as he reached it a roar of fire broke out from its rear. They could make their way but slowly along the streets. So crowded were they now with infantry who, unable to see until a yard or two away, could not make room for them to pass, as they would otherwise have done for a staff officer. With feverish impatience, Fergus pushed on until the road was clear, but even now he had to go comparatively slowly, for unless they kept to the track across the open ground that led to the farmhouse, they must miss it altogether. Lights were moving about there as he rode up. Keith himself was at the door, and the orderlies were bringing up the horses. "What is it, Major Drummond?" "It is an attack in force, sir, on the right flank and rear. The enemy have crept up between Hochkirch and our battery, and as I came through the village they were attacking it in the rear. I cannot say for certain, but I believe that the battery is taken, though there is a heavy infantry fire still going on there." "Ride to Ziethen, Captain Lindsay. Give him the news, and tell him to fall upon the Austrians. Captain Kosa and Captain Gaudy, ride off to the infantry and bring them up at the double. I will take on the Kannaker battalion myself," and he rode down at once to the camp of his battalion, which was but 100 yards away, dispatching others of his staff to hasten up the regiments near. The Kannaker battalion was already under arms, and marched off with him as soon as he arrived. "I am going to the left of the village, Fergus, and shall make for the battery, which we must retake. Do you go first into Hochkirch, and see how matters go there. If badly, give my orders to the colonel of the 1st Battalion that comes along, and tell him to throw himself into the village and assist to hold it to the last. After that, you must be guided by circumstances. It is doubtful if you will ever find me again in this black mist." Fergus handed his lantern to Keith's orderly, who took his place at the side of the marshal as the regiment went off at the double. Fergus rode up to the village. It was scarce 20 minutes since he had left it, but it was evident that a furious fight was raging there, and that the Austrians had already penetrated some distance into its streets. Without hesitation he turned and rode back again, and in a few minutes met a dark body of men coming along at a rapid run. "Where is the colonel?" he asked, reining in his horse suddenly, for he had nearly ridden into the midst of them. "Just ahead of us, to the right, sir." In a minute Fergus was beside him. By the light that Karl carried, he recognized him. "Major Lang," he said, "I have the marshal's orders that you should march into Hochkirch and hold it to the last. The Austrians are already in partial possession of it. Which way is it, Major Drummond? For in this mist I have almost lost my direction, and there seems to be firing going on everywhere ahead." "I will direct you," Fergus said. "I have just come from there," and he trotted back to the village. As they approached Hochkirch, it was evident that, although the defenders were still clinging to its outskirts, the greater portion was lost. But with a cheer the battalion rushed forward, and was in a moment fiercely engaged. Major Lang's horse fell dead under him, struck by an Austrian bullet. Fergus rode into the first house he came to, dismounted, and left his horse there. "You may as well leave yours here too, Karl. We can do no good with them, and should only be in the way. When it begins to get light, we will try and find the marshal. You may as well get hold of the first musket and ammunition pouch that you can pick up. There will be enough for every man to do to hold this place until more reinforcements come up." A desperate struggle went on in the streets. The Prussians, who had been driven back, joined the battalion just arrived. Bayonets and the butt end of the musket were used rather than shot, for in the mist friend could not be distinguished from foe 5 yards away, and it was from their shouts rather than by their uniforms that men knew whether they had one or the other in front of them. Karl was not long in finding arms, and taking his place in the ranks, was soon at work with the others. The village was almost circular in shape, clustered as it were on the top of the hill. The struggle was not confined to one street, but raged in half a dozen, more or less parallel with each other. Gradually the Prussians pressed forward, and had more than half cleared the village when their advance was checked by the arrival of fresh battalions of the Austrians. Then Lang threw his men into the church and churchyard, and there stubbornly maintained himself. Soon flames burst out from various directions, giving a welcoming light to the defenders, and enabling them to keep up so heavy a fire upon the now swarming enemy that they repulsed each attack made upon them. 8 battalions of Austrians in vain tried to capture the position, attacking it on every side, but the stubborn Prussians held firmly to it. Meanwhile, beyond as far as the battery, the fight raged. The Plothow battalion, which had been stationed in advance of it, had been attacked and enveloped on all sides by the Austrians, but had defended themselves splendidly, and, though forced back by sheer weight of numbers, had maintained their order and done heavy execution by their fire. The battery had been lost, but those who had been driven out rallied, and, with the Plothow men, made so furious a rush forward that they hurled the Austrians out again. It was but a few minutes, for such masses of the enemy poured up through the mist that there was no withstanding them, and many of the Prussians were taken prisoner. Their captivity was of short duration, for through the mist Ziethen's horse burst out suddenly into the raging tumult, scattered the Austrians, released the prisoners, and were then off to fall upon fresh enemies as soon as they discovered their position. Everywhere isolated combats took place. Battalion after battalion, and squadron after squadron, as it arrived, flung itself upon the first enemy it came upon in the darkness. Keith, on reaching the battery, again retook it, but again the Austrian masses obtained possession. In and around Hochkirch, similar desperate struggles were going on. None fled, but falling back until meeting another battalion hastening up, reformed and charged again. Ziethen's horse, together with the rest of the cavalry and gendarmes, mingled with staff officers and others who had lost their way, continued to make furious charges against the Austrians, pressing round the rear of the position and holding them in check. Until its cartridges were all spent, Lange's battalion held the churchyard, though its numbers were terribly lessened by the Austrian fire. Then the major called upon his men to form in a mass and cut their way through the enemy with the bayonet. This they most gallantly did, losing many, but the remnant emerged from the village, their gallant leader wounded to death among them. Fergus and Karl separated themselves from them, ran to the house where they had left their horses, mounted and galloped off. By this time the centre was coming up, led by the king himself. As they neared Hochkirch, a cannonball took off the head of Frank of Brunswick, the king's youngest brother-in-law. Prince Maurice of Dessau, riding in the dark till within 20 miles of the Austrians, was badly hit, and the storm of case and musket bullets that swept the approaches to Hochkirch was so terrible that Frederick's battalion had to fall back. "The first thing is to find the marshal," Fergus said, as he rode out of Hochkirch. "He must be somewhere to the right." Before he could extricate himself, Fergus was surrounded by Austrians. He galloped on until a flash of fire broke out a few yards in front. His horse fell dead under him, and before he could extricate himself from it, he was surrounded by Austrians. An officer shouted to him to surrender, and seeing the hopelessness of resistance, he at once did so. He looked round, and to his satisfaction saw nothing of Karl. He was placed in the midst of the Austrian regiment, under the charge of a sergeant, and told that he would be shot if he tried to escape. Frederick, with more battalions that had come up, pushed on, thrusting the Austrians back until he had left Hochkirch on his left. But by this time it was past 8 o'clock. The fog was dispersing, and he saw a great body of Austrians on the heights to his right, from Warditz to Meschdutz, as well as on the whole line of heights on the left. His only line of retreat, therefore, was along at the foot of the Dressau heights. These he ordered to be seized at once. This was done before the Austrians could reach the spot, they being hindered by furious charges by Ziethen. From the open ground between Kumschultz and Canitz, and Frederick rearranged his front to battle, and waited for Retzow to come up with the left wing. The Austrians tried several attacks, but with little success. They, too, had been hindered and confused by the mist, and the force that had been engaged in and round Hochkirch had suffered terribly, and they pushed forward but feebly, now that the Prussian guns on the heights were able to open fire upon them. Retzow was long in coming, for he too had been attacked by 20,000 men, who had been told off by Daun for the purpose. The attack, however, was badly managed and feeble, but it delayed Retzow from making a start when Frederick's urgent messages reached him. During this anxious delay, the Austrians captured Frederick's main battery of 30 guns north of Rodwitz, and were beginning to press forward when Retzow came onto the ground and took up a position at Belgium, covering Frederick's left flank. Had he been an hour sooner, he might have saved the heavy battery which lay beyond the range of the guns on the Dressau heights, and which Frederick could not have supported without bringing on a general battle. Then, in a steady and leisurely manner, the king drew off his forces and took up a new position from Krewitz to Puswitz, carrying off the whole of his baggage. Retzow and the troops of the Dessau heights covering the movement, until all had passed, Daun and his great army standing on their circle of hills, watching but not interfering with the movements. Frederick's rashness had cost him dear. He had lost 8,000 men, 5,381 of them, and 119 officers killed or prisoners, the rest wounded. He had also lost 101 guns and most of his tents. Of the Austrians, 325 officers and 5,614 rank and file were killed or wounded, and 1,000 prisoners lost. 20,000 of their men deserted during their passage through the dark and intricate woods. Fergus remained with the regiment that had captured him until the battle ceased, after which he was taken under guard to the spot where the Prussian prisoners were gathered. Of these there were 58 officers, the greater part of whom were more or less severely wounded. 2 of the officers belonged to the Kanaka battalion, and from them Fergus asked for news of Marshal Keith. "We fear he is killed," one said. "He led us into the battery, and he was with us after we were driven out again. But after that neither of us saw him. Everything was in confusion. We could not see 20 yards. Anyway, we know that the battalion had suffered terribly. Just before we were captured, being with a score of men cut off from the rest by a rush of Austrians, a rumour spread that the marshal had been killed. But more than this we cannot tell." 2 hours later, an Austrian officer rode up with orders that the prisoners were to be marched some distance further to the rear. Fergus went up to him and said, "Can you tell me, sir, if Marshal Keith is among the killed? I am one of his aides de camp, and moreover a cousin of his." "Yes," the officer said, "he has fallen. His body was recognized by General Lacy, who commands here. I am on his staff." The general was greatly affected, for he and the marshal were at one time comrades in arms. The marshal was shot through the heart, and had previously received 2 other wounds. He was a most gallant soldier, and one highly esteemed by us. He will be buried with all military honours at Hochkirch, where he has been carried." Fergus was deeply moved. Keith had been so uniformly kind that he had come to feel for him almost as a father. He could not speak for a minute, and then said, "Would you ask General Lacy, sir, to allow me to attend his funeral, both as one of the marshal's staff and as a relation who loved him very dearly? My name is Major Drummond." "I will certainly ask him, sir, and have no doubt that he will grant the request." He thereupon gave orders that a young officer should remain with Fergus until an answer was received. He then rode off, and in a few minutes the rest of the prisoners were marched away. In half an hour the officer returned. "General Lacy will be glad if you will accompany me to his quarters. He gladly accedes to your request." Lacy occupied one of the houses at Hochkirch, which had been spared by the flames. The aide-de-camp conducted Fergus to an empty room. "The general is away at present," he said, "but will see you as soon as he returns." When alone, Fergus burst into tears. It was indeed a heavy loss to him. Even before he came out, he had come to regard Keith with deep respect and admiration. He had heard so much of him from his mother that it seemed to him that their relationship was far closer than it really was, and that Keith stood in the position of an uncle rather than of his mother's cousin. Since he had been in Germany, he had been constantly with him, save when he was away with the king, and the genial kindness, the absence of all formality, and the affectionate interest he had shown in him had been almost of a fatherly nature. It was but a poor consolation to know that it was the death Keith would, of all others, have chosen, and that, had he survived the campaign, he would probably have been obliged to retire from active service, or to take some quiet command, where his inactivity would speedily have chased him beyond bearing, after so active and stirring life. 2 hours later the officer entered the room and said General Lacy had returned and would see him. The general was alone when he was shown into his room, and his face evinced a momentary surprise when his eyes fell on Fergus. Promotion was not very rapid in the Prussian army, and he expected to see a man of between 30 and 40. The sight of this young officer, with the rank and insignia of major, and wearing on his breast the Prussian order, surprised him. "I am sorry indeed for your loss, Major Drummond," he said in English. "Sorry for my own, too, though it may well be that, in any case, Keith and I should never have met again. but we were comrades once, and, like everyone else, I loved him. What relation was he to you?" "He was my mother's first cousin, General, but they were always dear friends, and have for years written regularly to each other, and it was settled that I should come out to him as soon as I was old enough. It's upwards of 2 years since I did so, and he has been more like a father than a cousin to me during that time." "You've gone up the tree fast," General Lacy said. "Very fast, sir, but I owe it to good fortune, and not to his influence. I was, in each case, promoted by the king himself." "A good judge of men, and not accustomed to give promotion easily. Will you tell me how it happened?" "There is not much to tell, sir. On the first occasion, I freed Count Eulenfurst of some rascals who were maltreating him and his family." "I remember the circumstance," Lacy said warmly. "I heard it from a Saxon officer who joined us. He was at Dresden for a time, and heard the story. It was a gallant business. I think you killed 6 of them. And what was the next occasion?" "The next followed very quickly, General, and was given for carrying an order to the Prussian horse which enabled them to get back to our lines before the Austrian cavalry fell upon them." "I was there," Lacy said. "So you were the officer who charged through a squadron of our cavalry, accompanied by a single orderly. You certainly won your promotion fairly there. And where did you get your last step?" "At Zorndorf, where, in the mêlée where the Russians broke our ranks, I was fortunate enough to intercept 3 Russian dragoons who were making for the king, who was hemmed in among the infantry he was trying to rally. A good reason again for promotion." "Well, if you go on, you are likely to rise as high as your cousin. But it is a poor life, as I looked down upon Keith's face today. I thought how empty is any honour that adventurers like ourselves can gain. I myself have risen too, but what does it bring? Responsibility, toil, the consciousness that a solitary mistake may bring you into disgrace, and that, in any case, the end may be like this: death on a battlefield, fighting in a quarrel in which you have no concern and of which you may disapprove, a grave soon forgotten, a name scarce known to one's countrymen. It is not worth it." The general spoke in a tone of deep feeling. "I have made up my mind not to continue in the service after the war is over," Fergus said, after a short pause, "although the king has personally been very kind to me, and when the marshal remained in Bohemia he took me on his own staff. That is right, and as you are young, a few years' further service would do you no harm. It will indeed do you good, that is, if you pass through it unharmed. A man who has fought under Frederick and gained no small honour in service where brave men are common will be respected when he returns to his home, no matter how small his patrimony may be, and you will be, in all respects, an abler man for these few years of fierce struggle and adventure. And now, Major Drummond, I must say goodbye for the present, as I have to ride over to the marshal, and may not return until late this evening. A meal will be served to you shortly, in your room, and if your night has been as short as mine has, you be ready to turn in early. The funeral will take place tomorrow morning." The next morning, Lacy and Fergus Drummond walked side by side as chief mourners, after the gun carriage on which the remains of Marshal Keith were carried to Hochkirch Church. There was a large military cortege, martial music, and infantry with reversed arms. The many wounded had been carried from the church, and some attempt made to clear away the signs of strife that had, 24 hours before, raged around it. There Keith was buried. 12 cannon 3 times pealed out a parting salute. 3 times the muskets of the regiment of Colloredo fired their volleys. 4 months later, by the king's orders, the body was conveyed to Berlin and buried in the garrison church with full military pomp and honour. 20 years afterwards, when Frederick erected 4 statues to the most deserving of his general, Keith had his place with Schwerin, Winterfeld, and Seidlitz. "And now," Lacy said, when they returned from the funeral to his quarters, "I must send you on after the others. I am sorry to do so, but I have no choice. Still, I will write to friends at Vienna and get them to have you included in the first batch of exchanges." An officer was told off to accompany Fergus, and a horse found for him. On the second evening after starting, he rejoined the convoy of prisoners, where a message delivered from General Lacy to the officer in charge caused many small indulgences to be granted to him on the way south. Day after day the convoy pursued its way by short marches, for several of the officers were too severely wounded to travel far. Several of those were left at Prague. Here the greater portion of the others was taken on by the southern road through Budweis, the rest turning southeast towards Moravia. On the evening before they separated, the commander of the convoy said to Fergus, "Have you any wish to choose as to which of the fortresses you would be sent to? I can put your name down with either party. Some will go to Iglau in Moravia, the rest to the forts around Linz." "I think I would rather go to Linz, Colonel, as you are good enough to give me the choice." Accordingly, the next morning Fergus, with 20 officers, continued his way south. The majority proceeded to Iglau, to be distributed among the various fortresses of Moravia. Fergus was much pleased that he had not been sent with that party, for had he by chance been taken to his former place of imprisonment, he would certainly have been recognized, and the strictest precautions taken against his repeating the attempt. On their arrival at Linz, the prisoners were formally handed over to the charge of the governor, and distributed among the various outlying forts round the city. 10 others were told off to the same prison as Fergus. The fort was the one nearest to the river, on the west side of the city, and stood but 100 yards from the bank, its guns being intended to prevent any passage of the Danube, as well as to guard the city against a land attack from that side. It was a strong place, but as it was situated in a flat country, it presented no natural obstacle to an escape. It was surrounded by a broad moat, fed by a cut from the river. On the other side of the moat were 2 small redoubts, facing west. The fort contained ample barracks for the garrison of 300 men, who occupied it, with bomb-proofs in which they could take refuge. In the event of a siege beyond the moat, a glacis sloped down to another ditch. The cannon were placed in casemates. Some of them had been withdrawn, the casemates fitted with massive shutters, and converted into prison for the use of officers. 2 captains were lodged in the same casemate with Fergus. No light came from without, but there was a low semicircular window over the door. This was very strongly barred, but admitted sufficient light in the daytime. "Not such bad quarters," Fergus said, as he looked round. "When the cold weather comes, we shall only have to stuff straw through those bars, leaving one square open for light, and manage to hang a thick curtain across it at night. I suppose they will give us a brazier of charcoal when it gets a little colder, though indeed it is cold enough now. At any rate, we shall have a rest, major, and that will be a treat, after our long marches during the last campaign. I should think we can sleep the best part of the winter away." "They fastened the shutters pretty securely," Fergus went on. "They are 3 inches of solid oak, and you see these bars are all riveted at each end. I suppose they think that they would have plenty of time to cut the rivet heads off before any army could approach." In a short time the officer in command of the force came round. He was very civil and courteous, and said that he had already ordered a stove to be sent in, and that they should have some straw laid over the floor. "You will be permitted to take exercise when you like upon the rampart overhead," he said. "Any reasonable request you make shall be attended to. I regret that the misfortune of war should have placed you in my keeping, for we Austrians can appreciate bravery, and we cannot but admit that no braver men are to be found than those in the King of Prussia's army. As to your rations, they must be plain. A certain sum is allowed by government for the cost of each prisoner. I make it go as far as I can, but I often wish that the sum were larger. I may say that you are permitted to order any additions to your food from without upon payment, but I need hardly add that the orders must pass through the hands of the officer in charge of you, and that everything brought in is rigidly inspected." "Have there been any exchanges of prisoners of late?" one of Fergus's companions asked. "No. It is a compliment to you, gentlemen, for our government apparently places a higher value on you than on us, and is very chary of swelling Frederick's army by the release of prisoners. Somehow your king seems to make double use of his soldiers. He fights a battle here, then rushes away to meet another enemy, 200 or 300 miles off, while when we get an advantage we seem so satisfied with ourselves that we sit still until we have let its advantages slip from our hands. May I ask if, by the last news, Marshal Daun is still near Hochkirch?" "He was so, as far as the yesterday's courier brought news. At first we thought that he had won a tremendous victory, and had eaten up Frederick's army. But the later news is that the king marched safely away, and so far from being demolished, he is now perfectly master of his movements, and no doubt for another tussle if we should advance. However, I should imagine that the snow will soon put a stop to active operations." Then, bowing courteously, he left them to pay a visit to the prisoners in the next casemate. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of With Frederick the Great, A Story of the 7 Years' War, by G. A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Oldman. Chapter 14, Breaking Prison. "He seems to be a pleasant fellow," Fergus said, "and disposed to do his best to make us comfortable. So if we don't see any chance of getting away, we shall be able to get through the winter very fairly. You don't think there is any chance of escape, surely, Major?" "Pray drop the major, Captain Stauffen, and let us call each other by our names while we are here. The discipline of the Prussian army is admirable, and must, as a rule, be the most stringent maintained by all sorts of forms and observances. But here by our three selves, confined in this casemate for no one can say how long, it is ridiculous that we should be always stiff and ceremonious. You are both some years older than I am. I have had the good fortune to have better opportunities than you have had, and have been promoted accordingly. But, while here, let us try and forget all about that, and make things as pleasant all round as possible." The two officers agreed, but not without grave doubts, for to them it was quite a serious matter to relax, even in a prison, the stringent rules that guided the relation of officers to each other in the Prussian army. "It is a strong place," Fergus went on, "but I don't know that it is as difficult to break out of as the last place I was in." "Have you been a prisoner before?" the two officers asked together, for both belonged to a regiment that was not with Frederick at Lobositz, and had indeed only recently come down from Berlin. "Yes, I was taken at Lobositz and marched to Spielberg, and managed to get away from there. It is a long story, and will do to pass away the evening, when we have got the fire and can sit comfortably and talk round it. My cell there was so high in the castle that, with the wall and the rock below, there was a fall of 150 feet, at least, so that the difficulties of escape were a good deal greater than they are here, or perhaps I should say seemed to be a good deal greater, for I don't know that they were. There is the tramp of a sentry outside. I suppose he walks up and down the whole length of the 6 casemates. I counted them as we came in. We are at one end, which, of course, is an advantage." "Why so?" one of the others asked, with a puzzled expression of face. "Well, you see, the sentry only passes us once to every twice he passes the casement in the middle, and has his back to us twice as long at a time." "I should not have thought of that," Stauffen said. "Yes, I can see that if we were escaping through this door, which seems to me impossible, that it would be an advantage." And he glanced at his companion, as if to say that there was more in this fortunate young officer than they had thought. Among the officers who had served throughout with Frederick, the manner in which Fergus had gained his promotion was well known. His rescue of Count Eulenfurst and his family were the general subject of talk at Dresden, and even putting aside the gallantry of the action, it was considered that the army in general was indebted to him for having saved them from the disgrace that would have attached to them had this murderous outrage been carried out successfully. The manner in which he had saved half the Prussian cavalry from destruction by his charge through the Austrian squadron had similarly been talked over in every regiment engaged at Lobositz. Those who had been at Zorndorf were cognizant of the fact that he had gained his majority by saving the king's life, as this had been mentioned in general orders of the day. The regiment, however, to which the two officers belonged, had come down from Berlin but 6 months before, and had formed a part of the command of Prince Maurice, until Frederick had returned from Zorndorf, and had, with a portion of the force of Prince Maurice, marched out to compel Daun to abandon his impregnable position at Stolpen. They had not particularly observed Fergus on their journey south, and when, during the last 2 or 3 days of the march, they had noticed him, they had regarded him as some fortunate young fellow who had, by royal favour, received extraordinary promotion, and had been pushed up over the heads of older men simply from favoritism. Thus their manner towards him had been even more stiff and ceremonious than usual. "Do you think, then," Stauffen said, "that there is any chance of our making our escape?" "Oh, I have not had time to think about it yet," Fergus laughed. "There is generally a way if one can but find it out. But I have no doubt that it will take a good deal of thinking before we hit upon it, and if it does nothing else for us, it will be an amusement through the long evenings to have to puzzle it out. There is no hurry, for it is not likely that there will be any more fighting before the army goes into winter quarters, and so that we are there when the campaign opens in the spring, it will be soon enough." The door opened now. 2 soldiers brought in a stove. It was placed nearly in the centre of the room. The flue went up to the top of the arch, and then turned at right angles and passed out of the casement through a hole just over the window. After lighting the stove, they brought in 2 bundles of rushes and spread them over the floor, and then carried in a tray with dinner, and placed it on the little table. There were 3 stools standing by the side of the 3 barrack beds, each placed in a corner of the room. These they carried to the table. The others waited to see upon which side Fergus placed his. He put it down on one side. "Excuse me, Major," Stauffen said, changing it, putting him facing the fire, and placing his own on one side while his companion was opposite him. Then they stood stiffly, waiting until Fergus, with a shrug of his shoulder, took his place. The dinner consisted of a thin soup, followed by the meat of which it had been made, stewed up and served with a good gravy and 2 sorts of vegetables. The bread was white and good. A bottle of rough country wine was placed by the side of each. "The commandant feeds us better here than I was fed at Spielsberg," Fergus said cheerfully. "If I got broth there, I did not get meat. If I had meat, I had no broth, and they only gave me half a bottle of wine. The commandant evidently does as he says, and makes the money he gets for our keep go far. Let us drink his health, and a better employment to him. He evidently feels being kept here, instead of being with the army in the field. In fact, he is just as much a prisoner as we are, without even the satisfaction of being able to talk over plans for escape. Ah, I see he has sent a box of cigars, too. I finished my last as we rode here today, and was wondering when I should be able to get some more. Also tobacco for my pipe. I hope you both smoke." Stauffen and his companion, whose name was Ritzer, both did so. "I am glad of that," Fergus said. "I think it is very cheery and sociable when everyone smokes. But certainly, when only 2 out of 3 do, it looks somehow as if the one who does not is left out in the cold. I never smoked until I came here. 2 years and a half ago. But there is no doubt that at the end of a day's hard work, or when you have got to do a long ride in the dark, it is very comforting." His efforts to keep the conversation going were not very successful. The two officers were evidently determined to maintain the distinction of rank, and saying to himself that they would probably soon get tired of it, he ceased to attempt to break down the barrier they insisted upon keeping up. After dinner was over, they lighted their cigars, and then went out and mounted the steps from the yard to the ramparts. They were soon joined by the officers from the other casemates, and, separating into groups, strolled up and down, making remarks on the country round and the town behind them. Fergus had at once left his fellow prisoners and joined 2 or 3 others with whom he had been previously acquainted, one being a captain of the 3rd Royal Dragoons. "You are with Stauffen and Ritzer, are you not, Major?" the latter said. "I have a brother in the same regiment, and so know them. How do you get on with them?" "At present they are rather stiff and distant, and insist upon treating me as the senior officer, which is absurd when we are prisoners, and they are both some 15 years older than I am. I detest that sort of thing. Of course, in a great garrison town like Berlin or Dresden, the strict rules of discipline must be observed. I think they are carried altogether too far, but as it is the custom of the service, there is nothing to be said about it. But here, as we are all fellows in misfortune, it seems to me simply ridiculous." "It becomes a second nature after a time," the officer said. "The 2 with me are both lieutenants, and I should feel a little surprised if they did not pay me the usual respect." "Yes, but then you are the older man, and would naturally take the lead in any case. To me, I can assure you, it is most disagreeable to have men much older than myself insisting upon treating me as their superior officer, especially as, their regiment having only recently joined us, I suppose they set me down as some young favourite or other, who has got his promotion over the heads of deserving officers, because he is related to someone in power. They ought to know that there is not much promotion to be gained in that way in our army, Major. The king is the last man who would promote anyone for that cause. Why, Schwerin's son has served for 4 years, and is still a cornet in our regiment. No doubt the king would be glad to promote him if he specially distinguished himself, but as he has had no opportunity of doing so, he will probably work his way up in the regiment as everyone else does." 2 or 3 officers came up and joined the party, and presently Captain Ronsfeldt strolled away and joined another group. It was not long before he engaged Stauffen and Ritzer in conversation. "You have Major Drummond in with you, have you not?" "Yes," Stauffen said shortly. "Who is the young fellow? Do you know him?" "Yes. He first joined our regiment as junior cornet. It was less than 2 years and a half ago. I was senior lieutenant at the time, and now I am pretty well up on the list of captains, thanks to the work we have done and the vacancies that death has made. And that boy has gone over your head, and is now walking about as a major, with the order on his breast. It is enough to make one sick of soldiering. Who is he related to?" "He is related to Marshal Keith," Ronsfeldt said quietly. "Ah, that explains it. I don't think you quite understand the case, Stauffen. Certainly you don't. If you think that there has been any favoritism, I don't think anyone ever heard of Frederick promoting a man out of his turn, save for merit, and I suppose there is no one in the army who has won his rank more worthily, and who is more generally recognized as deserving it. I have never heard a single word raised against the honours he has received. When he rides through the camp, men nudge each other and say, 'That young fellow in staff uniform is Major Drummond,' and there is not a soldier but tries to put a little extra respect into his salute." "Are you joking, Ronsfeldt?" Ritzer asked in astonishment. "I was never less so, Ritzer," and he then gave them an account of the manner in which Fergus had obtained his promotion. The 2 officers were silent when Ronsfeldt concluded. "We have made fools of ourselves," Stauffen said at last, "and we must apologize, Ritzer." "Certainly we must," the other agreed heartily. "It seems to us that his trying to make us put aside the respect due to his rank was a sort of affectation, and really impressed it more disagreeably upon us. We took him for an upstart favourite, though we might have known, had we thought of it, that the king never promotes unduly. Who could possibly have believed that a young fellow, not yet 20, I should say, could have so distinguished himself? It will be a lesson to us both not to judge by appearances." The day was cold and cheerless, and after an hour spent on the ramparts, most of the party was glad to return to the casemates. Fergus was one of the last to go back. To his disgust, the two officers rose and saluted formally as he came in. "We wish," Captain Stauffen said, "to express to you our deep regret at the unworthy way in which we received your request this morning, to lay aside the distinction of rank while we are prisoners here. We were both under an error, our regiments having only joined from Berlin a short time before the king marched with us to Hochkirch. We were altogether ignorant of the manner in which you had gained your rank, and had thought that it was the result of favoritism. We now know your highly distinguished services, and how worthily you have gained each step, and we both sincerely hope that you will overlook our boorish conduct, and will endeavour to forget the manner in which we received your kindly advances." "Say no more about it, gentlemen," Fergus replied heartily. "I have had luck, and availed myself of it, as assuredly you would have done had the same opportunities occurred to you. I can quite understand that it seemed to you monstrous that, at my age, I should be your senior officer. I feel it myself. I am often inclined to regret that I should thus have been unduly pushed up. However, let us say no more about it. I do hope that we shall be as three good comrades together, and that, within this casemate, at any rate, there will be no question whatever of rank, and that you will call me Drummond, as I shall call you both by your names. Now let us shake hands over the bargain. Let us draw our stools round the stove, and have a comfortable talk. I have been speaking to Major Lieberkuhn about ordering things. He tells me that the commandant says that one list must be made. On this, the orders of each of the casemates must be put down separately. A sergeant will go out every day with it. Money must be given him to cover the full extent of the orders. He will return the change each day when he hands the articles required. I have ordered some tobacco, some better cigars than these, and 3 bottles of good Hungarian wine. The sergeant is going in half an hour, so we shall be able to enjoy our chat this evening. I always take the precaution of carrying 20 golden Fredericks sewn up in the lining of my tunic. It comes in very useful in case of an emergency of this kind. I am afraid that neither of us has imitated your forethought," Ritzer said with a laugh. "I have only my last month's pay in my pocket, and Stauffen is no better off." "Ah, well, with £30 among us, we shall do very well," Fergus said. "We must be careful, because if we do make our escape, we shall want money to get disguises." "You are not really in earnest, Drummond," Stauffen said, "in what you say about escaping?" "I am quite in earnest about getting away, if I see a chance, though I admit that, at present, the matter seems a little difficult. Perhaps, if you will tell us about your escape from Spielberg, we shall be able to get a hint from it." They now drew up their seats round the stove, and Fergus told them in detail the manner of his escape, omitting only the name of the nobleman at Vienna who had assisted him. "It was excellently done," Ritzer said warmly. "Your making off in that Austrian uniform, at the moment when such a thing could be done, was certainly a masterly stroke." "So was the taking of the post horses," Stauffen agreed, "and your getting a disguise from the postmaster. I should like to have seen the Austrian's look of surprise when he got his uniform back again. I am afraid that your adventures do not afford us any hint from getting away from here. Even you will admit that 3 Austrian uniforms could not be secured, and the tale by which you procured the post offices will hardly hold good in a case of 3. No, if we get away at all, it must be done in an entirely different manner. The place is not so difficult to get out of as Spielberg was, for with patience we could certainly manage to cut off the rivet heads of the bars. But I don't see at present how we could cross this wide moat, with a sentry pacing up and down 30 feet above us, nor climb up the brick wall on the other side without making a noise. That done, of course, we could, on a dark night, cross the glacis and swim the outer moat. All that accomplished, the question of disguises will come in. Just at present it is not very easy to see how that is to be managed." "Can you swim?" Both officers replied in the affirmative. "Well, that is something gained. As to the rest, we need not bother about it at present. We are not uncomfortable where we are, and if we get back in time for the next campaign, that is all that really matters." The others laughed at the confident tone in which he spoke, but after hearing the details of the prior attempt, it seemed to them that their companion was capable of accomplishing what almost seemed to be the impossibilities. They had, they knew, very slight chance of being exchanged so long as the war lasted. A few general officers or others whose families possessed great influence were occasionally exchanged, but it was evident the policy of Austria to retain all prisoners. In the first place, she desired to reduce Frederick's fighting force, and in the second, the number of Austrians taken had been very much larger than that of the Prussians captured, and the support of some 15,000 or 20,000 prisoners of war added to the drain on Frederick's resources. 3 campaigns had passed without materially altering the position of the combatants, and as many more might elapse before the war came to an end. Indeed, there was no saying how long it might last, and the prospect was so unpleasant that the 2 officers were inclined to run a very considerable risk in attempting to obtain freedom. A week later, the snow began to fall heavily, and the moat froze. "There is no getting across that without being seen, even on the darkest night," Fergus said, as he walked up and down the rampart with his 2 companions. "Unless the sentry was sound asleep, and in such weather as this, that is the last thing likely to happen. Unless something altogether unexpected occurs, we shall have to postpone action till spring comes. Now that we have brought some books, we can pass the time away comfortably. It was a happy thought of Major Leiberkuhn that each of us should buy 1 book, so that altogether we have got some 40 between us, which, taking our reading quietly, will last us for a couple of months. They mayn't be all equally interesting, but as the sergeant brought them second hand, at about half a franc a volume, we can lay in another stock without hurting ourselves whenever we choose." A few days later they brought several sets of drafts, chessmen and dominoes, and a dozen packs of cards. They had been arranged at a general meeting held in the major's casemate. Strict rules had been laid down that there should be no playing for money. Several of the prisoners had had only a few marks in their pockets when captured. They agreed to meet at 3 o'clock in 2 of the casemates by turn, as one would not hold the whole number. This made a great break in their day. It would have been better if the meeting had been held in the evening, but the regulation that, during the winter months, they were locked up at 5 prevented this being adopted. So the cold weather passed not altogether unpleasantly. The strict rule that every case in which the slightest difference of opinion rose should at once be submitted to the adjudication of Major Leiberkuhn and the senior officer of the casemate in which it occurred, effectively prevented all disputes and quarrels over the cards and other games, as their good fellowship remained therefore unbroken. In March the sun gained power, the snow and ice began to melt, and Fergus again began to think how an escape could be effected. "I can think of only one plan." One evening It is clear that it is altogether hopeless to think of getting out by the door, but, as we agreed, it would be possible to chip off the heads of the rivets, unbar the shutters, and let ourselves down into the moat, if we were to make our way along at the foot of the wall. The chance of our being seen by the sentry above would be very slight, for of course we should choose a night when the wind was blowing hard and the water ruffled. In that case any splash we might make would not be heard. Swimming along to the corner of this face of the fort, we would turn and keep along until we reached the spot where the cut runs to the river. Crossing the moat to that would be the most dangerous part of the business, and we ought, if possible, to dive across. There is a low wall there, and a cheval de frise on the top of it. We should have to get out by the side of that, and then either swim along the cut or crawl along the edge of it till we get to the river. Then we must crawl along under the shelter of its banks towards the town, till we get to a boat hauled up, or swim to one moored a little way out in the stream. Then we must row up the river for some distance and land. That all seems possible enough, Drummond, Captain Ritzer said, but what about our uniforms? We must leave them behind and swim in our underclothes. I should say we should take a couple of suits with us. We could make them up into bundles and carry them on our heads while we swim. Of course, if we take them, we shall not be able to dive, but must swim across the moat to the cut, and trust to the darkness for the sentries not seeing us. Then, once on board a boat, we could take off our wet things and put the dry ones on. "But we can hardly wander about the country in shirts and drawers," Drummond Stauffen suggested. "Certainly not. My idea is that, as soon as we are a mile or two away, we should either board some boat where we see a light, and overpower the boatmen and take their clothes, if they will not sell them to us, or else land at some quiet house and rig ourselves out. There should be no great difficulty about that. Once rigged out, we must make south, for as soon as our escape is found out, the next morning cavalry will scour the country in every direction on this side of the river, and give notice of our escape at every town and village. After lying up quiet for a time, we must journey at least 50 miles west. We might make for Munich, if we like, or strike the Isar at Landshut, and then work up through Ratisbon, and then through Fichtel Mountain to Bayreuth, and so into Saxony. Or from Landshut we can cross Bomewald Mountains into Bohemia. Or, if we like, from Munich we can keep west into Württemberg, up through Hesse-Darmstadt and Kassel into Hanover. Or, lastly, we can go on to Mannheim and down the Rhine, and then come round by sea to Hamburg." The others laughed. "It looks a tremendous business. Anyhow, Drummond, I should never think of attempting it by myself," Ritzer said. "But if you assured me that you think it would be possible, I am ready to try it." "I think that there is every chance of success, Ritzer. I really do not see why it should fail. Of course, there is risk in it, but once fairly on the other side of the moat and on the river bank, it seems comparatively safe. We can see that there are always a lot of boats moored in the stream, this side of the bridge, and by taking a small boat we might put off to the one of them and get our change of clothes, at once bind and gag the crew. There are not likely to be above 2 or 3 of them, give them a piece of gold to pay for the clothes, and then row straight up the river and land a mile or 2 away. That would make it plain sailing. Of course, we should push the boat off when we landed, and it would float down past the town before daylight. The chances are that the boatmen, finding that they are no losers by the affair, would make no complaint to the authorities, but even if they did, we should be far beyond their reach by that time. All we have got to do is to choose a really dark night with wind and rain. The first job to be done is to get the heads off these rivets. I have examined them carefully. They are roughly done, and I don't fancy that the iron is very hard, and our knives will, I think, make a comparatively short job of it." "We could not work at night," Ritzer said. "The sentry in front would hear the noise." "I think of sawing the heads off," Fergus said, "with the help of a little oil. I fancy the steel will cut through the iron. Yesterday I tapped the edge of my knife against the edge of the stone parapet. It is a good steel, but very brittle, and I managed to make a pretty fast saw of it. Tomorrow I will do yours, if you like." All carried clasp knives for cutting their food with, when serving in the field. They had oil which they had brought for dressing salads with, and Fergus at once attacked one of the rivets. "It cuts," he said, after 3 or 4 minutes' work. "Of course it will be a long job, but we ought to do it in a week. There are 3 bars, and if we cut the rivets at one end of each, I have no doubt we shall be able to turn the bars on the rivets at the other end." They relieved each other at short intervals, and worked the greater part of the night. At the end of that time the head of one of the rivets was cut almost through. "We will leave it as it is now," Fergus said. "A quarter of an hour's work will take it off. As it is, no one would notice what has been done, unless he inspected it closely." Greatly encouraged by their success, the others now entered warmly into his plans. Using his knife instead of a stone, he was able the next day to convert their knives into much better saws than his own had been, and the other 2 rivets were cut in a much shorter time than the first. They waited another week, and then the wind began to rise, and by evening half a gale was blowing, and the rain falling heavily. There was no moon, and the night would be admirably suited for their purpose. Their supper was brought in at 6 o'clock. Knowing that they would not be visited again until morning, they at once began work. As soon as they had finished cutting one rivet, they tried the bar, and their united strength was quite sufficient to bend it far enough to allow it being withdrawn from the rivet. Then, throwing their weight upon it, it turned upon the bolt at the other end, until it hung perpendicular. In another half an hour the other 2 bars were similarly removed, and the heavy shutters opened. They were closed again until their preparations were complete. First they ate their supper, then sat and talked until 9. Then they knotted their sheets together and tied the underclothes into bundles. "The Austrian government will be no losers," Fergus laughed. "They will get 3 Prussian uniforms instead of 6 suits of prison underclothing. Now, shall I go first, or will one of you?" "We will go according to rank," Ritzer laughed. "Very well. Now mind, gentlemen, whatever you do, take the water quietly. I will wait until you are both down, then we will follow each other closely, so that we can help one another if necessary. I can hardly see the water from here, and the sentry being twice as far off from it as we are will see it less. Besides, I think it likely that they will be standing in their sentry boxes in such a rain as this, and I feel confident that we shall get across without being seen. The river is high, and the opposite wall of the moat is only a foot above water, so we shall have no difficulty in getting out on the other side. I have the money sewn in a small bag round my neck. We may as well take our knives with us. They will help us to tackle the boatmen. I think that is everything. Now we will be off." Fastening the sheet firmly to one of the bars, he swung himself out, slid down the rope quietly and noiselessly, and entered the water, which was so cold it almost took his breath away. He swam a stroke or 2 along the wall, and waited until joined by both his comrades. Their casemate being the end one, they had but some 10 or 20 yards to swim to the angle of the wall. Another 50 took them to a point facing the cut. Fergus had paced it out on the rampart above, and calculated that each stroke would take them a yard. It was too dark to see more than the dim line of the wall on the other side. He waited until the others joined him. "Are you all right?" he asked in a low voice. "Yes, but this cold is frightful." "We shall soon be out of it," he said. "Wait till I have gone a few yards, then follow, one after the other." The surface of the moat was so ruffled by the wind that Fergus had little fear of being seen, even if the sentry above was out and watching; but he felt sure that he would be in his sentry box, and so swam boldly across. He at once climbed on to the lower wall, helped his two companions out. They were completely numbed by the cold. "Come along," he said. "We are on the lower side of the cut. Crawl for a short distance, then we can get up and run, which will be the best thing for us." In 3 minutes they were up on the river bank. "Now we can change our clothing," he said. "The others will soon get wet, though, but they won't be as cold as these are." The things were soon stripped off. Each gave himself a rub with one of the dry shirts, and they were soon dressed in double suits and stockings. "That is better," Fergus said cheerfully. "Now for a short run along the towing path." A quarter of a mile's run, and circulation was restored, and all felt comparatively comfortable. They had, at the suggestion of Fergus, wrung out the things they had taken off, and thrown them over their shoulders, so as to afford some protection against the rain. They now dropped into a slower pace and, after going for a mile, they neared the spot where the craft were lying moored in the river. Several small boats were drawn up on the shore. One of these they launched, put out the oars, and rowed quietly to a large barge 50 yards from the bank, on which light was burning. Taking pains to prevent the boat striking her side, they stepped on board, fastening the head rope, and proceeded aft. After a light was burning in the cabin, and looking through a little round window in the door, they saw 3 boatmen sitting there, smoking and playing cards. They opened their knives, slid back the door, and stepped in. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of With Frederick the Great, a story of the 7 Years' War, by G. A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Ullman. Chapter 15. Escaped. So astonishing was the spectacle of 3 lightly clad men appearing suddenly on board a craft moored out on the river, that the 3 boatmen sat immovable, in the attitudes in which they had been sitting at the entry of these strange visitors, without uttering a word. Superstitious by nature, they doubted whether there was not something supernatural in the appearance of these 3 strangers. "If you cry out or make the slightest sound," Fergus said, showing his knife, "you are all dead men. If you sit quiet and do as we order you, no harm will come to you. We want clothes. If you have spare ones, you can hand them to us. If not, we must take those you have on. We are not robbers, and don't want to steal them. If you will fix a fair price on the things, we will pay for them. But you must, in any case, submit to be bound and gagged till morning, when, on going on deck, you will find no difficulty in attracting the attention of some of your comrades, who will at once release you. Keep your hands on the table while my friends take away your knives. If one of you moves a hand, he is as good as a dead man." His companions removed the knives from the belts of the 2 men sitting outside, and then Fergus said to the 3rd man, "Now, hand over your knife. That will do. Now, which of you is the captain?" "I am," the man sitting furthest from the door said. "Very well. Now, have you spare clothes on board?" "Yes, my lord," he replied, in a tone that showed that he had not yet recovered from his first stupefaction. "We have our Sunday suits." "We don't want them," Fergus said. "We want the 3 suits that you have on. What do you value them at?" "Anything you like, my lord." "No, I want to know how much they cost you when due." The man asked his 2 comrades, and then mentioned the total. "Very well, we will give you that. Then you have no reason for grumbling, for you will get 3 new suits for 3 old ones. Now do you," and he touched the man nearest him, "take off your coat, waistcoat, breeches, neckerchief, and boots, and then get into the bunk." The man did as he was ordered, as did the other two, in succession. As they did so, Captain Ritzer had gone up on deck and returned with a coil of thin rope that he had cut off. With this they tied the men securely. "There is no occasion to gag them, I think," Fergus said. "They might shout as loud as they liked, and with this wind blowing no one would hear them, or if anyone did hear them he would take it for the shouting of a drunken man. Now, look here, my men. Here is the money to buy the new clothes. We have not ill-treated you in any way, have we?" "No, sir. We are quite satisfied." "Now, I should advise you, in the morning, to manage to untie each other. We shall fasten the door up as we go out, but you will have no difficulty in bursting that open when you are once untied. Now, I ask you, as you are satisfied, to say nothing about this affair to anyone. It would only make you look a joke among your comrades, and could do you no good. The best thing that you can do, when you get free, will be to dress yourselves in your Sunday clothes, take your boat ashore, and buy new things in place of those we have taken. This is what we shall do, sir. No one would believe us if we told them that 3 men had come on board, taken our clothes, given us money to buy new ones in their place." The 3 boatmen were all tall and brawny Bavarians, and their clothes fitted Fergus and his companions well. Fishermen hats completed their costume. The little cabin had been almost oppressively warm, and they had completely got over their chill when they left it, closing the door behind them. They took their places in the boat, crossed to the opposite shore, which was to some extent sheltered from the wind, and rowed some 3 miles up. Then they landed, pushed the boat off into the stream, kept along the bank until they came to a road branching off to the left, and followed it until it struck the main road a few hundred yards away, and then walked west. There had been but few words spoken since they left the barge. It had been hard work rowing against the wind and stream. The oars were clumsy, and it had needed all the efforts to keep the boat headed straight. Now that they were in the main road, they were somewhat more sheltered. "Well, Drummond, we have accomplished what seems to me, in spite of your confidence, a well nigh impossible. We have obtained disguises, and we have 8 or 9 hours before our escape can be discovered." "I shall believe anything you tell me in the future," Ritzer said. "Yes," his companion agreed. "I never believed that we should succeed, though as you had set your heart on it, I did not like to hang back. But it really seemed to me a wild scheme, altogether. I thought possibly we might get out of the fort, but I believed that your plan of getting disguises would break down altogether. The rest seemed comparatively easy. The rain has ceased, and the stars are coming out, which is a comfort indeed. One was often wet through for days together when campaigning, but after 5 months' coddling, an 8 hours' tramp in a blinding rain would have been very unpleasant, especially as we have no change of clothes. Now, commanding officer, what is to be our next tale?" "That is simple enough," Fergus said with a laugh. "We have been down with a raft of timber from the mountains, and on our way back that must be our story till we have passed Ratisbon. There is but one objection, and that is a serious one. As raftsmen we should certainly speak the Bavarian dialect, which none of us can do. For that reason I think it would be safer to leave the Danube at Passau and make down through Munich. We should be at Passau tomorrow morning, and can put up at any little place by the riverside. 2 days' walking will take us to Munich. Certainly no one would suspect us of being escaped prisoners. We can get some other clothes tomorrow morning, and finish the rest of our journey as countrymen. The principal thing will be to get rid of these high boots. I think in other respects there is nothing very distinctive about our dress. It will be more difficult to concoct a story, but we must hope that we shan't be asked many questions, and I see no reason why we should be. We shall look like peasants going from a country village to a town, but if we could hit upon some story to account for our not speaking the dialect, it would of course be a great advantage." They walked along in silence for some time, and then he went on. I should say we might give out that we are 3 Saxons who, having been forced to Pirna to enter the Prussian army, have been taken prisoners at Hochkirch, and had been marched down with others to Vienna, and that there, on stating who we were and how we had been forced against our will into Frederick's army, we were at once released, and are now on our way back to Saxony, and are tramping through Bavaria, so as to avoid the risk of being seized and compelled to serve either in the Austrian army or the Prussian, and that we are working our way, doing a job wherever we can get a day or two's employment, but that at present, having worked for a time at Vienna, we are able to go on for a bit without doing so. I think with that story we could keep to the plan of going up through Ratisbon. It would be immensely shorter, and the story would be more probable than that we should make such a big detour to get home. Yes, I should think that would do well, Ritzer said, and will shorten the way by 200 miles. But after leaving Passau, I should think that we had better not follow the direct road until we get to Ratisbon. I grant that as far as that town we ought to be quite safe, for there is no chance of their finding out that we have escaped until 8 o'clock in the morning. Then our colonel will have to report the matter to the commandant in the town. No doubt he will send off a small party of cavalry by the Freiburg road to Budweis, to order the authorities there to keep a sharp lookout for 3 men passing north. But I doubt very much whether they will think of sending in this direction. The escape of 3 Prussian officers is, after all, no very important matter. Still, one cannot be too careful, for possibly the commandant may send to Munich, Ratisbon, and Vienna. It is more likely, however, that the search will be made principally in and around Linz. They will feel quite sure that we cannot possibly have obtained any disguises, and must have gone off in our undergarments, and they will reckon that we should naturally have hidden up in some outhouse or country loft until we could find some opportunity for obtaining clothes. Most likely the barge went on this morning, before the alarm had been given, but even if it didn't, boatmen would not be likely to hear of the escape of 3 prisoners. No, I think beyond Passau we shall be quite safe as far as pursuit goes, but it will be best to halt there only long enough to take a good meal, and then go on for a bit and stop at some quiet riverside village. I don't think I shall be able to go very far, Ritzer said. These boots are a great deal too large for me, and are chafing my feet horribly. The road is good and level, and I was thinking just now of taking them off and carrying them. That would be best way by far, Fergus said. I should think at Passau we are sure to find a boat going up to Ratisbon, and that will settle the difficulty. The distance was some 30 miles, and, making 1 or 2 halts for a rest, they reached Passau just as morning was breaking. In a short time the little inns by the river opened their doors, and the riverside was astir. They went into one of the inns, ate a hearty meal. Then they went down to the waterside and found that there were several country boats going up river. They soon bargained for a passage, and had just time to buy a basket of bread, sausage, and cheese, with half a dozen bottles of wine before the boat started. There were no other passengers on board, and, telling the story they had agreed upon, they were soon on good terms with the boatsmen. Including the windings of the river, it was some 80 miles to Ratisbon. The boat was towed by 2 horses and glided pleasantly along, taking 3 days on the passage. They brought food at the villages where the craft lay up for the night, and arrived at Ratisbon at 9 o'clock in the evening. There they found no difficulty in obtaining a lodging at a small inn, where no questions whatever were asked. A short day's journey took them to Neumarkt, a tramp of upwards of 20 miles. It was a longer journey on to Bamberg, and 2 days later, to their satisfaction, they entered Coburg. They were now out of Bavaria, and escaped all the difficulties as to the dialect far better than they had anticipated, never having been asked any questions since they left the boat at Ratisbon. They had now only to say that they were on their way to join the Confederate army that was again being gathered. But they preferred avoiding all questions by walking by night and resting at little wayside inns during the day, avoiding all towns, for the troops were beginning to move. They crossed the Saxon frontier 3 days after leaving Coburg, and then travelled by easy stages to Dresden. Here they went straight to the headquarters of the commandant of the town, and reported themselves to him. Fergus had personal acquaintances on his staff, and had no difficulty in obtaining for himself and his companions an advance of a portion of the pay due to them, in order that they might obtain new outfits. This took a couple of days, and the two captains then said goodbye to Fergus, with many warm acknowledgments for the manner in which he had enabled them to regain their freedom, expressions all the more earnest since they heard that the Austrians had decided that, in the future, they would make no exchange whatever of prisoners, and started to rejoin their regiments. Fergus felt strangely lonely when they had left him. The king was at Breslau. Keith was lying dead in Hochkirch. What had become of Lindsay he knew not, nor did he know to whom he ought to report himself, or where Karl might be with his remaining charger and belongings. Hitherto at Dresden he had felt at home. Now, save for Count Eulenfurst and his family, he was a stranger in this place. Naturally, therefore, he went out to their chateau. Here he was received with the same warmth as usual. "Of course we heard of your capture at Hochkirch," the count said, though not for many weeks afterwards. "We were alarmed when the news came of the marshal's death, for as it was upon his division that the brunt of the battle had fallen, we feared greatly for you. At last came the list the Austrians had sent in of the prisoners they had taken, and we were delighted to see your name in it, though as the Austrians have been so chary of late of exchanging prisoners, we feared that we might not see you for some time. However, remembering how you got out of Spielberg, we did not despair of seeing you back in the spring." Thirza was especially confident. "I believe she conceives you capable of achieving impossibilities. However, you have justified her faith in you. Supper will be served in a few minutes, and as no doubt your story is, as usual, a long one, we will not begin it until we have finished the meal. But tell us first, how were you captured?" "I was riding through the mist to find the marshal, whom I had not seen for 2 hours, as I was with the regiment that defended the church at Hochkirch, and then cut its way out through the Austrians. The mist was so thick that I could not see 10 yards ahead. I rode plump into an Austrian battalion. They fired a volley that killed poor Turk, and before I could get on my feet I was surrounded and taken prisoner. Not a very heroic way, I must admit. A much pleasanter way, though, than that of being badly wounded, and so found on the field by the enemy," the countess said. "And you were fortunate indeed in getting through that terrible battle unhurt." "I was indeed, countess, but I would far rather have lost a limb than my dear friend and relation, the marshal. I was allowed to attend his funeral the next day. The Austrians paid him every honour, and though I have mourned for him most deeply, I cannot but feel that it was the death he would himself have chosen. He had been ailing for some months, and had twice been obliged to leave his command and rest. It would, in any case, probably have been his last campaign. After such a wonderfully adventurous life as he had, he would have felt being laid upon the shelf sorely. His elder brother, Earl Marischal in Scotland, is he not, who has been governor for some years at Neufchatel, is with the king at Breslau at present. They say the king was greatly affected at the loss of the marshal, who, since Sherwin's death, has been his most trusted general." "I have never seen the marshal's brother," Fergus said, "though I know that they were greatly attached to each other. I hope that he will be at Breslau when I get there. I shall go and report myself to the king, after I have had a few days' rest here. At present I seem altogether unattached. The marshal's staff is, of course, broken up, but as I served on the king's own staff twice during the last campaign, I trust that he will put me on it again." "That he will do, of course," the count said. "After saving his life at Zorndorf, he is sure to do so." Supper was now announced, and after it had been removed and the party drew round the fire, Fergus told them the story of his escape. "It was excellently managed," the count said, when he had finished. "I do not know that it was quite as dramatic as your escape from Spielberg, but I should think that, of the two, the escape from Linz must have seemed the most hopeless. The plan of getting the shutters opened and of swimming the moat might have occurred to anyone, but the fact that you were in uniform, and that it would have been impossible to smuggle in a disguise, would have appeared to most men an insurmountable obstacle to carrying out the plan. You certainly are wonderfully full of resource. As a rule, I should think that it is much more difficult for two men to make their escape from a place than it is from one alone, but it did not seem to be so in this case. It certainly did not add to the difficulty of getting out of the fort, count. Indeed, in one respect it rendered it more easy. There were three of us to work at the heads of the rivets, and it certainly facilitated our getting clothes from the boatmen, besides rendering the journey much more pleasant than it would have been for one of us alone. On the other hand, it would have been impossible to carry out the escape from Spielberg in the manner I did, if I had two officers with me in the cell. We could not have hoped to obtain 3 uniforms, could hardly have expected all to slip by the sentry unnoticed. Lastly, the 3 of us could not have got post horses. Still, it is quite possible that we might have escaped in some other manner." "Then you have not the most remote idea where you will find your servant and horse?" "Not the slightest. If Captain Lindsay got safely through the battle of Hochkirch, I should say that my man would stick by him. His servant, a tough Scotchman, and Karl are great chums, and I have no doubt that, unless he received positive orders to the contrary, Karl has kept company with him. Of course, you can find out, from the authorities here, who has taken command of Marshal Keith's division, and might possibly hear whether he took over the marshal's personal staff, or whether he brought his own officers with him." "Yes, I should think I might do that, count. I think I shall, in any case, report myself to the king. But if Lindsay were stationed at any place I could pass through, on my way to Breslau, I would pick up Karl and my horse." "I shall, of course, send you another horse tomorrow," the count said. No, it is of no use you saying anything against it. It was settled that I should supply you with mounts while the war lasted, and I intend to carry that out fully. I don't know that I have another in my stable here that is quite the equal to the other pair, but there are 2 or 3 that approach them very nearly. If you can get a mounted orderly, well and good. If not, I will lend you one of my men. Any of my grooms would be delighted to go with you, for all regard you as the saviour of our lives. I am afraid, my friend, you will not be able to pay us many more visits. Your king is a miracle of steadfastness, of energy and rapidity, but even he cannot perform impossibilities. Leave out the Russians, and I believe he would be more than a match for the Austrians, who are hampered by the slowness of their generals. But Russia cannot be ignored. In the first campaign she was non-existent. In the second she annexed East Prussia. This year you have had a deadly tussle with her. Next year she may be still more formidable, and I do not believe that Frederick, with all his skill and with the splendid valour his troops show, can keep the Russians from advancing still further into the country, and at the same time prevent the Austrians and the Federal army from snatching Dresden from his grasp. I myself should regret this deeply. Prussia, although she taxes the population heavily, at least permits no disorders nor ill treatment of the people, no plundering of the villages, while the Austrians, Croats and Pandours will spread like a swarm of hornets over the land, and the state of Saxons, under their so-called rescuers, will be infinitely worse than it had been under their conquerors. It would be a heavy blow to the king to lose Dresden." Fergus agreed, but I am by no means sure that he would not be better without it, except, of course, that it would bring the enemy so much nearer to Berlin. Otherwise, the loss of Saxony would be a benefit to him. During all his movements and in all his combinations, he is forced to keep his eye on Dresden. At one moment it is Soubise, with his mixed army of French, Austrians, and Confederate troops, who have to be met, and leaving all else. Frederick is forced to march away 200 or 300 miles, waste 2 or 3 precious months before he can get a blow at them. Then he has to leave a considerable force to prevent them gathering again, while he hurries back to prevent Daun from besieging Dresden, or to wrest Silesia again out of his hands. Saxony lost, he could devote his whole mind and his whole power to the Russian and Austrian armies, who will, no doubt, at the next campaign endeavour to act together. And the nearer they are to each other, the more easily and rapidly can he strike blows at them alternately. "Perhaps you are right," the count said, "and certainly the Austrians would have to keep a considerable force to garrison Dresden and hold Saxony, for they would be sure that, at the very first opportunity, Frederick would be among them, raining his blows rapidly and heavily. As to any advance north, they would not dare attempt it, for Frederick, who can move more than twice as fast as any Austrian army, would fall on their flank or rear and annihilate them. Still, the blow would be undoubtedly a heavy one for the king, inasmuch as it would greatly raise the spirits of his enemies, and would seem to show them that the end was approaching. I think the end is a good way off still, Count. Even if the Russians and Austrians marched across Prussia, they would hold little more than the ground they stood on. Frederick would be ever hovering around them, attacking them on every opportunity, and preventing them from sending off detached columns, while the cavalry of Ziethen and Seydlitz would effectively prevent Cossacks and Croats from going out to gather stores for the armies, and to plunder and massacre on their own account. I doubt whether anything short of the annihilation of his army would break the king's spirit, and, so far as I can see, that is by no means likely to take place. However, the point at present, my friend, is that if the Austrians get Dresden, it may be long before we see you again. I fancy that when the army goes into winter quarters again, if I am able to get leave of absence, I shall do myself the pleasure of paying you a visit, whether the city has changed hands or not. If one can travel twice through Austria without being detected, it is hard indeed if I cannot make my way into Saxony." "But you must not run too great risks," the countess said. "You know how glad we should be to see you, and that we regard you as one of ourselves. But even a mother could hardly wish a son to run into such danger, in order that they might see each other for a short time." "What do you say, Thirza?" her father asked. The girl, thus suddenly addressed, coloured hotly. "I should be glad to see him, father. He knows that very well. But I should not like him to run risks." "But he is always running risks, child, and that, so far as I can see, without so good a reason. At any rate, I shall not join your mother in protesting. What he says is very true. He has twice made his way many hundreds of miles in disguise, for the purpose of getting here in time for the first fighting, and I do not think there will be anything like the same risk in his coming here to pay us a visit. At the same time, I would not say a single word to induce him to do so. There is no saying where he may be when the next winter sets in, or what may take place during the coming campaign. In times like these, it is a folly to make plans of any sort 3 months in advance. I only say, therefore, that, should everything else be favourable, I think that an Austrian occupation of Saxony would not be a very serious obstacle to his paying us a visit next winter. Once here, he would be absolutely safe, and as the household know what he has done for us, and probably for them, for there is no saying whether some, at least, of them might not have been killed by those villains, their absolute discretion and silence can be relied upon. However, it may be that we shall see him long before that. The king may have occasion to be here many times during the summer." The count would not hear of Fergus returning to the hotel where he had put up, and for a week he remained at the chateau, where the time had passed very pleasantly. The luxurious appointments, the hospitable attentions of his host and hostesses, and the whole of his surroundings formed a strong contrast, indeed, both to his life when campaigning and the 5 months he had spent in the casemate at Linz. At the end of that time, he felt he ought to be on the move again. He had learnt that the officers of the marshal's staff had been dispersed, some being attached to other divisions, and that Lindsay was now upon the staff of Prince Henry. The prince was out Erfurt way, and had already had some sharp fighting with the French and the Confederates' army. Fergus had learned this on the day after his arrival at the chateau, and also that to the east there was no sign of any movement on the part of Daun or of the king. He therefore suffered himself to be persuaded to stay on for a week. "Nobody is expecting you, Drummond," the count said. "No doubt they will be glad to see you, but they will be just as glad 10 days later as 10 days earlier. You are believed to be safe in some Austrian prison, and you may be sure that no one will make any inquiries whether you spent a week or a month in recovering from your fatigues before taking up your duties again. At any rate, you must stay for at least a week." The visit was, indeed, extended 2 days beyond that time, for the count and countess so pressed him that he was glad to give way, especially as his own inclinations strongly seconded their entreaties. On the 9th morning he was astonished when his bedroom door opened and Karl came in and gave his morning salute as impassively as if he had seen him the evening before. "Why, Karl," he exclaimed, "where do you spring from? How do you know that I was here? When did you arrive?" "I arrived last night, major, but as it was late we went straight to the stable." "Who is we, Karl?" "The count's messenger, sir. He reached me at Erfurt, where I was with Captain Lindsay 4 days ago, and I started with him at half an hour later. He had set out from here with a led horse, and had ridden through but one night in bed, and we had changes of horses coming back. And Tartar is in good condition, major. I led him all the way down." "This is most kind and thoughtful of the count," Fergus exclaimed as he began to dress. "Well, I am heartily glad to see you again, Karl. I was by no means sure that you had got off safely at Hochkirch. I looked around for you directly I had been captured, but could see nothing of you, and knew not whether you had ridden off or had been killed by the volley that finished poor Turk, and brought about my capture. It was a bad business, major, and I have never forgiven myself that I was not by your side. But the thing was so sudden that I was taken altogether by surprise. My horse was grazed with a bullet, and what with that and the sudden flash of fire, he bolted. I had just caught sight of you and Turk going down in a heap as my horse spun round, and it had galloped a full 100 yards before I could check it. Then I did not know what was best to do. It seemed to me that you must certainly be killed. If I had been sure that you had been wounded and taken prisoner, I should have gone back. But even then I might, more likely than not, have been shot by the Austrians before I could explain matters. But I really thought that you were killed, and as, from the shouting and firing, it seemed to me that the enemy had it all their own way there, I rode back to the farmhouse. Luckily, the Austrians had not got there, so I took Tartar and rode with him to the king's quarters, and left him with his grooms, who know him well enough, and then later on, having nothing else to do, I joined Seidlitz, and had the satisfaction of striking many a good blow in revenge for you. Late in the afternoon, when the fighting was over, I found Captain Lindsay and told him about your loss. He comforted me a bit by saying that he did not think you were born to be shot, and said that I had better stay with Donald till there was news about you. 2 days later he told me they had got the list of prisoners the Austrians had taken, and that you were with them and unwounded. Then, Major, I was furious with myself that I had not been taken prisoner too. I should have more trouble still if Captain Lindsay had not said that, in the first place. Tartar would have been lost if I had not come back straight to fetch him, and that, in the second place, it was not likely that you would have been able to keep me with you had I been a prisoner. We might not even have been shut up in the same fortress. I asked him what I had better do, and he said, I am going west to join Prince Henry. You had better come with me. You may be sure that there will be no questions asked about you, one way or the other. I have no doubt Major Drummond will be back in the spring. He is sure to get out somehow. It seemed to me that that was the best plan too, Major. If I had been sent back to my regiment, I don't know what I should have done with your horse. And then, if you did return, I might not have heard about it, and you would not have known what had become of me. Once or twice during the month, Captain Lindsay has said to me, your master ought to have been here before this call. I quite reckoned on his arriving by the end of March. I said perhaps you had not been able to get out, but he would not hear of it. He said once, if you were to head up the major in a barrel, he could find his way out somehow. He will be back soon. He seemed so positive about that. I was not a bit surprised when the messenger came and said that you were at the count's here, and that I was to ride with him post-haste, so as to catch you before you started to join the king at Breslau. Captain Lindsay was as pleased as I was. He was just mounting when the messenger came in, but wrote a line on the leaf of his pocketbook. Here it is, sir. The slip of paper merely contained the words, 1,000 welcomes, my dear Drummond. I have been expecting you for some time. I wish you had turned up here instead of at Dresden. Hope to see you again soon. By this time Fergus addressed. My dear Count, he exclaimed as he entered the room where the Count and his wife and daughter were already assembled. How can I thank you for your great kindness in taking such pains to fetch Karl a horse down for me? I had no great pains about the matter, the Count replied with a smile. I simply wrote to my steward that a messenger must be sent to Erfurt at once to order Major Drummond's soldier's servant to come here at all speed with his master's horse and belongings. Make what arrangements you like, I said, for relays of horses. But anyhow, he must get to Erfurt in 3 days, and would not give him 4 for coming back again with the man. He is to be found at the quarters of Captain Lindsay, who is on the staff of Prince Henry. If Captain Lindsay himself is away, you must find out his servants. That was all the trouble that I had in the matter. You have really to thank Thirza, for it was her idea. Directly you had left the room, after your telling us that Lindsay was with Prince Henry, and most likely at Erfurt, she said, I should think, father, that there would be time to fetch Major Drummond's servant and horse. It is not so very far, and surely it might be done in a week. Well thought of, I said. It is 170 miles. A courier with relays of horses could do it in 3 days, without difficulty, and might be back here again, with Drummond's servant, in another 4 days. I will give orders at once, so we can manage to get Drummond to delay his departure for a day or 2. So the thing was done. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of With Frederick the Great, A Story of the 7 Years' War by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Oldman. Chapter 16. At Minden. On the following day, Fergus started riding the new horse the Count had given him, while Karl led Tartar. The journey to Breslau was performed without adventure. He found on arrival that the king had, 10 days before, gone to Landshut, round which place a portion of his army was cantoned. At Landshut he commanded the main press into Bohemia, was in a position to move rapidly towards any point where Daun might endeavour to break through into Silesia, and was yet but a few marches from Dresden, should the tide of war flow in that direction. Already several blows had been struck at the enemy. As early as the 16th of February, Prince Henry had attacked the Confederate army which, strengthened by some Austrian regiments, had intended to fortify itself at Erfurt and driven it far away, while the Prince of Brunswick had made a raid into the small federal states and carried off 2,000 prisoners. Early in March a force from Giego had marched into Poland and destroyed many Russian magazines, while on April 13th, the very day on which Fergus arrived in Breslau, Duke Ferdinand had fought a battle with the French army under Broglio near Bergen. The French, however, were very strongly posted, and Ferdinand was unable to capture their position, and lost 2,500 men, while the French lost but 1,900. On the same day, Prince Henry crossed the mountains and destroyed all the Austrian magazines through the country between Eger and Prague, containing food for an army of 50,000 for 5 months, captured 3,000 prisoners, and burnt 200 boats collected on the Elbe, near Leitmeritz, and was back again after an absence of but 9 days. A fortnight later he was off again, marching this time towards Bamberg, burning magazines and carrying off supplies. He captured Bayreuth and Bamberg, took 2,500 prisoners, and struck so heavy a blow at the little princelings of the Confederacy that he was able to leave matters to themselves in the west, should the king require his aid against Daun or the Russians. On the 16th of April, Fergus arrived at Landshut and proceeded to the royal quarters. On sending his name to the king, he was at once ushered in. "So you have returned, Major Drummond," Frederick said cordially, "and in plenty of time to see the play. Though, indeed, I should not be surprised if it is some time before the curtain draws up. I had some hopes that you might rejoin, for after your last escape I doubted whether any Austrian prison would hold you long. I am glad to see you back again. Ah, it was a heavy loss, that of our good marshal. None but myself can say how I miss him. He was not only as a general one of the best and most trustworthy, but as a friend he was always cheery, always hopeful, one to whom I can tell all my thoughts. Ah, if I had but taken his advice at Hochkirch, I would not have had to mourn his loss." "It was a heavy blow to you also, Major Drummond." "A heavy blow indeed, your majesty. He was as kind to me as if he had been my father. I will try to supply his place," the king said gravely. "He died in my service, and through my error. For my own sake, I am glad that you are here. You have something of his temperament, and I can talk freely with you, too, whatever comes into my head. I do not know whether I did rightly in coming to report myself direct to you, sire, but your kindness has always been so great to me that I thought it would be best to come straight to you instead of reporting myself elsewhere, having indeed no fixed post or commander. You did quite right. By the way, Keith's brother, the Scottish Earl Marischal, is here." He touched a bell and said to the officer who came in, "Will you give my compliments to Earl Marischal Keith, and beg him to come to me for a few minutes." 2 minutes later Keith entered, a tall man, less strongly built than his brother, but much resembling him. "Excuse my sending for you, Earl Marischal," the king said, "but I want to introduce to you your young cousin, Major Drummond, a very brave young officer, as you may well imagine, since he has already gained that rank and wears our military order of the Black Eagle. He tells me that he has not hitherto met you, but he came over here at your brother's invitation, was a very great favourite of his, and was deeply attached to him." "My brother mentioned you frequently in his letters to me," Keith said, holding out his hand to Fergus. "I knew but little of your mother, first cousin as she is, for being 10 years older than my brother. She was but a little child in my eyes when I first saw her. Were it not that I am past military work, I would gladly try to fill my brother's place to you. But if I cannot aid you in your profession, I can at least give you a share of my affection." "As to his profession, Keith, that is my business," the king said. "He saved my life at Zorndorf, and has in so many ways distinguished himself that his success in his career is already assured. He is, by many years, the youngest major in the service, and if this war goes on, there is no saying to what height he may rise. He has just returned from an Austrian prison, where, as I told you when you joined me, he was carried after Hochkirch. I don't know yet how he escaped. He must dine with me this evening, and afterwards he shall tell us about it. Mitchell dines with us also. He, too, is a friend of this young soldier, and has a high opinion of him." That evening, after dinner, Fergus related to the party, which consisted only of the king, Keith, and the British ambassador, how he escaped from prison. "The next time the Austrians catch you, Major Drummond," King said when he had finished, "if they want to keep you, they will have to chain you by the leg, as they used to do in the old times." For months the Prussian and Austrian armies lay inactive. Daun had supposed that, as the king had begun the 3 previous campaigns by launching his forces into Bohemia, he would be certain to follow the same policy, and he had therefore placed his army in an almost impregnable position, and waited for the king to assume the offensive. Frederick, however, felt that with his diminished forces he could no longer afford to dash himself against the strong position so carefully chosen and entrenched by the enemy, and must now confine himself to the defensive, and leave it to the Austrians to attempt to cross the passes and give battle. The slowness with which they marched, in comparison with the speed at which the Prussian troops could be taken from one point to another, gave him good ground for believing that he should find many opportunities for falling upon the enemy when in movement. It was a long time before the Austrian general recognized the change in Frederick's strategy. Still longer before he could bring himself to abandon his own tactics of waiting and fortifying, and determined to abandon his strongholds and assume the offensive. When July opened he had, by various slow and careful marches, planted himself in a very strong position at Marklisse, while Frederick, as usual, was watching him. Daun was well aware that Frederick, of all things, desired to bring on a battle, but knowing that the Russians, 100,000 strong under Soltikoff, was steadily approaching, he determined to wait where he was, and to allow the brunt of the fighting for once to fall on them. Fergus, by this time, was far away. The long weeks had passed as slowly to him as they had to the king, and he was very glad indeed when, on the 2nd of June, Frederick said to him: "I know that you are impatient for action, Major Drummond. Your blood is younger than mine, and I feel it hard enough to be patient myself. However, I can find some employment for you. Duke Ferdinand has now, you know, 12,000 English troops with him. He has written to me saying that, as neither of his aides-de-camp can speak English, he begs that I would send him an officer who can do so, for very few of the British are able to speak German, and serious consequences might arise from the misapprehension of orders on the day of the battle. Therefore, I have resolved to send you to him, and you can start tomorrow at daybreak. I will have a despatch prepared for you to carry to the Duke, who, of course, by the way, knows you, and will, I am sure, be glad to have you with him. Later on, I must send another of my Scottish officers to take your place with him, for I like having you with me. However, at present you are wasting your time, and may as well go." "We are off again tomorrow morning, Karl," Fergus said, in high spirits, as he reached his quarter. "That is the best news that I have heard since the count's messenger brought me word at Erfurt that you had returned, Major. It has been the dullest 6 weeks we have had since we first marched from Berlin. For a while in winter one knows that nothing can be done, and so is content to rest quietly. In spring one is always expecting something, and if nothing comes of it, one worries and grumbles. It is a long ride we are going this time, Karl. I don't care how long it is, Major, so that one is moving. I am going to join the Duke of Brunswick's staff. "That is something like a ride, Major," Karl said in surprise, "for it is right from one side of Prussia to the other." "Yes, it is over 450 miles. Well, Major, we have got good horses, and they have had an easy time of it lately. How long do you think that we shall take?" "Well, Major, the horses can do 40 miles a day. If they have a day to rest halfway, your horses can do more, riding them on alternate days, but it would be as much as mine could do to manage that. We must take them by turns, Karl. They will give each horse a partial rest one day out of 3. Like that they could do it, I should say, Major, in about a fortnight." They rode first to Breslau, and thence to Magdeburg, passing through many towns on the long journey, but none of any great importance. At Magdeburg they heard that they must make for Hanover, where they could be able to ascertain the precise position of the Duke's army, which was on the northern frontier of Westphalia, while the French under the Duke of Broglio were advancing north from Frankfurt on Main. Another French army, under Contades, was moving against Ferdinand from the west, as it was probable that there would, at least, be no great battle until the two French armies combined. Fergus, who had already given his horses 2 days' complete rest, remained for 3 days at Magdeburg, as it was likely that he would have to work them hard when he joined the Duke. 5 days later he rode into the Duke of Brunswick's principal camp, which was near Osnabrück, where was situated his central magazine. "I am glad to see you, Major Drummond," the Duke said cordially, when Fergus reported himself. "I thought perhaps the king would select you for the service, and I know how zealous and active you are. I am greatly in need of a staff officer who can speak English, for none of mine can do so. I think that we shall have some hard fighting here, soon. You see that I am very much in the position of the king, menaced from 2 locations. If I move to attack Contades, Broglio will have Hanover entirely open to him, while if I move against him, Contades will capture Munster and Osnabrück, and get all my magazines, and might even push on and occupy the town of Hanover before I could get back. So you see I have nothing to do but to wait in this neighbourhood until I see their designs. I have some 12,000 of your countrymen here, and I rely upon them greatly. We know how they fought at Fontenoy. Splendid fellows they are. There is a Scottish regiment with them, whose appearance in kits and feathers is so in no slight degree astonishes both the people and my own soldiers. Their cavalry are very fine, too. They have much heavier horses than ours, and should be terrible in a charge. How long have you been on the road?" "I have been 18 days, sir. I could have ridden faster myself, having a spare charger, but my orderly could hardly travel more rapidly, and indeed when I got to Magdeburg and found that it was not likely that there would be any engagement for some time, I allowed the horses 3 days' rest, so that they should be fit for service as soon as they arrived here." A tent was at once erected in the staff lines for Fergus. He found upon inquiry that the British division was at present at Munster. He was invited by the Duke to dinner that evening, and was introduced to the officials of the staff, who received him courteously, but with some surprise that one so young should not only bear the rank of major, but the coveted insignia of the Black Eagle. The Duke, however, when the introductions were over, gave him a short account of the newcomer's services, and after dinner begged Fergus to tell him how he escaped from Linz, and they had a hearty laugh over the manner in which he and his companions obtained their first disguise. "I have heard something of this," Colonel Zolwyn, the head of staff, said. "Captains Stauffen and Ritzer were both ordered here, on their arrival at Berlin, and though I have not met them, I have heard from others of their escape from Linz, which they ascribe entirely to a major of Marshal Keith's staff, who was a fellow prisoner of theirs." For the next 3 weeks Fergus was on horseback from morning till night. The movements of the troops were incessant. The two French generals manoeuvred with great skill, giving no opportunity for the Duke of Brunswick to strike a blow at either. Broglio, guided by a treacherous peasant, captured Minden by surprise. Contades, with 30,000 men, had taken up an unassailable position, his right wing on the Weser and his left on impassable bogs and quagmires, and with his front covered by the Bastow, a deep and unfordable brook. 30,000 of his troops were occupied in besieging Munster and Osnabrück and other places, and succeeded in capturing the latter, containing the Duke's magazines of hay and cavalry forage. The Duke's position became very grave, and the French believed that, in a very short time, they would be masters of all Hanover. Broglio's force of 20,000 men was on the east side of the Weser, and Ferdinand was unable to move or to strike a blow at the detached force of Contades, for had he done so, Broglio would have captured the city of Hanover, which lay perfectly open to him within a day's march. Fergus had been specifically employed in carrying dispatches to the British division, and had made many acquaintances among the officers. As the army gradually concentrated, when the French forces drew closer together, he often spent the evening in their tents when the day's work was done. In the Scotch regiment he was soon quite at home. The fact that he was related to Marshal Keith, of whom every Scotchman was proud, and had been one of his aides-de-camp, sufficed in itself to render him at once popular. The officers followed with eager interest the accounts of the various battles he had witnessed, and little by little extracted from him some account of the manner in which he had won his steps so rapidly in the Prussian service. He found that they, and the British troops in general, had a profound dislike for Lord Sackville, who commanded them, but who was especially in command of their cavalry. All described him as a heavy, domineering fellow, personally indolent and slow, on ill terms with the Duke of Brunswick, whom in a quiet and obstinate way he seemed bent on thwarting. "He is an ill-conditioned brute," one of the officers remarked. "The only thing to be said for him is that he is not deficient in personal courage. He has fought several duels, into which he brought himself by his overbearing temper. Although he had frequently carried dispatches to Sackville, Fergus had not exchanged a word with him. The English general had taken the paper from his hand, barely acknowledging his salute, and not indeed glancing at him, but turning on his feet and walking off to read the contents of the dispatch, which generally appeared to displease him, judging by the manner in which he spoke to his officers. Then he would go into his tent, and one of his aides-de-camp would shortly come out with a letter containing his reply. Fergus naturally came to regard the English commander with the same dislike that his own officers felt for him. One day, when handing him a dispatch, he omitted the usual salute. Sackville noticed it at once. "Why do you not salute, sir?" he said, raising his head and for the first time looking at the Duke's aide-de-camp. "This is the 12th time, sir, that I have brought dispatches from the Duke of Brunswick. Upon each occasion I have made the military salute. By the regulations of the army, I believe that the superior officer is as much bound to return a salute as the inferior officer is to render it. As you have not chosen upon any one of these 12 occasions to return my salute, I see no reason why I should continue to give it." Sackville looked at him as he shouted in English with astonishment and rage. "And who the devil are you?" "I am Major Fergus Drummond, a companion of the Order of the Black Eagle, and an aide-de-camp of the King of Prussia." "The deuce you are!" Sackville said insolently. "I did not know that the King of Prussia promoted lads to be majors, chose them from his aides-de-camp, and made them companions of his order." "Then, sir, you know it now," Fergus said quietly. "And for explanation of my rank, I beg to refer you to the Duke of Brunswick, who will, I doubt not, be not unwilling to explain the matters to you." "I shall report your insolence to the Duke at any rate, sir. Were it not for my position here, I would myself condescend to give you the lesson of which you seem to me to be in want. I should doubt it, sir, whether I could receive any lesson at your hands. But after this affair has terminated, I shall be happy to afford you an opportunity of endeavouring to do so." Lord Sackville was on the point of replying when the colonel and his staff, whom Fergus had met at dinner at the Duke's, and who spoke German fluently, came up and said: "Pardon me, General. Can I speak to you for a moment?" Fergus reined back his horse a length or two, while the officer spoke rapidly to Lord Sackville. "I don't care a fig," the latter burst out passionately. The officer continued to speak. The general listened sullenly. Then, turning to Fergus, he said: "Well, sir, we shall leave the matter as it is. As soon as this battle is over, I shall waive my rank and meet you." "I shall be ready at any time," Fergus said, and then, formally saluting, he rode away. "I suppose you have no answer, Major Drummond," the Duke said when he returned to his quarter. "But indeed there is none needed." "I have no answer, sir, and indeed did not wait for one. Lord Sackville and I had somewhat a hot altercation, and he related word for word what had passed." "It is a pity, but I cannot blame you," the Duke said, when Fergus had finished. "The man has given me a great deal of trouble, ever since he joined us with his force. He is always slow in obeying orders. Sometimes he seems wilfully to misunderstand them, and altogether he is a thorn in my side. I am glad, indeed, that the British infantry division are entirely under my control. With them I have no difficulty whatever. He was entirely in the wrong in this matter, and I certainly should address a remonstrance to him on the subject of his manner and language to one of my staff. But our relations are already unpleasantly strained, and any open breach between us might bring about a serious disaster." "I certainly should not wish that you should make any allusions to the matter, sir. Possibly I may have an opportunity of teaching him to be more polite after we are done with the French." By two sudden strokes the Duke, in the third week of July, obtained possession of Bremen, thereby obtaining a port by which that reinforcements from England could reach him, and also recaptured Osnabrueck, and found to his great satisfaction that the French had also established a magazine there, so that the stores were even larger than when they had taken it from him. The great point was to induce Contades to move from his impregnable position. He knew that both Contades and Broglio were as anxious as he was to bring about a battle, did they but see an advantageous opportunity, and he took a bold step to tempt them. On the 30th of July, he sent the hereditary prince, with a force of 10,000 men, to make a circuit and fall upon Gohfeld, 10 miles up the Weser, and so cut the line by which Contades brought up food for his army from Cassel, 70 miles to the south. Such a movement would compel the French either to fight or to fall back. It was a bold and, had it not succeeded, would have been deemed a rash one, for it left him with but 36,000 men to face the greatly superior force of the French. The bait proved too tempting for the French generals. It seemed to them that the Duke had committed a fatal mistake. His left, leaning on the Weser, was, by the march of the force to Gohfeld, left unsupported at a distance of 3 miles from the centre, and it seemed to them that they could now hurl themselves into the gap, destroy the Duke's left, and then crush his centre and right, and cut off whatever remnant might escape from Hanover. On Tuesday evening, July 1st, the French got into motion as soon as it was dark. During the night, Contades crossed by 19 bridges that he had thrown across the Bastow, while at the same time Broglio crossed the Weser by the bridge of the town, and took up his position facing the Prussian left wing, which rested on the village of Tartenhausen, intending to attack him early in the morning and to finish before the Duke could bring the centre to his assistance. Feeling sure that the French would fall into the trap, the Duke ordered his cavalry to mount at 1 o'clock in the morning, and moved in with his troops from the villages around which they were encamped, closing in towards Minden, whereby the centre gradually came into touch with the left, the whole forming a segment of circle of which Minden was the centre. The French also formed a segment of a similar circle, nearer to Minden. Contades was a long time getting his troops into position, for a great confusion was caused by their having crossed by so many bridges, and it took hours to range them in order of battle. Broglio was in position, facing the Duke's left. At 5 o'clock in the morning he was strong in artillery and infantry, but as the ground on both flanks was unfavourable for the action of cavalry, these were all posted in the centre. The cavalry, indeed, was the strongest portion of the force. They numbered 10,000 and were the flowers of the French army. The Duke placed 6 regiments of British infantry in his centre. They were the 12th, 20th, 23rd, 25th, 37th, and 51st. Some regiments of Hanoverians were in line behind him. The British cavalry were on the Duke's right. The morning was misty, and it was not until 8 o'clock that both sides were ready. And indeed, even then, Contades' infantry was not finally settled in its position. The battle began with an attack by some Hessian regiment on the village of Hanlin, and by a very heavy fire of artillery on both sides. The orders to the English regiments had been, "March to attack the enemy on sound of drum," meaning that they were to move when the drums gave the signal for the advance. The English, however, understood the order to be, "You are to advance to the sound of your drums." They waited for a time, while the attack on Hanlin continued. It was repulsed 3 times before it succeeded. But before this happened, the English regiments lost patience and said, "We ought to be moving." The drums therefore struck up, and to the astonishment of the Hanoverians, these English battalions strode away towards the enemy. However, the regiments of the second line followed. As the British stepped forward, a tremendous crossfire of artillery opened upon them, 30 guns on one side and as many on the other. But in spite of this, the 6 regiments passed on unfalteringly, with their drums beating lustily behind them. Then there was a movement in the front, and a mighty mass of French cavalry poured down upon them. The English halted, closed up the gaps made by the artillery, held their fire until the leading squadrons of the French were within 40 paces, then opened a tremendous fire. Before it, man and horse went down. At so short a distance, every bullet found its billet, and, for the first time in history, a line of infantry repulsed the attack of a vastly superior body of cavalry. Astonished and hampered by the fallen men and horses of their first line, the French cavalry reined up and trotted sullenly back to reform and repeat the charge. The British drums beat furiously as the French rode forward again, only to be repulsed as before. 6 times did the cavalry, with a bravery worthy of their reputation, renew the charge, as the leading squadrons withered up under the storm of shot. Then they could do no more, but rode back in a broken and confused mass through the gaps between their infantry, throwing these also into partial confusion. "Ride to Lord Sackville, and tell him to charge with his cavalry at once," the Duke said to Fergus, and then, checking himself, said, "No, I had better send somewhere else," and repeated the order to another of his staff. Sackville only replied that he did not see his way to doing so. A second and then a third officer was sent to him, with a like result, and at last he himself left his cavalry and rode to the Duke and inquired, "How am I to go on?" The Duke curbed his anger at seeing the fruits of victory lost. He replied quietly, "My lord, the opportunity is now past. Harassed only by the fire of the British and Hanoverian guns, and by that of the British infantry, Contades drew off his army by the 19 bridges into his stronghold. Broglio, who had done nothing save keep up a cannonade, covered the retreat with his division. The total amount of loss on the Duke's side was 2,822, of which more than half belonged to the British infantry. The French loss was 7,086 with their heavy guns and many flags. But had Sackville done his duty, their army would have been annihilated, pent up as it was with the river on each flank, convergent to each other at Minden, a perfect rat trap from which no army could have escaped had it been hotly pressed by cavalry. The feat performed by the British infantry astonished Europe, who were at first almost incredulous that 6 regiments in line could have repulsed over and over again, and finally driven off the field 10,000 of the best cavalry of France. While the battle was raging, the hereditary prince had done his share of the work, had fallen upon Gohfeld, crushed the French division guarding it, cutting the French from their magazines and rendering their position untenable. They received the news that evening, and at once commenced their retreat, Broglio towards Frankfurt and Contades straight to the Rhine. The latter was obliged to abandon all his baggage and many of his guns, and his army, by the time it had reached the Rhine, had become a mere rabble. The general was at once recalled in disgrace, and Broglio appointed commander-in-chief, although by failing to carry out the orders he had received, to fall upon the Allies left at 5 in the morning, he had largely contributed to the defeat that had befallen Contades. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of With Frederick the Great, a story of the 7 Years' War by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Ullman. Chapter 17, Unexpected News. The fury of the British cavalry at the shameful inactivity in which they had been maintained was unbounded, and their commander, if he moved from his tent, was saluted with hisses and jeers by the troopers. It was not for long, however, for as soon as the news was known at home, he was ordered to return. On the afternoon of the same day, an officer rode over to headquarters and asked for Major Drummond. "I am here, sir," he said courteously, "on behalf of Lord Sackville. He will be leaving for England tomorrow, and I am the bearer of a hostile message from him. I shall be obliged if you will put me in communication with some officer who will act on your behalf." "Certainly," Fergus replied. "I was expecting such a message." He had already heard of the order that Sackville had received, and had requested Major Kurstad, a fellow aide-de-camp, to act for him should he send him a hostile message. Going in, he spoke to Kurstad, who at once went out and introduced himself to the British officer. "This is a painful business," the latter said, "and I can assure you that I do not undertake it willingly. However, I overheard the altercation between Lord Sackville and Major Drummond, and the same night he asked me to act for him, when the time for it came. I consented, and cannot draw back from the undertaking. But I need hardly say that after what happened at Minden, no English officer, unless previously pledged, would have consented to act for him. I suppose, sir, there is no use in asking whether the matter cannot be arranged." "Not in the slightest. Major Drummond told me that he had expressed his willingness to meet the general, and he is certainly not one to withdraw from his word. My friend chooses swords. In fact, the use of pistols on such an occasion is quite unknown in the Continental Army. As Lord Sackville leaves tomorrow morning, we should be glad if you would name an early hour." "As early as you like. It is light at 4:30. Then we shall say 5 o'clock?" "Certainly. And the place?" "There is a small clump of trees on the heath, 2 miles west of our camp. We will be there at that time, sir. Would you object to each side being accompanied by a second friend?" I ask it because, did anything happen to my principal, I should certainly wish that another witness was present at the duel." "We have no objections," Major Kurstad said. "We shall also bring a surgeon with us, and of course you can do the same if you are disposed." The two officers saluted, and the major returned to Fergus. "Do you mean to kill him?" he asked, after he had told him of the arrangements that had been made. "Certainly not. The man is an overbearing fool, and I merely wish to give him a lesson. Personally, I should be glad if the whole of the officers of the British force could be present, in order that he might be as much humiliated as possible. But even if I hated the man, and I have no shadow of feeling of that kind, I would not kill him. He is going home to England to be tried by court-martial, and its sentence is likely to be a far heavier blow to a bully of that kind than death would be. He has a taste of it already, for I hear that he is hooted wherever he leaves his tent." At the appointed time the two parties arrived almost at the same moment at a spot arranged. Fergus was accompanied by Major Kurstad and another officer of the duke's staff, and by the duke's own surgeon. Formal salutations were exchanged between the seconds. The duelling swords were examined, and found to be of the same length. There was no difficulty in choosing the ground, as there was an open space in the centre of the little wood, and the sun had not risen high enough to overtop the trees, as therefore the glade was in shade. There was no advantage, in point of light, to either combatant. Lord Sackville had the reputation of being a good fencer, but in point of physique there was no comparison between the combatants. Sackville was a tall and powerfully built man, but dissipation and good living had rendered his muscles flabby and sapped his strength, although he was still in what should have been his prime. Fergus, on the other hand, had not a superfluous ounce of flesh. Constant exercise had hardened every muscle. He was a picture of health and activity. The general viewed him with an expression of vindictive animosity, while his face, on the other hand, wore an expression of perfect indifference. The uniform coats were removed, and the dropping of a handkerchief gave the signal for them to commence. Lord Sackville at once lunged furiously. The thrust was parried, and the next moment his sword was sent flying through the air. His second did not move to recover it. "Why do you not bring it here?" Sackville exclaimed, in a tone of the deepest passion. "Because, my lord," his second said coldly, "as you have been disarmed, the duel necessarily terminates, unless your antagonist is willing that the sword should be restored to you." "I shall be obliged if you will give it to him, Major Buck," Fergus said quietly. "A little accident of this sort may occur occasionally, even to a noted swordsman, when fighting with a boy." The general was purple with passion when he received the sword from his second. "Mind this time," he said between his teeth, as, after a preliminary feint or two, he again lunged. Again the sword was wrenched from his hand with a force that elicited an exclamation of pain from him. "Pray, give the general the sword again, Major Buck," Fergus said. "You hold your rapier too tightly, General Sackville. You need a little more freedom in pain, and less impetuosity. I don't want to hurt you seriously, but your blood is altogether too hot, and the next time I will bleed you on the sword arm." Steadying himself with a great effort, Sackville played cautiously for a while, but after parrying several of his thrusts without the slightest difficulty, Fergus ran him through the right arm, halfway between the elbow and the shoulder, and the sword dropped from his hand. Lord Sackville stood without speaking, while the surgeon bandaged up his arm. Lord George Sackville had borne himself well in several duels, and was accounted a gentleman, though arrogant and overbearing. He stood without speaking, while the surgeon bandaged up his hand. Then he said quietly: "I ask your pardon, Major Drummond. This matter was altogether my fault. I said that I would give you a lesson, and you have given me one, which assuredly I shall never forget. I trust that you will accept my apology for the words I uttered." "Certainly, General, the more so that I own I give provocation by failing to salute you. My only excuse for which is that officers of the highest rank in Prussia always return the salute of a junior officer of whatever rank, and that I did not reflect that you, having many important matters in your mind, may have neglected to return mine from pure absent-mindedness, and not with any intentional discourtesy. I can only say that I have not spoken of this matter to any but my 3 friends here, and I am sure that the matter will not be mentioned by them, when it is my earnest request that it shall go no further." The parties then mutually saluted and rode off to their respective camps. The story of the duel did not leak out from Fergus's friends, but Sackville had openly spoken of the matter, the evening before, to several officers, and had added to their disgust at his conduct by declaring that he wished it had been the Duke of Brunswick instead of this upstart aide-de-camp of his, with whom he had to reckon the next morning. He, on his part, exacted no pledge from the officers who had accompanied him, but rode back to camp without speaking a word, and an hour later left in a carriage for Bremen. The news of the encounter then circulated rapidly, and excited intense amusement and the most lively satisfaction on the part of the British officers. On Sackville's arrival in England, he was tried by court-martial, sentenced to be cashiered, and declared incapable of again serving His Majesty in any military capacity. This the king proclaimed officially to be a sentence worse than death, and taking a pen, he himself struck out his name from the list of privy councillors. No satisfactory explanation has ever been given of Sackville's conduct at Minden. Many say it is probably that he was disgusted and sulky at having to rise so early, but this would hardly be a sufficient explanation. The more probable conjecture is that, as he was on notoriously bad terms with the Duke, he was willing that the latter should suffer a severe repulse at Minden, in the hope that he would be deprived of his command, and he himself appointed commander-in-chief of the allied army. Few days after the battle, the exultation caused by the victory at Minden was dashed by the news that a Prussian army, 36,000 strong, commanded by Wedel, had been beaten by the Russians at Zellichau, and 10 days later by the still more crushing news that Frederick himself, with 50,000 men, had been completely defeated by a Russian and Austrian army, 90,000 in number, at Kunersdorf on the 11th of August. At first the Prussians had beaten back the Russians with great loss. The latter had rallied and, joined by Loudon with the Austrian divisions, had recovered the ground and beaten off the Prussians with immense loss, the defeat being chiefly due to the fact that the Prussian army had marched to the attack through woods intersected with many streams, and that, instead of arriving on the field of battle as a whole, they only came up at long intervals, so that the first success could not be followed up, and the regiments who made it were annihilated before help came. The news came from Berlin. A letter had been received there from the king, written on the night after the battle. He said that he had but 3,000 men collected round him, that the circumstances were desperate, that he appointed his brother Prince Henry general-in-chief, and that the army was to swear fidelity to his nephew. The letter was understood to mean that Frederick intended to put an end to his life. He knew that the enmity of his foes was largely directed against him personally, and that far easier terms might be obtained for the country were he out of the way, and he was therefore determined not to survive irreparable defeat. Indeed, he always carried a small tube of deadly poison on his person. Universal consternation was felt at the news. However, 3 days later came the more cheering intelligence that 23,000 men had now gathered round him, and that he had again taken the command. The loss in the battle, however, had been terrible. 6,000 had been killed, 13,000 wounded. 2,000 of the latter, too seriously wounded to escape, were made prisoners. The loss of the enemy had been little inferior, for 18,000 Russians and Austrians were killed or wounded. Another letter sent off by the king that night had disastrous consequences, for he wrote to the governor of Dresden that, should the Austrians attempt anything on the town beyond his means of maintaining himself, he was to capitulate on the best terms he could obtain. Happily for Frederick, Soltikoff was as slow in his movements as Daun, and for 2 months made no attempt to take advantage of the victory at Kunersdorf, and thus afforded time for Frederick to repair his misfortunes. But during the 2 months Dresden had been lost. Its governor had received Frederick's letter, was unaware how things had mended after it was written, and that a force was pressing forward to aid him against an Austrian besieging army. Consequently, after little more than a nominal resistance, he surrendered when, unknown to him, relief was close at hand. The French being defeated, and in full flight for the Rhine, it seemed to Fergus that it was his duty to return to the king, as there was no probability whatever of any hard fighting on the western frontier, while the position of affairs in the east was most serious. He was still on the king's staff, and had but been lent to the Duke of Brunswick. He laid the matter before the latter, who at once agreed with him that he should rejoin the king. Frederick sorely needs active and intelligent officers at present. He said it is not by force that he can hope to prevent the Russians and Austrians from marching to Berlin, but by quickness and resource. His opponents are both slow and deliberate in their movements, and the king's quickness puzzles and confuses them. It is always difficult for 2 armies to act in perfect concert, well nigh impossible when they are of different nationalities. Daun will wait for Soltikoff, and Soltikoff for Daun. The king will harass both of them. Daun has to keep one eye upon his magazines in Bohemia, for Prince Henry in Silesia still constantly menaces them, and not only the Austrian but the Russian army is fed from Prague. Were it not that I am specially bound to defend Hanover from the Confederate army, I would march with the greater portion of my force to join the king, but my orders are imperative. 'Tis for Hanover that George of England is fighting, and the British subsidy and the British troops will be lost to the king, were Hanover to be taken by the enemy. If Prince Henry could but join him, it would bring his army again to a strength with which he could fight either the Russians or Austrians. But their armies lie between Henry and the king, and unless Daun makes some grievous mistake, and slow as he is, Daun seldom makes a mistake, it seems well nigh impossible that the prince can get through. However, Major Drummond, you are likely to see little fighting here, while with the king there will be incessant work for you. Therefore, by all means go to him. He must have lost many of his staff at Kunersdorf, and will, I doubt not, be glad to have you with him." The ride was a shorter one than it had been when going west, for the king lay little more than 50 miles to the east of Berlin. Although there was no absolute occasion for great speed, Fergus rode fast, and on the 10th day after leaving Minden arrived at the royal camp. The king was unaffectedly glad to see him. "You have been more fortunate than I have," he said. "You have been taking part in a victory, while I have been suffering a defeat. I should like to have seen Minden. That charge of your countrymen was superb. Nothing finer was ever done. Rash, perhaps, but it is by rashness that victory is often won. Had it not been done, one would have said that it was impossible for 6 battalions in line to hurl back again and again the charges of 10,000 fine cavalry. But the British division at Fontenoy showed us, not many years ago, that the British infantry now are as good as they were under Marlborough. I would give much if I had 20,000 of them here with my Prussians. It would be the saving of us." "Did Ferdinand send you back, or did you ask to come?" "I asked leave to come, sire. I thought that your staff must have suffered heavily, and that I might be more useful here than with the duke." "Much more useful, major, and indeed I am glad to have you with me. You have youth and good spirits are very scarce here. Have you heard the last news?" "I have heard no news since I left Berlin, sire." "Dresden is lost. Schmettau surrendered it, and that when relief was but within 10 miles of it. The place should have held out for a month, at least. It is incredible. However, I will have it back again before long, and, at any rate, it is one place less to guard. I should not have cared so much if the Austrians had taken it. That wretched Confederate army, even though they had 10,000 Austrian battalions with them, should have snatched it from me. It's heartbreaking. However, they have but the capital, and it will take them some time before they can do more." Fink, who had been sent off with 6,000 or 7,000 men to aid Wunsch to relieve Dresden on the day before the news of its fall came, did much. He and his fellow commander failed in their first objective, but they were not idle, for they recaptured Leipzig and other towns that the Confederate army had taken, snatched all Saxony save Dresden from its clutches. Schmettau was relieved of his command and never again employed. He had certainly failed in firmness, but Frederick's own letter to him, which had never been cancelled, afforded him the strongest ground of believing that there was no chance of his being relieved. His record up to this time had been excellent, and he was esteemed as being one of Frederick's best generals. Frederick's harshness to him was, at the time, considered to have been excessive. The king, however, always expected from his generals as much as he himself would have accomplished in the same circumstances, and failure to obtain success was always punished. After the dismissal of his brother and heir from his command, the king was not likely to forgive failures in others. The time was a most anxious one for him. He had nothing to do but to wait, and for once he was well content to do so. For every day brought winter nearer. Every week would render the victualling of the hostile armies more difficult, and delay was therefore all in his favour. Messenger after messenger was sent to Prince Henry, urging him to make every possible effort to make his way through, round the cordon of Austrian and Russian posts, 80 miles long and 50 or 60 broad, that intervened between them. In the evenings the king was accustomed to put aside resolutely his military troubles, and passed his time chiefly in the society of the British ambassador, Earl Marshal Keith, and the young Scottish aide-de-camp, with occasionally one or two Prussian officers. One evening, when Fergus had been sent with an order to a portion of the force lying some miles away, Sir John Mitchell said to the king: "I have been talking with the Earl Marshal over young Drummond's affairs, your Majesty. As you know, his father's estates were sequestrated after the battle of Culloden, where he himself fell. I am writing a despatch to Pitt, saying that Drummond's son has been serving under your Majesty through the war, and has greatly distinguished himself, and have asked him to annul the sequestration, upon the ground that this young officer has done very valiant service to your Majesty, and so to the Allied cause, giving a list of the battles in which he has been present, and saying that the Duke of Brunswick had, in his report of the Battle of Minden to you, spoken highly of the services he rendered. If you would add a line in your own hand endorsing my request, it would greatly add to its weight." "That I will readily do," the king said. "I will write a short letter, which you can enclose in your own despatch." And sitting down at once, he wrote: "The King of Prussia most warmly endorses the request of His Excellency, Sir John Mitchell. Not only has Major Fergus Drummond shown unexceptionable bravery upon several occasions, which resulted in his promotion to the rank of major with unprecedented rapidity, but he saved the king's life at the battle of Zorndorf, meeting and overthrowing 3 Russian cavalry who attacked him. It would, therefore, give the king very great satisfaction if the English minister would grant the request made on Major Drummond's behalf by His Excellency the English ambassador." "Thank you very much," the latter said as he read the note Frederick handed him. "I have no doubt that this will be effectual. Culloden is now a thing of the past. There are many Scottish regiments in the English king's service, and many acts of clemency have, of late, been shown to those who took part in the rebellion, and I cannot doubt that Pitt will at once act upon your request. However, I shall say nothing to Drummond on the subject until I hear that his father's estates have been restored to him." As day after day passed, the king became more anxious as to the position of Prince Henry. That energetic officer had indeed been busy, and by threatening an attack upon Daun's magazines had compelled the Austrian commander to move to Bautzen for their protection, and finally to make a decided effort to crush his active and annoying foe. Gathering a great force in the neighbourhood of Prince Henry's camp, he prepared to attack him on the morning of September 22nd. But when morning came, Prince Henry had disappeared. At 8 o'clock on the previous evening he had marched 20 miles to Rothenburg. The retreat was superbly conducted. It was necessary to move by several roads, but the whole of the baggage, artillery, and troops arrived punctually the next morning at Rothenburg, just at the hour when Daun's army moved down to the attack of the camp where he had been the evening before. Austrian scouting parties were sent out in all directions, but no certain news could be obtained as to the direction of the Prussian march. The baggage wagons had been seen moving here and there, but it was 4 days before Daun was able to learn for certain what had become of him, having until then believed that he must have made for Glogau to join Frederick. Henry had, however, gone in an entirely different direction. After ordering 3 hours' rest at Rothenburg, he marched west, and arrived at early morning at Clinton, 18 miles from his last halting place. Starting again after another 3 hours' halt, he marched 20 miles further, still straight to the west, and fell upon General Weyler, who, with 33,000 men, occupied the last Austrian position to be passed. That officer had not the slightest idea of any possibility of attack from the east. The whole Austrian army stood between him and Frederick on the northeast, and Prince Henry on the southeast. He was therefore taken altogether by surprise. 600 of his men were killed, and he himself, with 28 field officers and 1,785 other officers and men, taken prisoner. The march of 50 hours, in which an army with the whole of its baggage traversed 58 miles through a country occupied by enemies, is one of the most remarkable on record, and completely changed the whole situation of the campaign. There was nothing for Daun to do, if he would not lose Dresden and the whole of Saxony again, but to follow Prince Henry. This movement completed the dissatisfaction of his Russian ally, Solotkoff, who had been already sorely worried and harassed by Frederick, ever since Daun had moved away to defend his magazines and crush Prince Henry. And now, seeing that his own food supply was likely to fail him, he marched away with his army into Poland. The king was at this time, to his disgust and indignation, laid up for 6 weeks with the gout, but as soon as he was better, he set off to join Prince Henry. Daun was slowly falling back, and, had he been let alone, Dresden might have been recaptured and the campaign come to a triumphant ending. Unfortunately, Frederick was not content to leave well alone, and sent Fink with 17,000 men to Maxim, to cut off Daun's retreat into Bohemia, intending himself to attack him in front. Daun for once acted with decision, attacked Fink with 27,000 men, and although the Prussians fought with most obstinate bravery, they were surrounded, battered by the Austrian artillery, while they themselves, having no guns with which to reply, were forced to surrender. Some had already made their way off, but in killed, wounded, and prisoners the loss was fully 12,000 men. Frederick threw the blame upon Fink, but most unjustly. That officer had followed out the orders given him, and had done all that a man could do to hold the position that he was commanded to take up, and the disaster was wholly due to Frederick's own rashness in placing so small a force, and that without artillery, where they could be attacked by the whole Austrian army. Fink, after his release at the conclusion of the peace 3 years later, was tried by court-martial and sentenced to a year's imprisonment. This disaster entirely altered the situation. Daun, instead of continuing his retreat to Bavaria, advanced to occupy Saxony, and drove General Dierrock across the Elbe, taking 1,500 of his men prisoner. Frederick, however, barred the way further, and 6 weeks later both armies went into winter quarters, Daun still holding Dresden and the strip of country between it and Bohemia, but the rest of Saxony being as far out of his reach as ever. The last 6 weeks of the campaign was a terrible time for all. Frederick himself had lived in a little cottage in the small town of Freiburg, and even after the armies had settled down in their cheerless quarters, he still made several attempts to drive the Austrians out, having received a reinforcement of 10,000 men from Duke Ferdinand. These efforts were in vain. The 10,000, however, on their way to join the king, had struck a heavy blow at one of his bitterest enemies, the Duke of Württemberg, who had 12,000 of his own men with 1,000 cavalry at Fulda. The duke had ordered a grand ball to be held, and great celebrations of joy at the news of the Austrian victory at Maxim. But on the very day on which these things were to take place, Ferdinand's men fell upon him suddenly, scattered his army in all directions, took 1,200 prisoners, and sent the duke with such of his troops as had escaped back to Württemberg again, his subjects, who were largely Protestants, rejoicing hugely over his discomfiture. On the day on which Maxim was fought, Admiral Hawke, with a small squadron, utterly defeated the French fleet that was to convey an invading army to England. France herself was getting as short of cash as Prussia, and in November it became necessary to declare a temporary bankruptcy, and the king setting the example, all nobles and others possessing silver plate sent them to the mint to be coined into money. So eager was the king to take advantage of any openings the Austrians might give for attack that, although so near Dresden, Fergus was unable to carry out his promise to the Count Eulenfurst to pay him a visit, for he was kept constantly employed and could not ask for leave. Early in April the king sent for him. The English ambassador was present, but Earl Marischal Keith had gone away on a mission. "I have 2 pieces of news for you, Major," the king said pleasantly. "In the first place, it is now getting on for 2 years since you did me that little service at Zorndorf, and since then you have ever been zealously at work. Others have gone up in rank, and it is time that you had another step. Therefore, from today you are colonel. No man in the army has a better deserved promotion, and indeed you ought to have had it after you returned from Brunswick's army, where, as the duke's dispatches told me, you had rendered excellent service. So many officers of rank had fallen since then that promotion has been rapid, and it is high time that you obtained the step that you so well deserve." "Very partially so, your majesty," said the ambassador. "It is like enough that Pitt would not have troubled to take action on my recommendation only, had it not been that you so strongly backed my request that, in fact, it became one from yourself. Therefore it is for you to give him the news." "As you please," the king said. "Well then, Drummond, his excellency and your cousin the Marischal put their heads together, and his excellency sent a warm letter to the English minister, saying that you had rendered such services to his sovereign's ally that he prayed that the sequestration of your father's estates should be annulled. I myself added a memorandum saying that, as you had saved my life at Zorndorf and rendered me other valuable services, I should view it as a personal favour if his request was granted. The thing would have been managed in a couple of days in this country, but in England it seems that matters move more slowly, and his excellency has only today received an official intimation that the affair had been completed, and that your father's estates had been restored to you." Fergus was, for the moment, completely overwhelmed. He had never thought for a moment that the estate would ever be restored, and the sudden news following that of his promotion completely overwhelmed him. It was of his mother rather than of himself that he thought. He himself had been too young to feel keenly the change in their life that followed Culloden. But although his mother had borne her reverses bravely, and he had never heard a complaint or even a regret cross her lips, he knew that the thought that he would never be chief of their brave clansmen, and that these had no longer a natural leader and protector, was very bitter to her. "Your Majesty is too good, your Excellency," and he stopped. "I know what you would say," the king said kindly, "and there is no occasion to say it. I have only paid some of the debt I owe you, and his Excellency thought gave me well nigh as much pleasure as it does you. Now be off to your camp. You see, Sir John, between us we have done what Austrians and Russians have never managed between them. I mean, we have shaken Colonel Drummond's presence and mine. There, go along with you. We have matters to talk over together." Fergus saluted almost mechanically, bowed gratefully to Mitchell, and then left the room in a whirl of emotion. To be the head of his clan again was to him a vastly greater matter than to be a colonel in even the most renowned and valiant army in Europe. Of the estates he thought for a moment but little, except that his mother would now be able to give up her petty economies and her straitened life, and to take up the station that had been hers until his father's death. There was another thought, too, that of Countess Thirza Eulenfurst. Hitherto he had resolutely put that from him. It was not for him, a soldier of fortune without a penny beyond his pay, to aspire to the hand of a rich heiress. It was true that many Scottish adventurers in foreign service had so married, but this had seemed a thing altogether beyond him. He had rendered a service to her father, and they had, in consequence, been most kind to him. But he had thought it would be only a poor return for their kindness for him to aspire to their daughter's hand. He had put the matter even more resolutely aside because once or twice the count had said things that might be construed as hints that he should not regard such an act as presumptuous. He had spoken not unapprovingly of the marriages of ladies of high rank to men who had rendered great services to the countries for which they fought, and said that with such ample means as Thirza would possess, there would be no need for him to seek for a wealthy match for her. Thirza himself had evinced lively pleasure whenever he went to see them, and deep regret when he left them, while her colour rose, sometimes, when he came upon her suddenly. But these indications that he was not altogether indifferent to her, but had determined him more resolutely to abstain from taking advantage of the gratitude she felt for the service he had rendered. Now it seemed to him that the news he had heard had somewhat changed the position. He was no longer a penniless soldier. It was true that Drummond estates were as nothing by the side of the broad lands owned by her father, but at least now he was in the position of a Scottish gentleman of fair means and good standing, who could dispense with wealth on the part of a bride, and had a fair home and every comfort to offer to one in his native land. That he had, too, obtained the rank of colonel in the Prussian army, by service in many a desperate battle, distinctly added to his position. Thus, in every respect, the news that he had received was in the highest degree gratifying to him. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of With Frederick the Great, A Story of the 7 Years' War by G. A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Oldman. Chapter 18. Engaged. On the following day, Sir John Mitchell handed to Fergus the official documents respecting the restoration of the estates, and, after taking copies of the same, Fergus wrote a long letter to his mother, enclosing the official papers, Mitchell having offered to send the packet home with his dispatches. Fergus was glad to get the documents sent off in this way, by which, indeed, he had sent the greater part of his letters to his mother, the post being so uncertain and insecure that there was no trusting it, and although his mother's replies were always sent to the care of the ambassador, a large number of them were lost in transit. Early in April, Fergus suddenly broke down. His work had been almost incessant. The cold in the tent had, at night, been extreme, and, having been wetted to the skin one day, when a sudden thaw came on, his clothes had been frozen stiff when, at nightfall, the frost returned with even greater severity than before. In spite of the cloaks and blankets that Karl heaped upon his bed, he shivered all night, and in the morning hot fits came on. The king's surgeon, coming in to see him, pronounced that the chill had resulted in what was probably rheumatic fever. He was at once carried to a hospital some miles in the rear. This was crowded with officers and men, suffering from the effects of their hardships, but a room was assigned to him in a house close by that had been taken for the use of officers of distinction. Here, for 2 months, he lay helpless, and at times delirious. Karl sat up with him almost night and day, taking 2 or 3 hours' sleep occasionally on the floor, but starting up whenever his master moved or spoke. Sir John Mitchell rode over several times to see him, and the king's own surgeon went over twice a week. These visits, however, both ceased 3 weeks after he entered the hospital, the king's army having rapidly marched away. At the end of June he was out, and able to sit in the sun in the garden. "How long shall I be before I am fit for duty again?" he asked the surgeon 2 days later. 6 weeks or 2 months. It will be fully that time before you can retain your strength. In a month, no doubt, you'll be able to sit a horse, but I should say that it would be quite twice that time before you will be fit to perform the work that falls to your lot on the king's staff. You want to have quiet, and at the same time you need pleasant company. The worst thing you can possibly do is to worry and fret yourself. Instead of bringing things about sooner, it will only delay them. What you have to do is to bask in the sun, eat and drink as much as you can, and take life pleasantly. There is one thing you have nothing to grieve about, that you are not with the king. He is marching hither and thither with wonderful celerity, but, to do what he will, he cannot induce Daun or Lacy to give battle, though together they are 3 to 1 against him. Whenever he approaches, they simply shut themselves up in impregnable places, erect palisades and batteries, and hope that he will dash himself against them, which he is not likely to do. Fergus found that Frederick, when he marched, had left behind a force sufficient to check any attempt that the Austrian garrison of Dresden might make towards the north, but that at present all was quiet, the enemy venturing on no aggressive movements, never knowing when the king might suddenly pounce down upon them. He found that there was no attempt made to blockade the town. No carts with provisions were allowed to pass in from the north side, but on the west there was free ingress and egress, there being no Prussian troops in that direction. Fergus therefore hired a peasant to carry a letter for him to Count Eulenfurst, explaining how it was that he had been unable to get leave during the winter, and that for the last 2 months and a half he had been laid up in the hospital. 3 days later a carriage drove up to the house. The count himself leaped out and hurried across the garden to where Fergus was sitting. "This is indeed kind of you, Count," Fergus said as he rose. "By no means, Drummond. I only wish that we had known your situation before. You should have got someone to write, if you could not do it yourself. We were not surprised at your not visiting us in the winter, for with both armies on the alert, we knew that, in the first place, you were busy and probably not able to get leave of absence, and in the next place, you could hardly have got in. You can imagine the concern we felt when your letter reached us yesterday evening. Of course, I determined to start at once. You must indeed have had a hard time of it, for you have fallen away so much that I should hardly have known you. I have picked up very much in the last fortnight, Count, and I hope in another month to be something like myself again, though the doctor insists that I shall not be fit for campaigning work for double that time. Well, I have come to take you back with me. The countess asked me to tell you that if you do not come at once, she will drive hither with 2 or 3 of her maids, and establish herself as your nurse. It will not be a very long drive, for I am well known to the Austrians, and have a pass from the governor to go through their lines when I please, and to visit a small estate I have 30 miles to the north. And no doubt you can get a similar pass for us to leave your lines. I should like nothing so much, Count, but might I not get you into trouble if it were known that you had one of the king's officers at your house? In the first place, no one would know it, and in the second place, I don't think that I should get into any trouble were it found out. It is not a Prussian officer that I shall be entertaining, still less a spy, but a dear friend who is an invalid and needs care. As everyone knows what you did for me, the excuse would be ample. Moreover, it happens that Governor Maguire is a personal friend of mine, and I shall call upon him and tell him that I have a sick friend staying with me, and, without letting him know who you are, say that I give him my word of honor that you will, while with me, and without remain in the ground, and will make no inquiries concerning his fortification and plans of defense. He will understand what I mean, and if anyone should make a report to him, it will, at any rate, cause no trouble, though I do not say that he might not, to give me notice that you had best go. Well, for today I will remain here and rest my horses, and tomorrow morning we will start early. Ah, I see you have your henchman still with you. He, like yourself, has escaped both Austrian and French bullets. Well, Karl, he went on as the soldier came up, you don't seem to have managed to keep your master out of mischief. No, Count, but it was not my fault. It was the fault of those horses you gave him. Why, how was that, Karl? Well, sir, the colonel was the best mounted man on the king's staff, and however hard he worked the horses, they always seemed to keep in good condition, so that whenever there was anything to be done, it was sure to be, Colonel Drummond, please go here or go there. He was always on horseback, and so at last he broke down. Anyone else would have broken down months before, but he never seemed to know what it was to be tired. What have you got another step, Drummond? The count said, smiling at the soldier's tone of discontent. Yes, Count, it is not for anything particular this time, but for what I may call general services. You are going to have an easy time of it now, Karl. Count Eulenfurst is kindly going to take me off and nurse me for a bit, and you will have to stay here and look after the horses until I return. It would not be safe for you to accompany me, and I think you want to rest as much as I want nursing. Why, for 2 months, Count, this good fellow never took off his coat, and I don't think he ever slept an hour at a time. I have never once called when he was not there to answer. I did what I could, Karl growled, but it was not much. The colonel has always looked well after me, and the least I could do was to look after him when he wanted it. I am very glad he is going with you, sir. It is dull enough for him here. I am sure he will get on much faster, under your care and the ladies, than he would do moping about in this place. Fergus wrote a note to the general of the division, and Karl returned with a pass authorizing Count Eulenfurst's carriage to pass through the lines at any time. There is one difficulty I have not thought of, Count. I have no civilian clothes. Those I brought with me were left in the magazine at Dresden, when I first marched away, and there they have been, ever since. But indeed, even if I had them, I do not think that they would fit me, seeing that I have grown some 4 inches in height since I came out, and at least as much more round my shoulders." "I thought of that," the count said, "and have brought with me a suit from Dresden that will, I think, fit you as well as an invalid's clothes can be expected to fit." The next morning an early start was made. No difficulties were encountered on the way, and although sundry detours had to be made, they reached the count's house after 3 hours' drive. Thirza ran down to meet them as the count drove up, and she gave a little cry of surprise and pity as the count helped Fergus to alight. "I shall soon be better, countess," he said with a smile as he held out his hand. "I am quite a giant in strength, compared with what I was a fortnight ago, but just at present I am a little tired after the drive." "You look dreadfully bad," the girl said. "Still, I hope we shall soon bring you round again. My father said you would be back with him about this time, and we shall begin by giving you some soup at once." As they entered the hall, the countess herself came in. "Welcome back again, I may say. I hope welcome home again, Major Drummond." "Colonel Drummond," the count corrected. "He is one of Frederick's colonels now." "I congratulate you," she went on, "though just at present you certainly do not look a very formidable colonel. However, we will soon build you up. But don't try to talk now. I see the journey has been almost too much for you. In here, please. I thought you had better take something before you climb the stairs." A meal was laid in a room leading off the hall, and after a basin of soup and a couple of glasses of Rhine wine, Fergus felt much better. "That is right," the count said. "You have now got a tinge of colour in your cheeks. Come, Thirza, you must not look so woebegone, because our night is pulled down a bit. Invalids want a cheerful face and, unless you brighten up, I shall not entrust any of the nursing duties to you." Thirza tried to smile, but the attempt was a very forced one. "It has been a surprise," she said quietly, "but with an evident effort. You see, I have always seen Colonel Drummond looking so strong and bright, though I knew that he had been very ill. Somehow I did not expect to see him like this." "But I can assure you I am better," Fergus said, laughing. "I did feel done when we arrived, but I can assure you that it is not my normal state, and being here among you all will very soon effect a transformation. In a very short time you will see that I shall refuse altogether to be treated as an invalid, and my nurse's post will be a sinecure. Now you had better go and lie down, and get a sleep for 2 or 3 hours," the countess said decidedly. "You will have your old bedroom, and we have fitted up the next room as a sitting room. We know a good many of the Austrian and Confederate officers, and of an afternoon and evening they often drop by, and although we are not afraid of questions, it will be more pleasant for you to have a place of your own. Still, I hope you will be able to be out in the garden behind the house, the best part of the day, under the trees. You would be as safe from interruption there as if you were 100 miles away from Dresden. We have arranged that Thirza shall have chief charge of you out there, while the count and I will look after you while you are in the house." Fergus obediently lay down and slept for some hours. As the countess had arranged, he rang his bell on waking, and hearing from the servant who answered it that there were no visitors downstairs, he went down. The count had gone out, but the countess and Thirza went out into the grounds with him. He found that, in a quiet and shady corner, a sofa had been placed for his use, with a table and 2 or 3 chairs. The countess remained chatting with him until a servant came out to say that 3 Austrian officers had called, and she went in, leaving him in charge of Thirza. For 2 or 3 hours they talked together, and were then joined by the count and countess. When Fergus told them the piece of good fortune that had befallen him by recovering his father's estate, they were greatly pleased and interested. "And are they extensive?" the count asked. They are extensive," he said, "if taken by acreage, but if calculated by the revenue that they bring in, they would seem small to you. But at any rate they suffice to make one wealthy in Scotland. The large proportion of it is mountain and moorland, but at the head of my clan I shall hold a position far above what is represented by the income. 200 men were ready to draw sword at my father's orders, and to follow him in battle. I don't know that, here in Germany, you can quite understand the ties that bind the members of a clan to their head. They do not regard him as tenants regard a lord, but rather as a protector, a friend, and even a relation. All disputes are carried to him for arbitration. The finest trout from the stream, the fattest buck from the hill, are sent to him as an offering. They draw their swords at his bidding, and will die for him in battle. To them he is a sort of king, and they would obey his orders, were he to tell them to rise in rebellion. The feeling is, to some extent, dying out, and since Culloden, the power of the clans has greatly abated. Nevertheless, some of the Highland regiments in our army were raised by chiefs wholly from their own clansmen. In many respects, this restoration of my inheritance changes my position altogether. As I told you the last time I was here, I shall stop until this terrible war is over. The king has been most kind and gracious to me, and to leave before the struggle is over I should feel to be an act of desertion. Once the sword is sheathed, I intend to return to Scotland, for I should not care to remain in the service, when there is naught but life in garrison to look forward to. Moreover, the strength of the army would, of course, be largely diminished at once. What I should do afterwards, I know not. Perhaps I might obtain a commission in our own army, for there are always opportunities of seeing service in America, India, or elsewhere under the British flag. More likely I shall, at any rate for a time, remain at home. My mother has no other child, and it is a lonely life indeed for her. Do you not think of settling here? What is there for me to do, Count, outside the army? I could not turn merchant, for I should assuredly be bankrupt at the end of the first month. Nor could I well turn cultivator when I've had no land to dig. Now, however, my future is determined for me, and a point that has, I own, troubled me much, has been decided without an effort on my part." The conversation was continued for some little time, the count asking many questions about Fergus's ancestral home, the scenery, the mode of life. Fergus noticed that Thirza took no part in the conversation, and stood still and looked, he thought, pale. The days succeeded each other quietly and uneventful, and Fergus gained strength rapidly, so that in the middle of July he began to feel that he was again fit for service. One evening he was sitting alone in the garden with the count, when the latter said to him: "You remember our conversation on the first evening of our coming here, as to the impossibility of your doing anything? Did you remain out here after leaving the army? That was one solution to which you did not allude. Many Scottish and Irish soldiers, both in this country, in France, Austria, and Germany, have married well. Why should you not do the same?" Fergus was silent for a minute, and then he said: "Yes, Count, but they continued in the service, rose to the rank of generals, and, as in the case of my cousin Keith, to that of marshal." "But you might do the same if you remained in the army," the count said. "You are assuredly, by far, the youngest colonel in it. You are a favourite of the king's, and might hope for anything." "I am afraid, Count, I have too much of our Scottish feeling of independence, and should not therefore like to owe everything to a wife." "The feeling is creditable, if not carried too far," the count said. "You have a position that is a most honourable one. You have made your name famous in the army, where brave men are common. You possess the qualities of youth, a splendid physique, and, I don't wish to flatter you, a face that might win any woman's fancy. There are none, however placed, who might not be proud of such a son-in-law." "You judge everything by yourself, Count," Fergus said slowly. "You overrate my qualities, and forget the fact that I am, after all, but a soldier of fortune." "Then you never thought of such a thing?" Fergus was silent for a minute, and then said: "We may think of many things, Count, that we know in our hearts are but fancies which will never be realized." "Let us suppose a case," the count said. "Let us take a case like mine. You did me an inestimable service. You certainly saved my life and the lives of 7 others, including perhaps those of my wife and daughter. The latter has constantly heard your name associated with deeds of valour. Would it be improbable that she should feel a depth of gratitude that would, as she grew, increase into a warmer feeling, while you, on your part, might entertain a liking for her? Would it be such an out-of-the-way thing for you to come to me and ask her hand, or an out-of-the-way thing that I should gladly give her to you?" "It may not seem so to you, Count," Fergus said quietly, "but it has seemed so to me. I understand what you are so generously saying, but, even with such encouragement, I can scarcely dare to ask what seems to me so presumptuous a question. For 4 years now this house has been as a home for me, and it was but natural that as your daughter grew up I should have grown to love her. I have told myself hundreds of times that it would be indeed a base return for your kindness were I to try to steal her heart, and never have I said a single word to her that I would not have said aloud had you and her mother been present. During the month that I have been here now, I have struggled hard with myself, thrown with her as I have been for hours every day, but I have made up my mind that no word should ever pass my lips, and if it has done so, now it is because you have drawn it from me." "I am glad that I have done so," the count said gravely. "For the last 2 years I have hoped that this might be so, for in no other way could I repay our debt of gratitude to you. I cannot tell you what Thirza's thoughts are, but there have been 3 suitors for her hand this year, any of whom might well, in point of means and character, have been considered suitable. But when I spoke to her, she laughed at the idea, and though she said nothing, I gathered that her love was already given. As my only child, her happiness is my first consideration. As to the question of means, it is absurd to mention them, for did she marry the wealthiest noble, she could desire no more than she will have. I told you, the first time you came to us, after that terrible night, that we should always regard you as one of ourselves. We have done so, and I can assure you that her mother and I desire nothing better for her. For your sake, I am glad that you have come into this Scottish estate, but for my own I care nothing for it, and indeed am in one respect sorry, for you will naturally wish that, for a part of the time each year, she should reside there with you. Now, that has not been so dreadful, has it?" "Not in any way, Count, and I thank you with all my heart for your kindness. My feeling for your daughter has grown up gradually, and it was not until I was last here that I recognized how much I cared for her. I then, when I went away, resolved it would be better for me not to return, at any rate not to stay here again until I heard that she was married. It is true that I talked of paying you a visit, even were Dresden captured, but I knew that when the time came I should be able to find excuses for not doing so. During the time that I was laid up with fever, she was ever in my mind, but the necessity for my remaining away from here only impressed itself more and more strongly upon me. Then you appeared and carried me off. I could not refuse to come without giving my reasons, but I fully determined that in no way, by look or word, would I allow her to see that I regarded her other than as the daughter of my kind host. I have had a hard fight to keep that resolution, for each day my feelings have grown stronger and stronger. and I have resolved that, before I left, I would own to you, not my presumption, for I have not presumed, but my weakness, and ask you to press me no more to come here until your daughter was married. You have acted just as I should have expected from you, Drummond. The great hope of the countess and myself has been to see Thirza happily married. Fortune or position in a suitor has been altogether immaterial points, excepting that we would assure ourselves that it was not to obtain these that her hand was sought. From the first we had regarded you, not only with gratitude, but with deep interest. It seemed to us only natural that after so strange and romantic a beginning to your acquaintance, Thirza should regard you with more than ordinary interest. To her you would be a sort of a hero of romance. We watched you closely then, and found that in addition to your bravery, you possess all the qualities that we could desire. You were modest, frank, and natural. So far from making much of the service you had rendered us, you were always unwilling to speak of it, and when that could not be avoided, you made as little of it as possible. I spoke several times of you to Marshal Keith, and he said that he regarded you almost as a son, and spoke in the highest terms of you. We saw, or fancied we saw, in the pleasure which Thirza betrayed when you returned after each of your absences, and in the anxiety which she evinced when battles had taken place, until I could ascertain that your name was not among the lists of killed and wounded, that what we had thought likely was taking place, and that she regarded you with an interest beyond that which would be excited by gratitude only. As to yourself and your thoughts on the subject, we knew nothing. We never saw anything in your manner to her that showed that your heart was affected. You chatted with her as freely and naturally as to us, and even since you have been here in this time, we have observed no change in you. And yet it seemed to us well nigh impossible that a young soldier should be thrown so much with a girl who, though it is her father who says so, is exceptionally pretty and of charming manners, and continue to regard her with indifference, unless indeed he loved elsewhere, which we were sure in your case could hardly be. I had, however, like yourself, determined to speak on the matter before you left us, as, had you not felt towards her as we hoped, the countess and I agreed that it would be better for her sake that we should not press you to come to stay with us again until she was married. I am truly glad that the matter stands as we had hoped. I can only repeat that there is no one to whom we could entrust our happiness so confidently as to you. I will do my best to justify your confidence, Count," Fergus said warmly. "Now I will go into the house and tell my wife, and then we can acquaint Thirza. It is the custom here, at least among people of rank, for the parents first to acquaint their daughter with a proposal that has been made for her hand, and of their wishes on the subject. Parental control is not carried to the point, now, that it used to be, and maidens sometimes entertain different opinions to those of their parents. Happily, in the present case, there is no reason to fear that Thirza will exhibit any contumacy. Fortunately, we are alone at dinner today. Therefore, do you come down a quarter of an hour before the usual hour, and we will get the matter formally settled." When Fergus went into the drawing room, the count was already there. "Thirza shows no unwillingness to carry out our commands in this matter," he said with a smile, as he held out his hand to Fergus and shook it very heartily. "I pointed out to her that you would naturally expect her to accompany you every year to Scotland, and to spend some months among your people there. She did not seem to consider that any insupportable objection. In one respect, Fergus, I think that it is well for you that I am comparatively a young man, being now but 44, while the countess is 6 years younger. Thus it may be a good many years before you will be called upon to assume the control of my estates, and the position of one of the great landowners of Saxony. One of these estates will, of course, be Thirza's dowry at once, but that will not tie you so much, and you will be freer to come and go as it pleases you." 2 or 3 minutes later the door opened, and the countess entered, leading Thirza by the hand. The girl advanced with downcast eyes, until her father stepped forward and took her left hand, while he held the right of Fergus. "My daughter," he said, "your mother and I have chosen for your husband Colonel Fergus Drummond. We consider the match to be in all ways a suitable one. We esteem him highly, and are convinced that he will make you happy, loving you, as he says, tenderly and truly. In this room where you first saw him, I need not recall to you the services he rendered to us, and I exhort you to obey this our order, and to be a true and loving spouse to him." The girl looked up now. "That will I, father and mother, and most willingly, and will always, to my life's end, be a true and loving wife to him." "Take her, Drummond. You have won your bride fairly and well." "Take her, Colonel," the count said, putting her hand into that of Fergus. "You have won your bride fairly well, and I know that you will be a worthy husband to her." "That I swear to be," Fergus said, as he stooped and kissed her. "I feel how great is the boon that you have given me, and shall, to my life's end, be deeply thankful to you both for the confidence which you have placed in me, in thus entrusting her to my care. And to you, Thirza, do I swear to be a loving husband to the end of my life." "And now," the count said, "we will leave these young people till the bell rings," and taking the countess's hand, he led her into the next room. In 10 minutes that passed, before the signal for dinner was given, sufficed to do much to lessen the awkwardness of the occasion, and Fergus was heartily grateful to the count for having left them to themselves for that short time. The dinner passed off as usual, the count chatting gaily, while Fergus attempted with indifferent success to follow him. Thirza was very silent, but her cheeks were flushed and her eyes radiant with happiness. It did not escape the attention of the servants, who waited, that instead of, as usual, leading down the countess while the count brought down his daughter, this time the count and his wife had come down first, followed by Fergus and the young countess. Nor were they slow to notice Thirza's flushed face. The count's household had been deeply interested in the visits of Fergus. The women had always been unanimous in their opinion that they would all have been murdered by the marauders, had it not been for his interposition, and had also agreed that the most proper thing in the world, after what had happened, would be that the young countess should some day marry this brave young officer. Each time that he had come, during the last 4 years, they had watched and hoped that they should hear that this was coming about, but hitherto they had been terribly disappointed, and had almost agreed that, if nothing came of this long visit, nothing would ever come of it. The news, therefore, brought down by the men servants, excited a lively interest. "I said all along that it would be some day," one of the women exclaimed. "The countess would never have allowed our young lady to be out in the garden every afternoon if she and the count had not been willing that there should be a match, and I am sure I don't see how he could have helped falling in love with the young countess." "Nor she with him," another woman added. "He is the pleasantest looking young gentleman I have ever seen, and we know that he is one of the bravest. And though he is a Prussian officer, there is not a bit of stiffness about him." "Well, I only hope it is true." "I would not count on it too much," one of the older women said. "You never can take menfolk's opinions on such matters. I am sure any of us would know, with half an eye, if we saw them together, how matters stood. But as for men, they are as blind as bats in such matters. Still, the fact that he took the young countess down instead of our lady goes for something." The next morning, indeed, the news was confirmed The countess told her tirewoman, who had been Thirza's nurse, what had happened, and in a few minutes it was well known all over the house. Even the parties most concerned scarcely felt more pleasure than the women of the count's establishment. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of With Frederick the Great, A Story of the 7 Years' War, by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Oldman. Chapter 19. Liegnitz. "I have news," the count said, when he came in to lunch, after he had been down into the town. "A message has come in with a despatch this morning, saying that the king with his army is marching hither at all speed." An exclamation of alarm broke from Thirza, and one of surprise from Fergus. They had been in the garden together all the morning. "It will be but a day or two earlier," Fergus said in a low tone to her. "I told you that in 3 days, at the most, I must leave. The surgeon gave me 6 weeks, but I have so thoroughly recovered that I feel I ought to be with the king." Then he raised his voice. "That is startling news indeed, count, but I can hardly believe that he intends to besiege Dresden. He has no siege guns with him, though I suppose he has, as usual, got a start of dawn. He can hardly hope to capture the city before the Austrians come up. At any rate, I must ride out, report myself, and join him as soon as he gets close. It is hard, indeed, at this moment. Still, there is no question but that it is my duty. I see that, and I am sure that Thirza would not wish to keep you from it. As long as you are a soldier, duty is the first thing. However, as the king is coming hither, we shall doubtless see you sometimes. As we are half a mile outside the walls, we shall be within the besieging lines. I hope that if the king besieges, count, it will not be on this side, for you might be exposed to shot from the town batteries. If we are so, we must move beyond their range and go to our place at Wirzow. That is but 12 miles away. It is a small house, but will do very well for a time. I should hope, count, that there will be no occasion for that. The king cannot hope to lay siege in regular form, though he may try an assault. Slow as Daun is, he must be here within 10 days or so of Frederick's arrival, and it is probable that the march here is intended rather to draw Daun away from his Russian allies than with any hope of taking Dresden. Will you go this afternoon?" "I think that I ought to, count. If the news has come that Frederick is marching to besiege Dresden, he cannot be far away, for it is certain that he will march as fast as he can, and will himself follow closely on the news. 'Tis plain that Lacy feels himself unable to oppose him, and must be falling back with all speed before him. If I were to report myself this evening as convalescent, I can join him tomorrow, if I find that he is but a march away." "I will take you in my carriage as before," the count said. "I can get back here before dark." 2 hours later they started, Thirza consoled to some extent by the assurance that, in all probability, Fergus would be back again in the course of 2 or 3 days. They found that the Austrian advanced posts had already been withdrawn, and experienced no difficulty with the Prussians, so that by 5 o'clock they arrived at the hospital, the count at once starting on his return journey. Karl was delighted at seeing his master looking himself again. "I hardly thought that a month could do so much for you," he said, "especially as you were mending but slowly before you went." "Yes, I was a poor creature then, Karl, and I did not think myself that I should be really for work for some time to come. But at any rate, in such weather as this, I have no fear of breaking down." Putting on his uniform, he went to the principal medical officer and reported his return and his fitness for duty. "You have certainly gained strength a great deal faster than I expected, Colonel Drummond. I don't know that you are fit for any really hard work, but I suppose that you will be at least a week before you join the king, and by that time you may be able to do a fair amount of work." "I fancy I shall join the king tomorrow, doctor." "Tomorrow?" the surgeon repeated in surprise. "Yes, sir. Have you not heard the news? The king is marching with all speed this way. I do not know what his intention is, to force Lacy to give battle single handed before dawn can arrive, or to besiege Dresden. But in the city they believe that they are going to be besieged." "This is news indeed," the surgeon said. "The scouts brought in word this morning that a considerable force was seen coming along the road from Bautzen. It must be Lacy's army." "We may be sure that the king is pretty close at his heels," Fergus said. "I have no doubt that by tomorrow morning we shall have news of him, and I fancy that I shall not have far to ride to join him." The opinion was justified. That evening Lacy joined the Confederate army. In their strong position behind the gap of Plauen he had been hotly chased. Indeed, Frederick had been manoeuvring to pass Daun and carry on a campaign in Silesia, but the Austrian general had been too cautious, and it was impossible to pass him without fighting. So on the night of the 8th he left Bautzen suddenly and silently, and marched all night in hopes of catching Lacy at Godau. The latter's Croats, however, brought him news in time, and he at once retreated. After a short halt the Prussians pressed on for another 18 miles, capturing some of Lacy's hussars, but failing to come up with his main body, which, marching all that day and the next night, arrived near Dresden on the morning of the 10th, Lacy himself reaching the town the evening before. By Thursday evening the whole of his army had crossed Dresden bridge and got in safely behind Plauen, leaving 10,000 men to aid the 4,000 in the garrison. At noon, Fergus, hearing that, without doubt, the whole of the enemy had fallen back, started with Karl, and that evening rode into the royal camp and reported himself to the king. "I am glad to see you back, Drummond," Frederick said heartily. "I have sorely missed you. Indeed, when I rode away the accounts of you were so bad that I doubted whether you would ever be able to be with me again. You don't look quite yourself yet, but no doubt the air and exercise will soon bring you round. Have you any news?" "Lacy has left 10,000 men in Dresden, sire, and with the rest of his force has joined the Confederate army at Plauen." "Just what I wished," the king said. "It has saved me a long march. We will now go straight to Dresden." The next day the army marched forward, circled round the western and southern sides of Dresden, and encamped at Gruna, a mile to the southeast of the city, and throughout the night laboured at getting up batteries. The division under Holstein was planted on an eminence on the other side of the river, across which a pontoon bridge was at once thrown. There was no fear of disturbance from Lacy, the united force of the enemy having retreated to the old Saxon camp at Pirna. The king, after seeing the batteries marked out, retired to bed early, and Fergus was able to ride round and pay a short visit to the count. On the 14th the batteries opened fire, Maguire having refused the summons to surrender, and continued for 4 days without making much impression upon the walls, the heaviest guns being only 25-pounders. On the 18th some heavy guns arrived at Magdeburg. The batteries were all ready for them, and as soon as they arrived they were set to work. Maguire burnt the subways outside the town, and answered the cannonade hotly. Finding that the guns on the walls did but little damage to the Prussian batteries, Maguire mounted 2 or 3 guns on to the leads of the Protestant church, and from this commanding position he was able to throw shot right into them. The Prussian fire was at once concentrated on the church, which was speedily set on fire. This spread through the surrounding streets, and a tremendous conflagration raged for the next 48 hours. But by this time Daun, who had lost some days before setting out in pursuit of Frederick, was within 5 miles of the town, had driven Holstein across the river, and was in communication with Maguire. On the night of the 21st 22nd, Maguire's garrison, led by General Nugent, sallied out from Dresden, while 4,000 of Daun's men marched round from the north side. For a time the assault on the Prussian entrenchments was successful, although Nugent was, on his first attack, repulsed and taken prisoner. But when Daun's people arrived, the regiments defending the trenches were driven out. Then fresh battalions came up and drove the Austrians out, taking many prisoners. Daun remained passive for some days after this, and Frederick continued to cannonade the city until the 29th. Making, however, his preparations for departure, and going off unmolested by the enemy towards Meissen. The news reached him at Glatz, one of the barrier fortresses of Silesia, had been taken by Loudon, and that the latter was besieging Breslau. Daun had guessed the way by which Frederick would retire, and had broken up the roads and bridges, and felled trees in a forest so as to render them impassable. And as soon as Frederick started, he moved in the same direction, his position so serving him that, marching by a road parallel to that taken by the king, he was ahead of him. Lacy had been warned to be prepared, and he too started with his army, so that the three forces moved eastward at a comparatively short distance apart. Although hampered by the obstacles in their way, and by a train of 2,000 wagons, the Prussians moved rapidly and covered 100 miles in 5 days. Daun made what was, for him, prodigious effort also, and kept the lead he had gained. On the 7th of August, Frederick was 30 miles west of Liegnitz. Here he halted for a day, and on the 9th marched to the Katzbach valley, only to find that Daun was securely posted on the other side of the river, and Lacy on the hills a few miles off. The next morning Frederick marched down the bank of the Katzbach to Liegnitz, Daun keeping parallel with him on the other side of the river. Knowing that Daun had been joined during the night by Loudon, and that they were vastly too strong to be attacked, Frederick started at 11 at night, and at daybreak was back on his old camping ground. He crossed the river, hoping to be able to fall upon Lacy, but the latter had moved off, and Frederick, pressing on, would have got fairly ahead of his enemies if it had not been for the heavy baggage train, which delayed him for 5 hours, and by the time it came up he found that Lacy, Daun, and Loudon were all round him again. The situation seemed desperate. The army had but 4 days' provisions left, and a scout sent out on the 12th reported that the roads over the hills were absolutely impassable for baggage. At 8 o'clock the army set out again, recrossed the Katzbach, and again made for Liegnitz, which they reached after a 16-hour march. Here the king halted for 30 hours, and his 3 enemies gathered round him again. They were 90,000 strong, while he was but 30. Daun made elaborate reconnaissances, and Frederick had no doubt that he would be attacked that night or early morning. After dark, the army marched quietly away and took up its position on the heights of Torberger, its fires being left burning brightly with 2 drummers to beat occasionally. Daun's and Lacy's fires were clearly visible, but they, like his own, were deserted, both having marched to catch him, as they hoped, asleep at Liegnitz. But it chanced that London had been ordered to take post just where Frederick had halted, and his troops came suddenly upon the Russians in the dark. A battalion was dispatched at once with some cannon to seize the crest of the Wolfberg. Loudon, whose work was to prevent Frederick from flying eastward, had hurried forward, his scouts having informed him that a number of the Prussian baggage wagons were passing, and hoped to effect the capture of them, and he was vastly surprised when, instead of finding the baggage guard before him, he was received with a tremendous musketry fire and volleys of case shot. He at once rallied his troops and, with 5 battalions in front, dashed forward. He was repulsed, but returned to the attack 3 times. He kept edging round towards the right to take Frederick in flank, but the Prussians also shifted their ground and met him. The Austrian cavalry poured down again and again, and fresh battalions of infantry were continually brought up. At last Loudon felt that the contest was hopeless, and fell back across the Katzbach. The Prussians captured 6,000 of his men before they can get across the river. 4,000 were killed and wounded, and 82 cannon captured. Thus his army of 35,000 strong had been wrecked by the Prussian left wing, numbering 15,000. The rest of the Prussian forces, under Ziethen, keeping guard lest Daun and Lacy should come on to aid him. Daun, however, was miles away, intent upon catching Frederick, and did not know until morning that his camp had been deserted and Loudon beaten. As soon as he was assured of this, he poured his cavalry across the river, but Ziethen's cannon drove them back again, and he saw that, with Ziethen standing in order of battle in a commanding position, with his guns sweeping the bridges, he could do nothing. Frederick remained 4 hours on the battlefield, collected 5,000 muskets lying on the field, and, with the 6,000 prisoners, his wounded and newly captured cannon, marched away at 9 o'clock in the morning. A Russian force of 24,000 still blocked the way, but, desirous above all things to effect a junction with Prince Henry, Frederick got rid of them by sending a peasant with instructions to let himself be taken by the Russians. The slip of paper he carried contained the words, "Austrians stoutly beaten this day. Now for the Russians, dear brother, and swift. Do what we have agreed upon." The ruse had its effect. The Russian general, believing that Frederick and Prince Henry were both about to fall upon him, retreated at once, burning the bridge behind him, and the king pushed on to Breslau, which he reached on the 16th, having, thanks to the wonderful marching of his troops and his own talent, escaped as if by a miracle from what seemed certain destruction. For a fortnight Frederick remained encamped at a short distance from Breslau, waiting to see what Daun and Soltikoff intended to do. Daun was busy urging the Russians to come on. Soltikoff was sulky that Daun had failed in all his endeavours, and that the brunt of the affair was likely, again, to fall on him and his Russians. Elsewhere things had gone more favourably for the king. Ferdinand of Brunswick had now 20,000 British with him, and 50,000 Hanoverians and Brunswickers, while the French army under Broglio was 130,000 strong. A check was first inflicted on the French at Korbach, and, a few days later, an English cavalry regiment and a battalion of Scotch infantry cut up or captured a brigade of French dragoons. On the 29th of July, as Frederick was leaving Dresden, a serious engagement took place at Warburg. Here Broglio's rear guard of 30,000 infantry and cavalry, under the Chevalier du Moy, was attacked in the first place by a free corps called the British Legion, composed of men of many nationalities who turned Dumoy's right wing out of Warburg. Then the Prince of Brunswick fell upon the whole French line, and the fight was a stubborn one for 2 or 3 hours. Maxwell's British brigade fighting most obstinately, they were greatly outnumbered, but were presently joined by Lord Granby at the head of the English cavalry, and these decided the battle. The French lost 1,500 killed, over 2,000 prisoners, and their guns. The Allies 1,200 killed and wounded, of whom 800 were British, showing how large a share they had taken in the fighting. Another good bit of news for Frederick was that Hulsen, whom he had left to watch the enemy in Saxony, had, with 10,000 men, defeated an army 30,000 strong, who, as they thought, had caught him in a net. The Russians had fallen back, but only to besiege Colbert again. Prince Henry was ill, but Frederick had made a junction with his army, bringing his force up to 50,000. During the whole of September there were marches and counter-marches, Frederick pushing Daun backwards and preventing him from besieging any of his fortresses, and gradually cutting the Austrians from their magazines. General Werner, on the 18th, with 5,000 men, fell suddenly upon 15,000 Russians covering the siege of Colbert, defeated and scattered them in all directions. The Russian army at once marched away from Covert, not, however, as Frederick hoped, back to Poland, but in agreement with Daun to make a rush on Berlin. One force, 20,000 strong, crossed the Oder. The main body under Firmer, for Soltikoff had fallen sick, moved to Frankfurt, while Lacy with 15,000 marched from Silesia. On the 3rd of October, the Russian vanguard reached the neighbourhood of Berlin, and summoned it to surrender and pay a ransom of 4,000,000 thalers. The garrison of 1,200 strong, joined by no small part of the male population, took post at the gates and threw up redoubts, and Prince Eugene of Württemberg, after a tremendous march of 40 miles, threw himself into the city. The Russian vanguard drew off, until joined by Lacy. Hulsen, with 9,000, had followed Lacy with all speed, and managed to throw himself into Berlin before the 20,000 Russians arrived. There were now 14,000 Prussians in the city, 35,000 Russians and Austrians outside. The odds were too great. Negotiations were therefore begun with the Russian General Tottenben, and Berlin agreed to pay 1,500,000 thalers in the debased coin that now served as the medium of circulation. Lacy was furious, and when he and the Russians marched in, his men behaved so badly that the Russians had 2 or 3 times to fire upon them. Saxon and Austrian parties sacked Potsdam and other palaces in the neighbourhood, but the Russians behaved admirably, and so things went on until October 11th came the news that Frederick was coming. Lacy at once marched off with all speed towards Torgau, while Tottenben and the Russians made for Frankfurt on Oder, the Cossacks committing terrible depredations on the march. The king halted when he heard that Berlin had been evacuated. He was deeply grieved and mortified that his capital should have been in the hands of the invaders, even for 3 days, and his own loss from the sacking of Potsdam and other palaces was very heavy. However, he paid the ransom from his own pocket, and bitterly determined to get even with the enemy before winter came on. While Hulsen was away, the Confederate army had captured all the strongholds in Saxony. Daun had, as usual, advanced with his 60,000 men, and intended to winter in Saxony. But before he could get there, Frederick had dashed south and recaptured Wittenberg and Leipzig, crossed the Elbe, and driven the scattered corps of the Confederate army before him. Prince Eugene had also hurried that way, and defeated his brother, the reigning Duke of Württemberg. Daun moved with the intention of aiding the Confederate army, but before he could reach them, Hulsen had driven them across the mountain range into Bohemia and fell back towards Torgau. Long before this, Fergus had received a reply from his mother to his letter announcing the glad news of the restoration of the estate. "It will be doubly dear to me," she said, "as having been won back by your own exertions and bravery. These 4 years have been an anxious time indeed for me, Fergus, but the thought that you are restored to your own, as the result of what you have done, make up for it all. I quite see that as long as the war continues, you cannot with honour leave the king, but I cannot think that this war will go on very much longer, and I can wait patiently for the end. And Fergus, I am not quite sure that the end will be that you will quietly settle down in the glens. A mother's eye is sharp, and it seems to me that young Kaunas near Dresden is a very conspicuous figure in your letters. During the 4 years that you have been out, you have not mentioned the name of any lady but her and her mother, and you always speak of going back there as if it were your German home. This is natural enough, after the service that you have rendered them. Still, 'tis strange that you should apparently have made the acquaintance of no other ladies. I don't think that you have written a single letter since you have been away in which you have not said something about the Saxon count and his family. However, even if it should be so, Fergus, I should not be discontented. It is only natural that you should sooner or later marry, and although I would rather that it had been into a Scotch family, it is for you to choose, not me. I am grateful already, very grateful, for the kindness the family have shown you, and am quite inclined to love this pretty little countess, if she, on her part, is inclined to love you. I don't think I could have said so quite as heartily before I received your last letter, for I had a great fear that you might marry and settle down altogether in Germany. But now that the estate is yours, and you are the head of your clan, I feel sure that you will at any rate spend a part of your time among your own people." A second letter reached Fergus at the beginning of October, in answer to his from the camp in front of Dresden. In the middle of July, which had been delayed much on its way, owing to the rapid marches of the army, until it had shaken itself free from its pursuers after the battle of Liegnitz, it began: "I congratulate you, my dear Fergus, congratulate you with all my heart, and if there's just a shadow of regret that you should not have married and settled here entirely, it is but a small regret, in proportion to the pleasure I feel. It is not even reasonable, for when I consented to your going abroad to take service in Prussia, I knew that this would probably end in your settling down there altogether, for it was hardly likely that you could win a fortune that would admit of your coming back to live here. Of course, had your estate at that time been restored to you, you would probably not have gone at all, or, if you had done so, it would have been but to stay for a few years, see service under your cousin Keith, and then return to live among your own people. As it was, there was no reason why you should greatly wish to return to Scotland, where you were landless, with no avenues open to employment. However, what you tell me, that the Count and Countess are willing that you should spend some months here every year, is far better than I could have expected or even hoped, and, as you may imagine, quite reconciles me to the thought of your marrying abroad. In all other respects, nothing could be more satisfactory than what you tell me. Your promised wife must be a charming young lady, and her father and mother the kindest of people. Of course, your worldly prospects would be vastly beyond anything that even my wildest dreams have ever pictured for you, and in this respect all my cares for you are at an end. It will be delightful, indeed, to look forward to your homecoming every year, and I consider myself in every way a fortunate woman. I am sure that I shall come to love your Thirza very dearly. The only question is, when is the first visit to take place? Everyone says that it does not seem that the war can go on very much longer, and that, wonderful as the king's resistance to so many enemies has been, it cannot continue. However, from what you say of his determination and the spirit of the people, I cannot think that the end can be so near as people think. They have been saying nearly the same thing for the last 3 years, and yet, though everything seemed as dark as possible, he always extricated himself somehow from his difficulties. Besides, his enemies must at last get tired of a war in which, so far, they have had more defeats than victories, and have lavished such enormous sums of money. France has already impoverished herself, and Russia and Austria must feel the strain too. In every church here prayers are offered for the success of the champion of Protestantism, and I am sure that if he had sent Scottish officers, as Gustavus Adolphus did, to raise troops in Scotland, he could have obtained 40,000 or 50,000 men in a very few weeks. So excited is everyone over this struggle. You would be surprised what numbers of people have called upon me to congratulate me upon your rising to be a colonel in Frederick's army. People I have never seen before, and I can assure you that I never felt so important a person, even before the evil days of Culloden. When you come back, the whole countryside will flock to give you welcome." This letter was a great comfort to Fergus. That his mother would rejoice at his good fortune he knew, but he feared that his marriage with a German lady, whatever her rank, would be a sore disappointment to her. Not so much, perhaps, for her own sake, as for that of the clansmen. The English ambassador was no longer with the army. At the fierce fights of Liegnitz he had been with Frederick, but had passed the night in his carriage, which was jammed up among the baggage wagons, and had been unable to extricate himself or to discover how the battle was going. Several times the Austrian cavalry had fallen upon the baggage, and had with great difficulty been beaten off by its guard, and the discomforts of the time, and the anxiety through which he had gone, so unhinged him that he was unable to follow Frederick's rapid movements throughout the rest of the campaign. Fergus had confided to Earl Marischal Keith, later, his engagement to the Count Eulenfurst's daughter. "You are a lucky young dog, Fergus," he said. "My brother and I came abroad too late for any young countess to fall in love with us. There is nothing like taking young to the business of sojourning abroad. Bravery is excellent in its way, but youth and bravery, combined with good looks, are irresistible to the female mind. I am heartily glad that one of your kin should have won something more than 6 feet of earth by his sword. Count Eulenfurst is one of the few men that everyone speaks well of. There is no man in Saxony who stands higher. In any other country he would have been the leading statesman of his time. But the wretched king and his still more wretched minister held in disfavour all who opposed their wanton extravagance and their dangerous plans. It is an honour, indeed, to be connected with such a family, putting aside all questions of money. But indeed, in this respect, nothing could be more satisfactory. His daughter is the sole heiress of his wide estates, and as her husband you will have a splendid position. I am very glad, lad, that the count has no objection to your passing a portion of your time in Scotland. They say, you know, that much as Scotchmen boast of their love of their country, they are always ready to leave it to better themselves, and that it is very seldom they ever return to it. Such was unhappily the case with my brother. Such will probably be the case with myself. But I am glad you will be an exception, and that you will still keep up your connection with your old home. I hope, lad, that you will have more than one son. The first, of course, will make Saxony his home, but bring up the second as a Scotchman. Send him home to be educated. Let him succeed you in the glens. If he has the family instinct for fighting, let him go into the British army. He can go into no better. But let your people have someone who will be their own lord, and whose interests will be identified with their own." Fergus smiled at the old man's earnestness. "That is rather looking ahead, sir," he said. "However, it's certainly what I should like to do myself, and if, as you say, I have more than one son, I will certainly give the second the training you suggest, and make a Scotchman of him. Certainly, if he has fighting instincts, he will see that he will have more opportunities of active service in the British army than he could have in that of Saxony, which has been proved unable to stand alone, and can only act as a small ally to either Prussia or Austria. Even putting aside my nationality, I would rather be fighting under Clive in India than in any service in the world, even in that of Prussia. You are right, lad. Since the days of Marlborough, people had begun to think that the British were no longer a fighting people. But the way in which they have wrested Canada from the French, and achieved marvels in India, to say nothing of the conduct of their infantry in Minden, shows that the qualities of the race are unchanged, and some day they will astonish the world again, as they have done several times in their history. The king soon heard the news from Earl, and one evening said to Fergus: "So, as the Earl Marischal tells me, you have found time, Colonel Drummond, for lovemaking. I thought that day I went to express my regrets for the outrage that I had committed at Count Eulenfurst, that it would make a pretty romance if the young lady who received me should take a fancy to you, which was not altogether unlikely, after the gallant manner in which you had saved them all from those rascals. And when you told me at Dresden that they had been nursing you, the idea again occurred to me. Well, I am glad you have done so well for yourself. As a king, I rejoice that one who has fought so bravely should obtain a meet reward, and as one who dabbles in poetry, the romance of the thing is very pleasant to me. But I am not to lose your services, I hope?" "No, sire. So long as the war goes on, I shall continue to serve your majesty to the best of my powers." The king nodded. "It is what I should have expected, from one of Marshal Keith's relations," he said. "But it is not everyone who would care to go on leading this dog's life, when a pretty and well-endowed bride is awaiting him. However, it cannot last much longer. The crisis must come ere long. If we can defeat Daun, it may be put off for a time. If we are beaten, I do not see I can struggle longer against fate. With Berlin already in their hands, with the country denuded of men and almost exhausted in means, with the Russian and Austrian armies already planted on Prussian soil, I can do no more, if I lose another great battle." "We must hope that it will not be so, sire. The spirit of the soldiers is as high as ever, and now that you will be fighting nearly within sight of their homes, they can be trusted to achieve almost impossibilities." "The men are good men," the king said, "and if I had Keith and Schwerin by my side, I should feel more hopeful. But they are gone, and there are none to fill their places. My brother Henry is a good soldier, but he is overcautious. Seidlitz has not recovered from his wounds. Hulsen has done well of late, and has shown wonderful energy, considering that he is an old man. But there are none of them who are at once prudent when it behoved them to be prudent, and quick to strike when they see an opening, like Schwerin and Keith. Ziethen is a splendid cavalry officer, but he is fit to command cavalry only, and the whole burden falls upon my shoulders, which are getting too old to bear so heavy a weight. I trust, sire, that they will not have to bear the burden much longer. Just at present Russia and Austria are doubtless encouraged by success, but the strain must be heavy on them also, and another defeat might well cause them to doubt whether it is worthwhile to continue to make sacrifices that produce such small results." "Heaven grant that it may be so," the king said earnestly. "God knows that I never wanted this war, and that from the day it began I have eagerly grasped every chance that presented itself of making peace, short of the dismemberment of my kingdom. I would at this moment willingly accede to any terms, however onerous, in order to secure peace for my country." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of With Frederick the Great, A Story of the 7 Years' War, by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Oldman. Chapter 20, Torgau. After many marches and quick blows at the Confederate armies, and driving them beyond the borders of Saxony, Frederick moved towards Torgau, where Daun had established himself in a position that he deemed impregnable. It had been Prince Henry's camp during the previous autumn, and Daun had in vain beleaguered it. Hulsen had made it his headquarters during the summer. Torgau was an old-fashioned town, surrounded by tracts of pine wood, with pleasant villages and much well-cultivated land. The town rose above the Elbe, on the shoulder of a broad eminence called Siptitz. This height stands nearly a mile from the river. On the western and southern side of the town are a series of lakes and quagmires, the remains of an old course of the Elbe. Set on Siptitz heights was Daun's camp, girt about by entrenchments. The hill was mostly covered with vineyards. Its height was some 200 feet above the general level of the country, and its area some 5 or 6 square miles, covered as its flanks were by heights, woods, ponds, and morasses. The position was an extremely strong one, so much so that Daun had not ventured to attack Prince Henry, though in vastly superior force, and still more difficult was it for Frederick to do so when held by an army generally superior to his own. for the Austrian force numbered 65,000, while the king, after being joined by all his detachments, had but 49,000. Nothing, indeed, but the most urgent necessity could have driven the king to attempt so difficult an enterprise. His plan was to attack it simultaneously in front and rear, and to do this he decided that half the force under Ziethen should attack the Siptitz hill on the south side, while he himself, with the other half, was to make a long detour and assault it at the same moment on the north. Frederick's march was some 15 miles in length, while Ziethen had but 6 to traverse, and as the route was through forest, the difficulties in the way of the two columns arriving at their point of attack simultaneously was great indeed, and were increased by the fact that the weather was wet, the ground heavy, and the streams swollen. The king's force marched in 3 columns, by roads through the forest. There were no villages here, no one to question as to the turns and branching of roads, thus adding to the chances that even Frederick's force would not arrive together at the point of attack. Frederick's own column contained 8,000 grenadiers and foot guards, with a force of cavalry, and his line of march was by the road nearest to Daun's position. 2 other columns, Holstein's, composed principally of infantry, and Holstein's, chiefly of cavalry, marched on parallel roads on a wider circle, and the baggage in a column by itself outside all. Daun had news of Frederick's approach, and had strong detachments watching in the woods. The scouts of one of these parties brought in news of the king's march. A signal cannon was fired immediately, and Daun learned thereby of the movement to attack him from the north. Daun at once wheeled round a portion of his force to receive Frederick's attack. Lacy, with 20,000 men, had been placed as an advance guard, and now shifted his position westward to guard what had become Daun's rear, while 200 fresh cannon were added to the 200 already placed, to defend the face threatened by Frederick. For an hour before the king arrived at his point of attack, a heavy artillery fire had been heard from Ziethen's side, and it was supposed that he had already delivered his attack. Unfortunately, he had not done so. He had calculated his pace accurately, but had come upon a small Austrian force, like those Frederick had encountered. It had for a time held its ground, and had replied to his fire with cannon. Ziethen, not knowing how small the force was, drew up in order of battle and drove it back on Lacy, far to the east of his proper place of attack. Here he became engaged with Lacy, and a cannonade was kept up for some hours, precious time that should have been spent in ascending the hills and giving aid to the king. When Frederick's column emerged from the woods, there was no sign of either Holstein or Holstein's divisions. The king sent out his staff to hurry them up, and himself reconnoitred the ground and questioned the peasants. The ground proved so boggy as to be impassable, and Frederick withdrew into the wood again, in order to attack the Austrian left. This had, in Prince Henry's time, been defended by a strong abattis, but since the cold weather set in, much of this had been used by the Austrians as firewood, and it could therefore be penetrated. Frederick waited impatiently. He could hear the heavy cannonade on Ziethen, and feared that the general would be crushed before he could perform his part of the plan arranged. His staff was unable to find Holstein's cavalry, which had taken the wrong turning at some point, and were completely lost. Holstein was still far away. Nevertheless, in his desire to give support to Ziethen, the king decided upon an attack with his own column alone. The grenadiers were placed in the front line, the rest of the infantry in the centre. The cavalry, 800 strong, followed to do any service that chance might afford them. It took some time to bring the troops into their new position, and while this was being done, Daun opened fire with his 400 cannon upon the forest through which they were marching, with a din that Frederick declared exceeded anything that he had ever heard before. The small force of artillery took its place outside the wood to cover the attack, but as soon as a few shots were fired, the Austrian guns opened upon them, and they were silenced. Frederick's place was between the two lines of his grenadiers, and they issued from the wood within 800 yards of Prince Henry's abattis, and with marvellous bravery ran forward. Mowed down in lines by the storm of cannon shot, they suffered terribly. One regiment was almost entirely destroyed. The other pressed forward as far as the abattis, fighting so desperately that Daun was obliged to bring up large reinforcements before he could drive the survivors back. The Austrians, believing that victory was won, charged down in pursuit, but the second line met them firmly, drove them back, and, following hotly, again reached the abattis, and only retreated slowly before the overwhelming forces which the Austrians then brought up. The battle had lasted only an hour, but half Frederick's column were already killed or wounded. Shortly after they had retired, Holstein's column came up. The 400 guns had never ceased pouring their iron rain into the forest, but the newcomers arrived in splendid order. The remnants of Frederick's column joined them, furious at defeat and burning to meet the enemy again. So stern and resolute was the attack that, for a time, it carried all before it. Daun's line of defence was broken, most of his cannon silenced, and for a time the Prussians advanced, carrying all before them. Had Ziethen been doing his part instead of idly cannonading Lacy, the battle would have been won, but his inactivity enabled Daun to bring up all his forces against the king. These he hurled at the Prussians, and foot by foot drove them back and pushed them down the hill again. Frederick himself had been struck from his horse by a piece of case shot, and fortunately almost spent, which failed to penetrate his thick pelisse. He was badly contused, and for a short time insensible, but he quickly sprung to his feet again, mounted his horse, and maintained his place in the fight as if nothing had happened. After this second repulse, he again formed up his troops, and at that moment he was joined by Holstein with his cavalry. The sun had already set, and the darkness favoured the attack. Daun had not yet recovered from the terrible confusion into which his troops were thrown by the attack, and the Prussians again mounted the hill, Holstein attacking Daun's right wing. The main body of the cavalry found the morasses and obstacles so impracticable that they were unable to attack as arranged, but two regiments succeeded in gaining the plateau. One of these dashed upon the Austrian infantry. They met, broke into fragments, and took two whole regiments prisoners, and brought them and 6 guns triumphantly off. The other regiment charged 4 Austrian battalions, broke them, and brought the greater portion off prisoners. Night fell upon a scene of general confusion. The two armies were completely mixed up, and in some places Austrians were in the rear of the Prussians, in others Prussians in the rear of Austrians. Nothing more could be done. So far Frederick had gained a success, and, thanks to the extraordinary bravery and determination of his soldiers, had broken up Daun's line and planted himself on the plateau. But he had suffered terribly in doing so, and could hardly hope, in the morning, to make head against the vastly superior forces of the Austrians. Daun himself had been wounded in the foot, and had gone down to the town to have it dressed. Had he been able to remain on the field, late as it was, he might have been able to restore order and to continue the battle. As it was, gradually the firing ceased. Exhausted by the long march and the desperate efforts they had made, the Prussians wrapped themselves in their cloaks and lay down to sleep where they stood, if sleep they could, on so bitterly a cold night. On the hilltop there was no mood to be had, but in the forest great fires were lighted. Round these Prussians and Austrian stragglers alike gathered. In the morning they would be foes again. But for tonight they were content to lay their quarrel aside, none knowing who was victor and who vanquished, and which in the morning would be prisoners to the others. The king, now that the excitement was over, felt the pain of his wound. He descended the hill and took up his quarters in the church at the little village of Elsnig, where every house was full of wounded. He had left Hulsen the charge of endeavouring to reform the scattered troops, but he could do but little that way. In vain did the generals and officers move about with orders, expostulations, and threats. For once the Prussian soldier was deaf to the word of command. He had done all that he could do, and nature triumphed over long habits of obedience. Even the sound of cannon and musketry on the other side of the hill fell dead upon his ears. Ziethen had been cannonading all day. Nothing had come of it, and nothing could come of it. Still, Hulsen did a good deal, and by 6 o'clock he got some of the cavalry and infantry battalions in fair order, on the extreme right, where in the morning Daun's left flank stood. Ziethen, ordinarily a brilliant and active man, had been a strange failure that day. Not even the terrible din of the king's battle had roused him to take any measure to support him, or even to make a diversion in his favour. In vain Mollendorf, an active and enterprising general, had implored him to attempt something, if only to draw off a portion of the Austrian strength from the king. Saldern, another general, had fruitlessly added his voice to that of Mollendorf. A feeling of deep gloom spread through the army, a feeling that the king had been deserted and must have been crushed, just as, on the other side, all felt certain that some serious misfortune must have happened to Ziethen. At last, as darkness began to set in, at 4 o'clock, Ziethen was persuaded to move. He marched towards the left, to the point where he should have attacked in the morning, but which he had passed in his hot pursuit of the small Austrian force, but first sent Saldern against the village of Siptitz. Burning with their repressed impatience, Saldern's infantry went at the enemy with a rush, captured the battery there, and drove the Austrians out. But the latter fired the bridge, so that, for the present, further advance was barred to the Prussians. Fortunately, at this moment, Mollendorf, more to the west, came upon the road by which Ziethen should have marched. It was carried firmly over the marsh ground, and by a bridge over a stream between two of the ponds. Seizing this pass over the morasses, Mollendorf sent to Ziethen, who, roused at last, ordered all his forces to hurry there. The Austrians had now taken the alarm, and hurried to oppose the passage. But Mollendorf had already many troops across the bridge, and maintained himself till he was sufficiently reinforced to push forward. For an hour and a half a desperate fight raged. The Prussians gained but little ground, while the Austrians were constantly being reinforced from Lacy's command, on their left. Hulsen, however, just as he had got a portion of his infantry and cavalry into some sort of order, had marked the sudden increase of the cannonade on the other side of the hill, and presently, seeing the glow of a great fire, guessed that he must have come from the village of Siptitz. Then came a furious cannonade, and the continuous roar of musketry that spoke of a battle in earnest. Ziethen, then, was coming at last, and the old general determined to help him. His own riding horses had all been killed, and he had been sorely bruised by the falls. Sending for a cannon, he got astride it, called up the infantry round him, the brigade of General Lestwitz, begged the drummers to strike up the Prussian march, and, through the darkness of the night, started for the point where the din of battle was going on unceasingly. Forgotten now were the fatigues of the day. The Prussians pressed on with their quick strides, their excitement growing higher and higher as they neared the scene of action, and breaking out into a roar of cheering as, sweeping round on the side of the hill, they joined Ziethen's hardly pressed troops and rushed upon the enemy. But through the news of their coming cheered all the line to fresh exertions. Not yet was the combat finished. The whole of Lacy's command was opposed to them, swelled by reinforcements sent down from above by O'Donnell, who, in Daun's absence, was in command. It was another hour before the foe gave way, and the Prussians pressed steadily up the hill, until at 9 o'clock they were planted on top of the Siptitz hill, on the highest point of the plateau, whence their cannon commanded the whole ground down to Torgau. Daun, conscious of the danger, had, as he heard of Ziethen's advance, sent order after order that he must at all costs be driven back, and even when the Prussians gained the position, they had still to struggle fiercely for another hour to hold it. Daun knew that, with Frederick established on one side of the position, and with Ziethen well planted on the other, and commanding the whole of it with his guns, there was nothing for it but to retreat, and already he had sent orders that a strong force should form in order of battles to repel an attack, close to the suburbs of Torgau. As soon as this disposition was effected, he ordered the retreat to commence. Fortunately, he had 4 bridges across the river, and he had, on the previous day, taken the precaution of sending the whole of his baggage wagons over. On occasions of this kind, Daun's dispositions were always admirable, and he drew off his army across the river in excellent order, half the Prussian army knowing nothing of what was going on, and the other half being too exhausted to attempt to interfere, ignorant as they were of the position and state of Frederick's division. Had the king known earlier what was taking place, comparatively few of the Austrian army would have got across the river, but it was not until long after the battle was done that Frederick, sitting depressed and heavy-hearted, dictating his dispatches in a little church 7 or 8 miles away, learned that what had seemed likely to terminate in a terrible disaster had ended with a decisive victory. Daun lost in the battle 12,000 killed and wounded, 8,000 prisoners, and 45 cannon, while the Prussians lost between 13,000 and 14,000, of whom 4,000 were prisoners. It was not until nearly 1 o'clock in the morning that Ziethen learned that the Austrians were already across the river. Then he pushed down into Torgau and crossed the town bridge in time to capture 26 pontoons. Daun retreated by the right side of the river, Lacy by the left, and the two forces rejoined at Dresden and took up their position, as usual, in the Plauen stronghold, while Frederick, after finishing the clearance of all Saxony, save the capital, took up his winter quarters at Leipzig on the 6th of December. The result of the Battle of Torgau was not to be measured by the respective losses of the two armies. It had the effect of entirely undoing all the advantages that the Austrians had gained throughout the campaign, and had left the king in better position than when it opened in the spring. The Russian army had been attacked and beaten, while the Austrians were shut up in their natural stronghold near Dresden. The whole of Saxony had been recovered, and Silesia, with the exception of 1 or 2 fortresses, was still in Frederick's hands. How lighthearted the king felt, after the load of care that had lain upon him had been lifted, may be judged by an extract from a letter written a fortnight after the battle to an elderly lady of the court of Magdeburg. "I am exact in answering, and eager to satisfy you in that matter of the porcelain. You shall have a breakfast set, my good mamma. 6 coffee cups, very pretty, well diapered, and tricked out with all the little embellishments which increase their value. On account of some pieces which they are adding to the set, you will have to wait a few days, but I flatter myself this delay will contribute to your satisfaction and produce for you a toy that will give you pleasure and make you remember your old adorer. It is curious how old people's habits agree. For 4 years past I have given up suppers, as incompatible with the trade I am obliged to follow, and on marching days my dinner consists of a cup of chocolate. We hurried off like fools, quite inflated with our victory, to try if we could not chase the Austrians out of Dresden. They made a mockery of us from the tops of their mountains, so I have withdrawn like a bad little boy to conceal myself, out of spite, in one of the wretchedest villages in Saxony. And here the first thing will be to drive the Circle gentleman, Reich's army, out of Freiburg into Chemitz, and get ourselves soon to quarters and something to live upon. It is, I swear to you, a hideous life, the like of which nobody but Don Quixote ever led before me. All this tumbling and toiling, and bother and confusion that never ceases, had made me so old that you would scarcely know me again. On the right side of my head the hair is all grey. My teeth break and fall out. I have got my face wrinkled like the falbalas of a petticoat, my back bent like a fiddle bow, and spirit sad and cast down like a monk of La Trappe. I forewarn you of all this, lest, in case we should meet again in flesh and bone, you might feel yourself too violently shocked by my appearance. There remains to me nothing but the heart, which has undergone no change, and which will preserve, as long as I breathe, its feeling of esteem and of tender friendship for my good mamma. Adieu." Fergus knew nothing of the concluding scenes of the Battle of Torgau until some little time afterwards. He was not with the king when the grenadiers first made their attack on the hill, having been despatched to find and bring up Hulsen's column. Having discovered it, he guided it through the forest to the point where Frederick was so anxiously expecting its arrival, and when it advanced with the survivors of the grenadiers to the second attack, he took his place behind the king. They were halfway up the ascent when a cannonball struck him on the left arm, carrying it away just above the elbow. As he fell from his horse, Karl, who was riding behind him, leaped from his saddle with a hoarse cry of rage. Then, seeing the nature of the wound, he lifted him in his arms, mounted Fergus's horse, and rode down through an interval between the regiments of the second line, and then into the wood to the spot where the surgeons were dressing the wounds of those hurt in the first charge. One who had just finished attending one of the grenadiers, seeing that the trooper was carrying a colonel of the king's staff, at once helped Karl to lower him to the ground. "You have done well to bring him down at once, my man," he said. "It may be the saving of his life." As he spoke, he was cutting off the tunic. "There is not much flow of blood, you see. The contusion has closed the main artery. If we can keep it from bursting out, he will do." He took out from his case some stout tape, passed it round the arm, asked Karl for a ramrod out of one of his pistols, and with this twisted the tape until it almost cut into the skin. Then he gave a few more turns to hold the ramrod secure in its place. Then he called the young surgeon to him. "We had better make a good job of this at once," he said. "This is Colonel Drummond, one of the king's favourite officers, and a most gallant young man. It will not take us 5 minutes." The artery was first found and tied up, for Prussian surgery was, at that time, far ahead of our own. The bruised flesh was pressed up, and the bone cut off neatly above the point where it was splintered. The flesh brought down again over it and trimmed. Then several thicknesses of lint put over it, and the whole carefully bandaged up. "There," he said to Karl as he rose from his work. "That is all that I can do for him, and unless it bursts out bleeding again, he is likely to do well. If it does, you must tighten the tape still more. All there is to do is to keep him as quiet as possible. Have you any spirits?" "Yes, doctor. There is a flask in my holster. Mix some with as much water, and pour a little down his throat from time to time. Fold his cloak and put it under his head. He will probably recover consciousness in a short time. When he does so, impress upon him the necessity of lying perfectly quiet, As soon as the battle is over, we must get him moved into shelter." In half an hour, Fergus opened his eyes. Karl, who was kneeling by him, placed one hand on his chest and the other on the wounded arm. "You must not move, Colonel," he said. "You have been hit, but the doctor says you will get over it. But you must be perfectly still." Fergus looked round in bewilderment. Then, as the roar of the battle came to his ears, he made an instinctive effort to rise. "It is going on still," Karl said, repressing the movement. "We shall thrash them presently, but you can do nothing more today, and you must do as the doctor bids you, sir. Where am I hit?" "It is on the left arm, Colonel. An Austrian cannonball did the business. If it had been 3 or 4 inches further to the right, it would have finished you. As it is, I hope that you will soon get round again." "Then it has taken off my arm," Fergus said feebly. "Better than your head, sir. The left arm is of no great account, except for holding a bridle, and there is a good bit of it left. Drink a little more of this brandy and water. How do you feel now, sir?" "I feel cold," Fergus replied. "My feet are like ice." Karl wrapped Fergus's fur-lined pelisse round his feet, undid his blanket and cloak from his saddle, and laid them over him. "That will be better, sir. Now, if you will promise to lie quite quiet, I will fasten your horse up. I don't know what has become of mine, and will go and collect some firewood and get up a good blaze. I am afraid there is no chance of getting you into a shelter tonight." "I am afraid we are being driven down the hill again, Karl. The roll of musketry is coming nearer." "That is so, Colonel, but we shall have the cavalry up soon, and that will make all the difference." Just as Karl came back with an armful of firewood, a staff officer rode up. "The king has sent me to inquire how Colonel Drummond is," he said. "His majesty has heard that he is badly wounded, and has been carried here." "This is the colonel, major," Karl said, leading him to the side of Fergus. "I am sorry to see you here," the officer said. "The king has sent me to inquire after you." "Well, you thank his majesty," Major called back, "and tell him that it is nothing worse than the loss of a left arm, and that the surgeon's opinion is that I should do well. How goes the battle?" "Badly, badly. But Holstein will be up in a quarter of an hour, and then we shall have another try. We broke their line badly last time, and if we had cavalry to launch at them, we should have managed the business. The king is unhurt, I hope?" "Not altogether. He was struck from his horse by a piece of case shot, but his pelisse saved him. He was able to mount again in a few minutes, making very light of the affair, and was in the middle of the fight as usual. I was next to you when you were hit, and I saw your orderly lift you onto your horse before him, and as soon as we got down there, reported it to the king. Our loss must be terribly heavy." "Terrible. There is no saying how severe it is. Yet but not half the grenadiers are on their feet." "There is nothing I can do for you?" "Nothing at all. My orders are to lie still, and as I feel too weak to move, and there is no one to carry me away, and nowhere to take me to, I am not likely to disobey that order." The officer rode off again. Karl soon had a fire lighted, sufficiently close to Fergus for him to feel its warmth. Wounded men who had made their way down the hill came and sat down on the other side of it. Many other fires were lighted as it grew dusk. In front, the battle had broken out again as furiously as ever, and ere long wounded men began to come down again. They brought cheering news, however. The Prussians were still pressing forward. The cavalry had thrown the Austrian line into terrible confusion. No one knew exactly where any of the Prussian battalions had got to, but all agreed that things were going on well. At 5 o'clock the roar gradually ceased, and soon all was quiet. The wounded now came in fast, but none can say whether the battle was won or lost, for the night was so dark that each could only speak of what had happened to his own corps. Presently the number round the fire was swelled by the arrival of numerous Austrians, wounded and unwounded. Most of these laid their rifles by, saying, "It is a bitter night, comrade. Will you let us have a share of the fire?" "Come in, come in," the Prussians answered. We are all friends for tonight, for we are all in equally bad plight. Can you tell us how matters have gone up there?" But these men knew no more than the Prussians. They had got separated from their corps in the confusion, and losing their way altogether, had seen the glow of the fires in the forest, and had come down for warmth and shelter. Presently Major Kaulbach rode up again. "How have things gone, Major?" Fergus asked eagerly. "No one knows," he said. "The Austrians are broken up, and our battalions and theirs are so mixed there is no saying where they are or how matters will stand in the morning. The king has gone to Elsinnig, 2 or 3 miles away." "Is there no news of Ziethen?" "None. They have just begun to fire heavily again in that direction, but what he has been doing all day no one has any idea." But little was said round the fires. A short distance away the surgeons were still at work with the more serious cases, while the soldiers roughly bandaged each other's wounds. But as gradually the distant fires increased in fury and seemed to grow in distinctness, men who had lain down sat up to listen. There was no longer any talking, and a hush fell upon the forest. "It is certainly coming closer, Colonel," Karl said at last. "It seems that Ziethen has woke up in earnest. May the God grant that he win his way up on to the heights. If he does, we shall have the Austrians in the morning. If he doesn't, we shall have a poor chance with them." "I am afraid we shan't, Colonel, but it certainly sounds as if Ziethen was making way." At 9 o'clock a cavalry officer came riding along. He drew rein at the fire. "Can anyone tell me where I can find the king?" "He is at Elsinnig, Captain," Karl said, rising and saluting. "May I ask what is the news, sir?" "The news is good. Ziethen has gained the heights. We can see the flash of fire round the Siptitz hill." A cheer broke from all the Prussians within hearing. There was not a man but knew that the fate of Prussia hung on the result of this battle, and for the moment wounds were forgotten. Men shook hands with tears of joy streaming down their rugged cheeks, and as others came running up from the other fires to know what was the news, and then hurried off again to tell their companions, the forest rang with their cheering. All was not over yet. For a time the firing was louder and heavier than before, but towards 10 o'clock news came that Ziethen was firmly established on the Siptitz hill, and that the Austrian battalions were drawing off. Then all lay down to sleep, rejoiced and thankful. Even the Austrians, disconcerted as they were not altogether sorry that they must now consider themselves prisoners and free, for a long time to come, from further risk of battle. The news in the morning that the Austrian army had already crossed the river and was in full retreat southward afforded the most intense satisfaction. There was now a hope of shelter and rest in Torgau, instead of the prospect of remaining in the forest, drenched to the skin by rain that had come down without intermission for the last 24 hours. An hour later Major Kaulbach again rode up, accompanied by 4 infantrymen bearing the stretcher. "The king has already gone on to Torgau, and he has given me orders to see that you are carried there at once. There will be no more fighting at present. Daun has got a long start, and there will be enough to do here for the next 12 hours, in collecting the wounded. Lacy has retreated this side of the river, and Ziethen's cavalry started in pursuit some hours ago." Fergus was carefully lifted onto the litter and carried down to Torgau, where several large houses had already been assigned for the use of wounded officers, while the soldiers were to be placed in the hospitals, public buildings, and churches. Austrians and Prussians being distributed indiscriminately, and by nightfall some 12,000 wounded were housed in the town. A small body of troops were left there. The inhabitants undertook the charge of the wounded, and the next morning the king marched away south with the army. Soon after Fergus was brought in, Frederick paid a visit to the house where he had been carried, and said a few words to each of the wounded officers. "So you are down again, Drummond. Fortune is not treating you so favourably as she used to. "It might have been a good deal worse, your majesty. I think that one who has got off with only the loss of his left arm has no reason to complain." "No, it might have been worse," the king replied. "I have lost many good friends, and thousands of brave soldiers. However, I too must not complain, for it has saved Prussia. Don't hurry to rejoin too soon, Drummond. Another month, and we shall all be in winter quarters." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of With Frederick the Great, A Story of the 7-Year War, by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Oldman. Chapter 21. Home. Fergus remained at Torgau for 6 weeks. He had, 2 days after the battle, sent Karl off to carry a letter to Thirza, telling her that he had been wounded, but that she need have no uneasiness about him, the surgeon saying that the wound was going on well, and that should it not break out bleeding in the course of another week, he would make a quick cure, and would be fit for service again long before the spring. Karl had not found his horse again, but had bought for a trifle an Austrian officer's horse that was found riderless, and had become the prize of a trooper, who was glad to part with it at a quarter of its value. He took with him the disguise of a countryman, to put on when he approached the ground held by the Austrians near Dresden, and, leaving his horse 15 miles away, had no difficulty in making his way in on foot. Karl went round to the back of the house. The servants recognized him as soon as he entered. "Will one of you ask the count to see me? Let him have the message quietly, when he is alone." "Your master is not killed?" one of the women exclaimed in consternation. "Killed? No, Colonel Drummond is not so easily killed," he replied scornfully. "I have a letter from him in my pocket, but he has been somewhat hurt, and it were best that I saw the count first, and that he should himself give the letter to the Countess Thirza." In 2 or 3 minutes the man returned, and led Karl to a room where the count was awaiting him, with a look of great anxiety on his face. "All is well, your excellency," Karl said in answer to the look. "At least, if not altogether well, not so bad as it might be. The colonel was hit at Torgau. A cannonball took off his left arm at the elbow. Fortunately, there were surgeons at work a quarter of a mile away, and he was in their hands within a very few minutes of being hit, so they made a job of his wound at once. They had not taken the bandages off when I came away, but as there has been no bleeding, and no great pain or fever, they think it is going on well. They tell him that he will be fit for service, save for his half-empty sleeve, in the spring. Here is a letter for the Countess Thirza. It is not written by his own hand, except as to the signature, for the surgeons insist that he must lie perfectly quiet, for any exertion might cause the wound to break out afresh. He is quite cheerful and in good spirits, as he always is. He bade me give this note into your hands, so that you might prepare the young countess a little, before giving it to her. 'Tis bad news, Karl, but it might have been much worse, and it will indeed be a relief to us all, for since we heard of that desperate fight at Torgau, and how great was the slaughter on both sides, we have been anxious, indeed, and must have remained so, for we should have had little chance of seeing the list of the Prussian killed and wounded. Now, do you go into the kitchen. They all know you there. Make yourself comfortable. I will give orders that you shall be well served." He then proceeded to the room where Thirza and her mother were sitting. The former was pale, and had evidently been crying. "Some news has come," he said. "Not the very best, and yet by no means the worst. Drummond is wounded, a severe wound, but not, it is confidently believed, a dangerous one." Thirza ran to her father, and threw her arms round his neck, and burst into a passion of tears. He did not attempt to check them for some little time. "Now, my dear," he said at last, "you must be brave, or you won't be worthy of this lover of yours. There is one bad point about it." She looked up in his face anxiously, but a smile reassured her. "You must prepare yourself for his being somewhat disfigured." "Oh, that is nothing, father." "Nothing whatever to me. But how is he disfigured?" "Well, my dear, he has lost his left arm at the elbow." Thirza gave a little cry of grief and pity. "That is sad, father, but surely it is no disfigurement, any more than that sabre scar on his face. 'Tis an honour, to a brave soldier, to have lost a limb in battle. Still, I am glad that it is his left arm, though had it been his right and both his legs, it would have made no difference in my love for him." "Well, I am very glad, Thirza, that your love has not been tested so severely, as I confess that, for my part, I would much prefer having a son-in-law who is able to walk about, and who would not have to be carried to the altar. Here is a letter for you from him, that is to say, which has been written at his dictation, for of course the surgeons insist on his lying perfectly quiet at present." Thirza tore it open and ran through its contents. "It is just as you say, father. He makes very light of it, and writes as if it were a mere nothing." She handed the letter to her mother, and then turned to the count. "Is there anything we can do, father?" "Nothing whatever. With such a wound as that, he will have to lie perfectly still for some time. You may be sure that, as one of Frederick's personal staff, he will have every attention possible, and were we all in this town, we could do nothing. As soon as he is fit to be moved, it will be different. But we shall have plenty of time to talk over matters before that. For some months, travelling will be dangerous. Frederick's army is in the neighbourhood again, and as Daun and Lacy are both in their entrenchments behind the Poland, there is no chance of his again besieging Dresden. But his flying columns will be all over the country, as doubtless will the Croats, and the roads will be altogether unsafe for travelling. No doubt, as soon as he is able to be moved, he will be taken to Frederick's headquarters, wherever that may be established. The king will assuredly have the hospitals at Torgau cleared as soon as he can, lest, when he has retired, the Austrians might make another dash at the town." The next morning Karl set out again, bearing a letter from the court, and one from Thirza, which was of a much less formal character than that which he had dictated to her, and which, as he told her afterwards, greatly assisted his cure. A month after the battle he was pronounced fit to travel, and with a large train of wagons filled with convalescents, and under a strong escort, he was taken to Leipzig, where the king had just established his headquarters, and to which all the wounded were to be sent, as soon as they could safely be moved. Here he was established in comfortable quarters, and Karl again carried a letter to Thirza. 10 days later, Count Eulenfurst entered his room. "You are here, Count!" he exclaimed. "How kind of you! What a journey to make through the snow!" "I have been dragging hither," the count said with a smile. "Dragged hither, Count?" "Yes. Thirza insisted on coming to see you. Her mother declared that she should accompany her, and of course there was nothing for me to do but to set out also." "Are they here, then, Count?" Fergus exclaimed incredulously. "Certainly they are here, and established at the Black Eagle Hotel. I could not bring them here to a house full of officers. You are well enough to walk to the hotel?" "Yes, indeed. I walked a mile yesterday." As Karl was helping Fergus into his uniform, he asked, "How long were you in coming here, Count?" "We did it in a day. I sent on relays of horses 2 days before, and as the carriage is, of course, on runners, and the snow in good order, we made quick work of it. Your man went on with the horses, and rode with us from the last place where we changed. I did most of the journey sitting by the coachman, which gave them more room inside, and was more pleasant for me also." In a few minutes they reached the hotel, and the count led Fergus to a door. "You will find Thirza alone there. We thought that you had best see her so, at first." Half an hour later the count and countess entered the room. "He looks very pale and thin, mother," Thirza said, after the countess had affectionately embraced Fergus. "You would hardly have expected to find him fat and rosy." The count laughed. A man does not lose his arm and go about as if the matter was not worth thinking of a few weeks afterwards. He is certainly looking better than I expected to find him. The empty sleeve is a sad disfigurement, though," he added slyly. "How can you say so, father?" Thirza exclaimed indignantly. "I think quite the contrary. I feel quite proud of him with it." "Well, there is no accounting for taste, Thirza. If you are satisfied, I have no reason to be otherwise. And now, Drummond, we want to hear all about Liegnitz and Torgau, for we have only heard the Austrian accounts." Dresden illuminated over Daun's first dispatch from Torgau, saying that the Prussian attacks had been repulsed with tremendous slaughter, and a complete victory gained. The next morning there came, I believe, another dispatch, but it was not published, and it was not until we heard that Daun and Lacy were both within a few miles of the town that we knew that, somehow or other, there had been a mistake about the matter, a mistake that has not yet been cleared up at Dresden. The defeat part of the business I can tell you from my personal observation. The victory only from what I heard. Certainly, when I came to my senses, after the surgeons had seen to my wounds, I had no thought of anything but a disastrous defeat. Never did the Prussians fight more bravely or more hopelessly. They had to mount a steep ascent, with 400 cannon playing upon them, and an army more than 3 times their number waiting at the top to receive them. He then proceeded to tell them the whole story of the battle. "Ziethen seems to have blundered terribly," the count said. "I believe that is the king's opinion, too. But Ziethen himself defends his action stoutly, and maintains that he could never have succeeded in a direct attack in broad daylight. Anyhow, as the matter came out all right in the end, the king was too well satisfied to do no more than grumble at him. The other was a hard-fought battle, too." "The news of that was a relief to us, indeed," the count said. "It seemed to everyone that Frederick was so completely caught in the toils that he could not hope to extricate himself. As you know, in this war I have all along held myself to be neutral. I considered that the plot to overthrow Frederick and partition the kingdom was a scandalous one, and that the king disgraced himself and us by joining in it. But since that time, my sympathies have become more and more strongly with Frederick. It is impossible not to admire the manner in which he has defended himself. Moreover, the brutality with which the Confederates and Austrians, wherever their armies penetrated Saxony, treated the Protestants, made one regard him as the champion of Protestantism. He was wrong in forcing the Saxons to take service with him in his army. After their surrender at Pirna, and the taxes and exactions have, for the last 3 years, weighed heavily on Saxony. But I cannot blame him for that. It was needful that he should have money to carry on the war, and as Saxony had brought it on herself, I cannot blame him that he bore heavily upon her. Then, too, Thirza has, for the last 2 or 3 years, become a perfect enthusiast for the Prussians. Whether it was the king's gracious manner to herself, or from some other cause, I cannot say, but she has certainly become an ultra-Prussian. And now lunch must be ready, and you look as if you wanted it, Drummond, and I am sure Thirza does. She was too excited to eat supper when we got here last night, and as for her breakfast, it was altogether untouched." "No doubt you think, Drummond," Count Eulenfurst said, when he called the next morning, "that you have done your duty fairly to Prussia." "How do you mean, Count?" Fergus replied, somewhat puzzled by the question. "I mean that you have served 5 campaigns. You have been twice made a prisoner. You were wounded at Zorndorf. You nearly died of fever last winter. Now you have lost your arm at Torgau. So I think that you have fully done your duty to the king under whom you took service, and could now retire with a thoroughly clear conscience. My own idea is that the war has quite spent its strength. France is practically bankrupt. Austria and Russia must be as tired of the war as Prussia, and this last defeat of their hopes cannot but discourage the 2 empresses greatly. I hear from my friends in Vienna that in the capital and all the large cities they are becoming absolutely disgusted with the war, and though it may go on for a while, I believe that its fury is spent. At any rate, I think you have earned a right to think of yourself as well as others. You certainly have nothing to gain by staying longer in the service." "I was thinking the same thing last night, Count. Certainly one man, more or less, will make no difference to Frederick. But I thought that, unless you spoke of it, I should let matters go on as they are, except that I thought of asking for 3 months' leave to go home." "That you should go home for a few months is an excellent plan, Drummond. But I think it would be better that, when you were there, you should be able to stay 5 or 6 months, if so inclined. Go to the king, tell him frankly that you feel that you want rest and quiet for a time, and that you have no longer any occasion in the pecuniary way for remaining in the army, and that you want to get married, all good reasons for resigning a commission. You see, we have now some sort of right to have a voice in the matter. You had a narrow escape at Torgau, and the next time you might not be so fortunate, and, anxious as we are for Thirza's happiness, we do think it is high time that you retire from the service. That decides it, Count. I myself have quite enough of this terrible work. Were I a Prussian, I should owe my first duty to the country, and as long as the war continues, should feel myself bound to set aside all private considerations to defend her to the last. But it is not so, and my first duty now is assuredly to Thirza, to you, and to the countess. Therefore, I will this morning go to the king and ask him to allow me to resign my commission." "Do so, Drummond. I thought of saying as much to you last year, but the anxiety of those terrible 3 or 4 days after Torgau decided me. If I thought that your honor was concerned in remaining longer in the army, I should be the last to advise you to leave it, even for the sake of my daughter's happiness. But as it is not so, I have no hesitation in urging you to retire. 'Tis a good time for me to leave now. My cousin, the Earl Marechal Keith, returned here 3 days ago, and I will get him to go with me to the king. I shall say nothing to my wife and Thirza about it, till I see you again, Drummond. Of course the king cannot refuse, but I should like him to take it in good part, as indeed I doubt not that he will." "I have no doubt that he will too, Count. You may think it absurd, and perhaps vain of me, but indeed it is of the king that I am thinking, rather than of myself. During the past 3 years, he has been good enough to treat me with singular kindness. He has had trouble and care which would have broken down most men, and I think that it has been some relief to him to put aside his cares and troubles, for an hour or 2 of an evening, and to talk to a young fellow like myself on all sorts of matters, just as he does to Sir John Mitchell and my cousin, the Earl Marechal. I have no doubt of it, Drummond, and I quite understand your feeling in the matter. Still, we are selfish enough to think of our feelings too." As soon as the count left, Fergus put on his full uniform and went to the king's quarters. He first saw that Earl Marechal and told him his errand. "You are quite right," the old man said heartily. "You have done more than enough fighting, and there is no saying how long this war may drag on. I told you, when I first heard of your engagement to the young countess, that I was glad indeed that you were not always to remain a soldier of fortune, and I am sure that the king will consider that you have more than done your duty, by remaining in his service for a year after having so splendid a prospect before you. Frederick is disengaged at present, and I will go over with you to him, and will myself open the matter." Fergus had not seen the king since his arrival at Leipzig. "I am truly glad to see you on your feet again," the latter said, as Fergus followed his cousin into the room. "I felt by no means sure that I should ever see you again, on that day after Torgau, but you still look very thin and pulled down. You want rest, lad. We all want rest, but it is not all of us that can get it." "That is what we have come to speak to you about, your majesty," Keith said. "I told you a year ago that he was engaged to be married to the daughter of Count Eulenfurst." The king nodded. I remember her, the bright little lady who received me when I went to her father's house." "The same, sire. He thinks that the warning he had at Torgau was sufficient, and that, having done his best in your majesty's cause, he has now earned a right to think of himself and her, and so he would beg your majesty to allow him to resign his commission, and to retire from the service." "He has certainly well earned the right," the king said gravely. "He has done me right good and loyal service, even putting aside that business at Zorndorf; and not the least of those services has been that he has often cheered me, by his talk, when I sorely needed cheering. That empty sleeve of his, that scar won at Zorndorf, are all proofs how well he has done his duty; and his request, now that fortune has smiled upon him in other ways, is a fair and reasonable one. I hope, Colonel Drummond," he went on in a lighter tone, "that as you will be settled in Saxony, and this war cannot go on forever, I shall some day see you and your bride at Berlin. None would be more welcome." "He is going home to Scotland for a few months, in the first place," Keith said. "It is only right that he should visit his mother and people there before he settles here. He will, like enough, be back again before the campaign opens in the spring." Fergus, whose heart was very full, said a few words of thanks to the king for his kindness that he had always shown him, and for what he had now said, and assured him that he should not only come to Berlin as soon as peace was made, but that as long as the war lasted he would pay his respects to him every year, when he was in winter quarters. He then withdrew and made his way to the hotel. "It is done," he said to the count as he entered. "I have resigned my commission, and the king has accepted it. He was most kind. I am glad that I have done it, and yet it was a very hard thing to do." Thirza uttered an exclamation of joy. "I am glad, indeed, Fergus, that you are not going to do that terrible war again." "I can understand your feelings, Drummond," the count said, putting his hand upon his shoulder. "I know that it must have been a wrench to you, but that will pass off in a short time. You have done your duty nobly, and have fairly earned a rest. Now let us talk of other things. When do you think of starting for Scotland?" "To that I must reply," Fergus said with a smile, "how long are you thinking of stopping here? Assuredly I shall not want to be going as long as you are here, and in any case I should like my mother to have a week's notice before I come home, and I think that in another fortnight my wound will be completely healed." "I was thinking," the count said, "that you will want to take a nurse with you." "Do you mean, count," Fergus exclaimed eagerly, "that Thirza could go with me? That would be happiness indeed." "I don't quite see why she should not, Drummond. There are churches here and clergymen. What do you say, Thirza?" "Oh, father," the girl said with a greatly heightened colour, "I could never be ready so soon as that." "Could I, mother?" "I don't know, my dear. Your father was talking to me an hour ago about it, and that was what I said. But he answered that although you might not be able to get a great many clothes made, there will be plenty of time to get your things from home, and that in some respects it would be much more convenient for you to be married here than at Dresden. Your marriage with one who had so lately left the service of Prussia would hardly be a popular one with the Austrians in Dresden, so that altogether the plan would be convenient. We can set the milliners to work at once, and in another fortnight get your bridal dress ready, and such things as are absolutely necessary. Of course, if you would rather remain single for another 3 or 4 months, your father and I would not wish to press you unduly." "It is not that, mother," she said shyly, "but it does seem so very quick." "If a thing is good, the sooner it is done the better," the count said, and Thirza offered no further objections. The next day an order appeared that Colonel Fergus Drummond had been advanced another step in the order of the Black Eagle, following which came: "Colonel Fergus Drummond, having lost an arm in the battle of Torgau, has resigned his commission, which has been accepted with great regret by the king. The services of Colonel Drummond having been in the highest degree meritorious and distinguished. The king having heard from the Earl Marischal that Fergus was to be married at Leipzig before leaving for Scotland, took great interest in the matter, and when the time came was himself presented in the cathedral, together with a brilliant gathering of generals and other officers of the army in the vicinity, and of many Saxon families of distinction who were acquainted with Count Eulenfurst. Fergus had obtained Karl's discharge from the army, the latter, who had long since served his full time, having begged most earnestly to remain in his service. On the following day Fergus started with his wife for Scotland, drove to Magdeburg, and 4 days later reached Hamburg, where they embarked on board a ship for Edinburgh. Karl, of course, accompanied them. It was a day to be long remembered in the glen, when Colonel Drummond and his Saxon wife came to take possession of his father's estates, where his mother had now been established for upwards of a year, in the old mansion. It was late when they arrived. A body of mounted men with torches met them at the boundary of the estate, and accompanied them to the house, where all the tenants and clansmen were assembled. Great bonfires blazed, and scores of torches added to the picturesque effect. A party of pipers struck up an air of welcome as they drove forward, and a roar of cheering and shouts of welcome greeted them. "Welcome to your Scottish home," Fergus said to his wife. "'Tis a poor place in comparison with your father's, but nowhere in the world will you find truer hearts and a warmer greeting than here." His mother was standing on the steps as he leaped out, and she embraced him with tears of joy, while after him she gave a warm and affectionate greeting to Thirza. Then Fergus turned to the clansmen, who stood thronging round the entrance, with waving torches and bonnets thrown wildly in the air, and said a few words of thanks for their welcome, and of the pleasure and pride he felt in coming again among them, as the head of the clan and master of his father's estates. Then he presented Thirza to them as their mistress. "She has brought me another home across the sea," he said, "and she will soon come to love this as well as her own. And though I shall be absent part of the time, she will come with me every summer to stay among you, and will regard you as her people as well as mine." Among the dependents ranged in the hall was Wolfe, with whom Fergus shook hands warmly. "I shall never have got on as well as I have, Wolfe," he said, "had it not been for your teaching, both in German and in arms. I commend to your special care my servant Karl, who speaks no English, and will feel strange here at first. He has been my companion all this time, has given me the most faithful service, and has saved my life more than once. He has now left the army to follow me." Fergus remained 3 months at home. Thirza was delighted with the country and the affection shown by the people to Fergus, and studied diligently to learn the language, that she might be able to communicate personally with them, and above all with Mrs. Drummond, to whom she speedily became much attached. At the end of April they returned to Saxony, and took up their abode on the estate the count had settled on them at their marriage. For 2 years longer the war continued, but with much diminished fury, and there was no great battle fought. The king planted himself in a camp, which he rendered impregnable, and there, menacing the routes by which the Saxons and Russian armies brought their supplies from Bohemia, paralyzed their movements, while General Platen made a raid into Poland, and destroyed a great portion of the Russian magazines in that direction, so that the campaign came to naught. Ferdinand, with the aid of his English, defeated Broglio and Soubise at Villingshausen. Soubise remained inactive during the battle, as Broglio had done at Minden. At the beginning of 1762, a happy event for the king took place. The Empress of Russia died, and Peter, a great admirer of Frederick, came to the throne. The Prussian king at once released all the Russian prisoners and sent them back, and Peter returned the compliment by sending home the Prussian prisoners, and 6 weeks after his accession issued a declaration that there ought to be peace with the King of Prussia, and that the Tsar was resolved that the war should be ended. He at once gave up East Prussia and other conquests, and recalled the Russian army. He not only did this, but he ordered his general surgeon-chief to march and join the king. The news caused absolute dismay in Austria, and hastened the Swedes to conclude a peace with Frederick. They had throughout the war done little, but the peace set free the force that had been watching them, which had regularly every year driven them back as fast as they endeavoured to invade Prussia on that side. In July, however, the murder of Peter threw all into confusion again. But Catherine had no desire to renew the war, and it was evident that this was approaching its end. She therefore recalled her army, which had already joined that of the King of England and France, too, when negotiating terms of peace, and it was clear that Austria, single-handed, could not hope to win back Silesia. The king gained several small but important successes, and recaptured the important fortress of Schweidnitz. Then came long negotiations, and on the following February a general peace was signed by all the powers, Prussia retaining her frontiers as at the beginning of the war. From this time Fergus Drummond's life passed uneventfully. Every year he went to his old home with his wife, and as time went on brought his children to Scotland, and every winter he spent a fortnight at Berlin. When his second son reached the age of 12, he sent him to school in England, and there prepared him to succeed to the Scottish estate. This he did not do for many years, entering the British army and winning the rank of colonel in the Peninsular War, and it was not until some years after the Battle of Waterloo that, at the death of his father, he retired and settled down on the Scottish estates that were now his. The rest of Colonel Drummond's family took their mother's nationality. Fergus did not come in for the whole of the Eulenfurst estates until 30 years after his marriage. He then took up his abode with his wife at the mansion where they had first met, near Dresden, and retaining a sufficient share of the estates to support his position, divided the remainder among his children, considering that the property was too large to be owned with advantage by any one person. His descendants are still large landowners in various parts of Saxony. The king survived the signature of the peace for 25 years, during which he devoted himself to repairing the damage his country had suffered by the war, and by incessant care and wise reforms he succeeded in rendering Prussia far wealthier and more prosperous than it had been when he succeeded to the throne. Lindsay rose to the rank of general in the Prussian service, and his friendship with Fergus remained close and unbroken. The old Earl Marischal survived his younger brother for 20 years, and was, to the last, one of the king's dearest and most intimate friends. End of chapter 21. Recording by Gary Ullman, West Palm Beach, Florida, USA. End of With Frederick the Great, A Story of the 7 Years' War by G. A. Henty.